Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. Gray rats were running on the floor. Someone called himself a pathetic loser who was born from the most noble man. He was a disgusting bastard. The king sat on the throne. People pointed at the child, but the one everyone despised had one talent. A wave of green energy appeared in the air. It flew through the hands of the boy, who was given the power to heal. People raised their hands to the sky. A blessing from above granted compassion and relief from illness to those in pain. A doctor was depicted on the stained glass. Those who were able to heal were called healers. They, regardless of status, lived in luxury and honor. They were always treated well. The boy sat at a desk. Becoming a healer was the only way for a dirty bastard to gain recognition. The protagonist put a lot of effort into it, studying around the clock, but his abilities were mediocre. An F grade was given on a piece of paper. It was impossible to break through the wall of talent alone. The boy sat at the foot of the tower where the natural-born healers stood. He was unable to rise above the apprentice even after 5 years. Now he had to carry out the orders of other healers. The boy washed the window under the supervision of an older comrade. Grinning, people insulted him in every possible way. The blonde looked down in disappointment. Passing by him, other students did not miss the opportunity to mock him. They did not understand why he was born the son of that very man. The protagonist wiped the floor with a rag. One day, he happened to be in the library. Suddenly, flickering energy appeared behind him. A bucket of water fell from his hands. The boy turned around in fear. The system reported his awakening as a player. The guy looked at the notification in shock. On the blue window it was written that his surgical abilities had awakened. Rubbing his eyes, the blonde assumed that he was hallucinating from overwork. Looking at the name of his class, the apprentice thought that he was seeing this word for the first time. Spreading his arms, the protagonist was disappointed that he had imagined it and not a way to make money. Suddenly, he found himself in a medical suit and a mask with gloves. The boy's eyes widened in horror. In front of him was an operating room. The screams of doctors were heard. A patient needed a blood transfusion. Surprised, raising his eyebrows, the guy wondered what was going on here. The doctor standing next to him shouted that a double dose of norepinephrine was needed. The surgeon drew the medicine into a syringe. Looking back, the operating doctor asked to pass him the clamp. The nurse handed him the clamp. Looking at his hands, the blonde thought that he was hearing all these terms for the first time, but he knew what they meant. Moving his fingers, the protagonist tried to understand what this place was. Frowning, he realized he was a doctor. Before his eyes, a patient with a ruptured spleen was being operated on, a splenectomy. Looking down, the boy realized that he couldn't save him with divine healing, but he could with the medical procedure that was unfolding before his eyes. The patient was hooked up to an oxygen tube. The boy squinted. Suddenly, the blonde's eyes widened, finding himself in his previous form. The book fell into a puddle of water that had spilled from an overturned bucket. Collapsing to the floor, the protagonist wondered what that was. Raising his eyebrows in fear, he remembered the operation that involved cutting open the patient's stomach and thought that this was essentially human abuse. Leaning on his hand, the boy decided that this was the most disgusting vision from overwork. Reaching out to take the book, the boy thought that it was not so. His brain instinctively understood everything. The blonde boy opened his mouth in surprise and realized that surgery was a much more effective and reliable method of treatment than healing. Remembering how the man lay in the operating room, the apprentice decided that all the patients on the Rypentine continent who could not be cured by healing alone could be put back on their feet with the help of these medical procedures. Clutching his head, the protagonist tried to understand what had just happened to him. Blue windows appeared in front of him. The system congratulated the user on waking up as a player and receiving the SSS rank. Seeing that he needed to check the status window, the boy raised his eyebrows in amazement. A window with information about his characteristics and skills appeared in front of his eyes. It said that the user must heal patients in order to earn experience points and level up. Looking at the system window, the boy did not understand what was happening. Opening his mouth in amazement, he realized that some incredible miracle had happened. The door suddenly opened. Opening his mouth wide, the healer screamed. Bursting into the library, the man asked how long the apprentice was going to collect dust on the floor. Rising to his feet, the blonde apologized and said that he was about to leave. Shaking dirty rags on him, the healer said that he no longer needed anything from him. Frowning in disdain, the healer said that with a talent below rank F, the only thing he could do within the prestigious Bellin clinic was to be among dirty rags. Looking into the room, the other students said that their careless comrade did not know his place at all. Someone asked how long he would have to stay in this clinic. Raising his index finger, the child asked his friend not to swear so as not to be heard. The bully said that this illegitimate son got here only thanks to that man. The shadows grinned evilly. The guys decided that the king declared him his son simply because he hoped that his son would simply rot somewhere. The protagonist lowered his head. Water dripped from the dirty rags on his face. Someone approached the room and said that the head healer was calling him. Hearing this, Riemann's eyes widened in fear. In the head healer's office, there were awards and various bottles. Holding a mug of tea, Rance greeted the guest. The boy bowed to him. Crossing his legs, the young man said that it had been 5 years since he became an apprentice, while others usually took 2 years to complete the course. Raising his hand, the healer said that he came a year later than him, but had already reached rank B. Embarrassedly looking up, the boy said that he had great talent, unlike him. Narrowing his eyes, the head healer confirmed this and said that he and his colleagues decided that with such mediocre talent, the apprentice would never become a real healer. Raising his eyebrows, Rance deprived him of this position and asked him to leave this clinic. The blonde opened his mouth in shock. Falling to his knees, the protagonist asked him to think about it again. Putting the cup on the table, the young man explained that they had come to this decision after much thought and that if it weren't for his parents, such a mediocrity would have been kicked out in a year, and 5 years is quite a long time. Squinting, Ramon thought that a healer was the only profession with which an illegitimate son could get ahead in life. If he was thrown out of the clinic, he would not be able to gain recognition. Suddenly, a blue window appeared in front of him. The flickering notification said that the user can treat patients with surgery. The boy's eyes widened, realizing that he could treat people. Pursing his lips, he decided that it was possible. The guy leaned his hands on the floor. Looking up, the blonde shouted that he would prove his ability to treat people. Grinning, the chief healer asked how he was going to do it. Putting his hand to his chest, the protagonist asked to give him a patient and give him just one chance to heal him. Ramon furrowed his brows and thought that he could become a healer despite his lack of talent and even lower rank than F. Rising to his feet, the boy repeated his request. Smiling, Rance suggested that healing was like playing in a sandbox for him. Putting the folder on the table, the young man stated that it just so happened that they had the perfect patient for him. Handing the apprentice a piece of paper, the head healer promised to keep it in the clinic if the patient was cured. The joyful boy headed for the exit. People were walking along Rankin Street. Pressing the paper to his chest, the blonde wondered if everything would work out. His cheeks were red from the strain. Knocking on the door, the player thought that this was the first time he had personally treated a patient. Realizing that he could not fail, the protagonist imagined himself being thrown out of the clinic, depriving him of the opportunity to remain an apprentice. In that case, he would be deprived of the opportunity to pass the qualification exam and would remain unrecognized for the rest of his days. Imagining how the guard led him out of the house, Riemann realized that he would certainly be sent to prison if he was caught treating. People looked at him disapprovingly. No one understood how long an illegitimate child was going to blacken his name. Someone said that he would have disappeared into obscurity long ago and died quietly in his place. The boy ended up in prison. The boy looked down, thinking about his future. The door in front of him opened. Seeing it, the blonde screamed in fear. The door hit him on the head. The child asked who he was. Falling to the ground, the player greeted her. The papers were scattered on the ground. The little girl ran up to him and asked if it was the healer from the Bellin Clinic. Looking back, she shouted that the doctor had arrived. Her mother came out into the street. The woman opened her mouth in surprise when she saw the healer. The protagonist stood up. Smiling, he greeted her. The girl invited him into the house. Raising her hand in front of her, Ramon warned that he was just an apprentice. Grabbing his hand, the woman said that it did not matter and asked him to save her husband. The boy lowered his eyebrows in disappointment, hearing that the family did not have enough money to pay for the necessary treatment, so the clinic did not do anything. The child grabbed the hem of his mother's dress. The girl explained that she had to watch her husband die without being able to do anything to help. Looking at the medical history, the boy read that the man had developed a serious infection on his buttocks, a complex disease that needed to be treated by a healer of at least rank B, but the poor family would not be able to pay for his work. Looking at the girl and her daughter, the blonde thought that they were doomed to watch their breadwinner die without being able to provide him with proper treatment. In the past, the little protagonist approached the clinic's doors and asked for help. With tears in his eyes, the child said that he would do everything he could to earn money and pay them back. Holding out a silver coin, the boy asked the healers to save his mother. In the present, the player looked down in disappointment as he heard himself being asked to save a man. The little girl began to cry. Looking at her, the apprentice asked where his patient was. Pointing her hand forward, the woman asked him to follow her. A blue window appeared in front of the house. The system reported that the user had volunteered to help the patient. Appearing in the air, the notifications reported that a special bonus and 5 skill points were now available to him. Skill points can be spent to buy skills that will help in treating patients. Putting his hand to his chin, the protagonist was glad that there were explanations here. A notification about a new task appeared against the background of the status window. Jumping out of nowhere, the system window asked the user to take care of his first patient. Clenching his fist, Ramon realized that this was his first patient. The boy thought that he wanted to save people, even though he came here only to not fly out of the clinic. The girl ran into the room and said that now her father will be fine. The family members gathered in front of the breadwinner's bed. Squinting, the guy decided that he would succeed. because he had at his disposal not only the healing skill, but also knowledge of surgery. On the blue window was a description of the surgery skill. Although its level was still low and there were limitations, if you raised it, you could get better abilities. Pressing the papers to your chest, the blonde decided to take care of patients to become an exceptional healer and gain people's recognition. Closing his eyes, the player greeted the patient. An ominous aura hung over the bed. Taking a step forward, the protagonist smelled an unbearable smell. The woman looked back and called him. Pursing his lips, Ramon tried to remember what he should do when meeting a patient for the first time. Squeezing his eyes shut, the boy realized that he could not remember anything and thought that this could not continue. A description of the legendary skill Steel Heart appeared, which allows the user to stand firmly on his feet. Putting his hand to his chest, the guy felt his heart calm down. Taking a step forward, he asked in which area the patient had a problem. The girl said that her husband had an abscess on his buttocks, which was starting to swell. The man was lying on the bed. The high temperature did not allow him to even get up. Taking his hand, the blonde decided to check his vital signs and realized that sepsis had not yet set in, so he could still be saved. The player said that he needed to look at the affected area. The woman turned her husband on his side. There was a purulent abscess in the thigh area. Looking at it, the protagonist thought that using healing would be extremely problematic. But this is one of the basic diseases that have to be dealt with from a medical point of view. Raising her hand, the girl asked if her husband could be cured and said that at the clinic they were told that the disease was too advanced, so he only had a chance of recovery with high-ranking treatment. Turning around, Ramon confirmed that he could be cured and said that he would need their help. Smiling, the woman said that they would do whatever it took. Stretching out his hand in front of him, the boy asked her to prepare clean boiled water, which needed to be cooled as much as possible. The girl said that she would prepare it right away. Hearing that the healer would need a sharp knife, she shuddered in fear. Looking at her, the boy asked her to heat the knife over the fire. The woman asked what kind of treatment it was. The girl looked at her mother in fear. Pulling on a makeshift mask, the blonde replied that he was going to perform a surgical operation. Leaning towards his mother's ear, the child asked what it was. The girl replied that she had never heard of it before. There were rags on the table and clean water in a bucket. The surgeon picked up a knife. The blade touched the abscess. The woman's eyes widened in fear. Grabbing the healer's hand, she asked what he was trying to do. The protagonist replied that he wanted to cure the patient. Frowning, the girl asked why he needed a knife if he needed to use healing. Ramon turned around and addressed her. Raising his hand in front of him, the boy asked her to trust him and follow the instructions and promised to make it so that her husband could laugh again with their daughter. The woman looked at him in shock. She let go of his hand. The guy returned to the operation. Frowning, the blonde realized that he had to do everything right and not make a single mistake. In the memory, the doctors gathered in the operating room. Someone shouted that they needed to do everything to see the desired area, and that if they did not hurry, the heart would stop. The doctors stood surrounded by various devices. They had a cool head, but a fiery heart. In general medical knowledge, this is the mindset that a healer should have. The player looked at the patient, along with the knowledge of surgery. This kind of abscess is so simple that it is even embarrassing to call this intervention an operation. The protagonist made an incision. Pus immediately flowed from there. Ramon clenched his teeth from the tension. Standing to the side, the girl called her father. Frowning, the boy remembered the operation and decided to follow his knowledge of surgery. Applying a rag to the abscess, he decided to clean it of pus. The boy then washed the abscess with clean water so that there was no visible pus left. Using a knife, the blonde cut away the dead tissue. He looked tense. Putting his hand on the rag, the surgeon realized that he had dealt directly with the dead tissue and pus. Taking out the bottle, the player thought that all that was left was to use a potion of herbs containing substances with natural antibacterial properties on the wound. Hearing that everything was over, the girl and her mother smiled happily. Approaching the healer, the woman asked if everything had gone well. Smiling, the protagonist asked her to look after her husband. The girl took the man by the hand. There was a lantern hanging on the wall. There was a vase of flowers on the table. Light particles were flying around the room. The man opened his eyes. Seeing this, his wife's eyes widened in surprise. With tears in their eyes, the family was glad that their breadwinner had woken up. Ramon approached the bed and decided to check if he had a fever. Looking at the thermometer, the boy saw that the fever had gone down and said that the patient would be back to normal in a few days. Bowing to him, the girl thanked him for everything. The boy said that he simply did what he had to. The man put his hand on his daughter's cheek. His wife said that the healer did much more than others could offer. Smiling widely, she told him that they had been to many clinics, but they all sent them home saying that they did not have enough money for treatment. Hugging her husband, the woman called the healer the savior of their family. The blonde man's mouth fell open in surprise. The child ran up to him. The girl threw herself at him with hugs. The surgeon raised his eyebrows in amazement, thinking that this was the first time he heard words of gratitude from someone. The child hugged him. Taking her in his arms, the player realized that this is the joy of treating a patient. Sitting in his chair, the head healer asked if the apprentice had actually managed to cure the patient. Raising his eyebrows in shock, Rance asked him not to lie and asked how he had managed to do this with such pathetic healing abilities. Smiling, the protagonist thought that his reaction was not surprising, because it was not an illness that a person with a gift below rank F could handle. Healing is not an almighty power that can get someone back on their feet with just the laying on of hands. People reached out to the sick person. In Rapentane, healing is a power that increases vital signs. Thanks to this, some beneficial effects appear, but healing was powerless against many conditions. For example, it will not help get rid of pus because its presence does not depend on vital signs. The heroes looked at each other. The only way to help such a patient is to remove the pus by placing a hand on the chin. Ramon thought that in Rapentane there are many problems with the approach to treatment, which are due to the fact that people overly rely on the power of healing and do not study other methods of treatment properly. Frowning, the head healer decided to go and check everything himself. Looking back, Rance said that the apprentice will pay for his lie. He slammed the door behind him. Putting his hand to his chest, the boy decided not to worry about it because nothing bad had happened. A lot of notifications about receiving rewards appeared above his head. Scratching his chin, the guy realized that his rank would rise along with the level, and then he would have the opportunity to become a trained resident. In his head, he was in the image of a resident. Then a doctor's coat appeared on him. Then a mask and gloves of a specialist appeared on him. After that, he was wearing the official suit of a professor, the rank of which can be achieved by raising the level. A status window appeared in the air. A notification said that the user received a special bonus. Putting his finger to the window, the blonde noticed that he had characteristic points that could be obtained with each new level. Many names of characteristics appeared. Among them was sensitivity, which can help with surgical interventions, and intelligence was responsible for the ability to use the brain. Standing in front of the status window, the surgeon wondered what was hidden under the question mark. Clicking on the sensitivity stat, the player decided to put 2 points into it, because treating the abscess was difficult for him because his hands were shaking. Blushing with embarrassment, the protagonist realized that he could become an outstanding healer if he raised his level. Taking a step forward, Ramon thought that he could climb higher, even with mediocre talents. His version from the future was several notches higher. Holding a glass of cocktail, the boy waved his hand, becoming the best healer. Excited by such fantasies, the guy looked away. Suddenly, the head healer burst into the office. Raising his hand, Rance said that the apprentice was lucky that the patient recovered on his own. Squinting, the young man decided that a promise is a promise, so his colleague deserved a second chance. The doctors were working in the clinic. Entering the room, the healer explained that he would give the apprentice 15 days to prove himself at the first aid station. Looking down and sighing, the blonde thought that this was very good, since he would have many patients at the emergency room, which was a good opportunity to level up. Bowing, the surgeon introduced himself to the rest of the station's workers. Frowning, someone pushed him and asked him to get out of the way. The player fell to the floor. Looking at him with disdain, the other students could not believe that he had not been kicked out yet and was allowed to work at the station. Raising his hand, the healer ordered him to start cleaning. Looking up, the protagonist thought that he would hardly be given a chance to work with patients here. Picking up a rag, Ramon realized that he would be stripped of his apprentice position if he failed to heal someone in 15 days. Gritting his teeth, the boy decided that he had to do something about this. Some time ago, the head healer brought him to the emergency room and asked him to show off his abilities. Watching the other healers at work, the boy thought that if this continued, it would take him not 2 weeks, but more than a year to get to real patients. With a stern frown, the blonde decided that he should go up to them and pick the apple himself without waiting for it to fall from the tree. Hansen was sweeping next to the bed. He was a C-rank student, not distinguished by any outstanding talents, but not considered a failure either. The surgeon snatched the broom from his hands. Smiling, the player asked if his comrade was tired. The healer, wide-eyed in fear, asked why his broom had been taken away. Like the others, this healer felt uncomfortable around the king's illegitimate son, but at least he was kind enough. Pointing his index finger up, the protagonist said that he wanted to clean the station himself because he felt sick just from watching his comrade working hard. Smiling, Hansen thanked him for his help. Raising his eyebrows, Ramon added that he could take care of patients, bandage them, or apply herbs as long as there were no other healers around. Catching the displeased looks on himself, the student widened his eyes in fear and thought that his friends would be angry if they saw this. Approaching him, the boy said that most of the time, all healers spend in their offices, so no one would know about this. Looking at the broom, the guy disappointedly suggested pretending that none of this happened. Cleaning is the hardest part, so without this duty, it will be much easier. Frowning, the young man asked if his friend was really going to clean on his own. Smiling, the blonde confirmed this. Soon, he put on his first bandage. A notification about increasing his level appeared. The patient thanked the healer, waving his hand. The surgeon said that he was just doing his job. The player ran from patient to patient, performing his duties and increasing his level. Smiling, the protagonist noticed that even the simplest tasks give him experience points. After 3 days at the station, a golden notification appeared indicating that he had reached level 4. Looking down, Ramon thought that he needed to spend extra points to increase his sensitivity so that he could perform surgeries more easily. Sitting down next to the patient, the boy said that he would begin treatment and thought that at this rate, he would become the best healer. In his fantasies, he was swimming in money and eating luxurious dishes. The guy dreamed of acquiring a 5-story mansion with marble floors and drinking the best wine before going to bed. Remembering how he had to watch his mother die, the blonde decided to never again face misfortunes due to lack of money. People had kicked him out of the house, now no one would treat him like a servant, despite his noble origin. The child took a piece of bread in his hands. In the future he would not have to live in isolation in the most luxurious place. The boy extended his hand to the dining table of his family. He looked scared and upset. The surgeon opened his mouth in horror and tried to catch his breath. He was offered to sit down. Smiling, the player said that everything was fine and that the patient should get better soon. Smiling widely, the old lady called him handsome and kind. Squinting, the protagonist explained that he should be nice to patients. Closing his eyes, he said that being sick and not receiving any care is sad. In the past, someone yelled at him and his mother. Taking the cane from his hands, the woman said that Rance behaved simply terribly with her and that his attitude made it even worse. The patient headed for the exit. Ramon said that he was glad to help her. Many notifications about receiving achievements appeared. Looking at them, the boy thought that skill points would help him improve his surgery skills. The grandmother went out the door. The guy wished her a good day. Seeing the mess happening around, the blonde concluded that it was time to clean up. Gathering dirty rags into a bucket, he decided that he really didn't like cleaning the ambulance station, but a promise was a promise. Starting to wash the floor, the surgeon thought that there was a very strong and pleasant smell. The bed and the floor were dirty. The player assumed that no one would even notice. Holding his nose, the protagonist remembered that Repentine didn't care much about cleanliness and that even Hansen didn't try hard enough. Ramon slapped his cheeks. Rolling up his sleeves, the boy decided that the dirty environment was bad for the patients. Tying a bandage, the guy thought that he had to force himself even if it meant working hard. Clenching his fist, the blonde declared that he would encourage himself by imagining a luxurious life in the future. Beef steaks and pork ribs flew over his head. The floor glistened with cleanliness. Wiping away the sweat, the surgeon thought that in the future he would need to hire someone who would be responsible for cleaning. Putting his hand on his lower back, he felt that his whole body was aching and decided that he would need to increase his stamina a little. Dozens of new notifications appeared in front of him. Smiling, the player noticed that he had managed to level up and that he could now purchase skills. A warning appeared that the user should make his choice very carefully. The protagonist gritted his teeth. Scratching his chin, Ramon realized that all the skills available for purchase had a unique rank and was upset that he only had to choose one. Bursting into the station, the student shouted that a new patient was vomiting blood. Raising his hand, Hansen ordered everyone to use healing as soon as possible. Squinting, the boy thought that things were bad because in order to cure such a disease, a healer of at least rank was needed. Healing is a power that stimulates vital forces. Bringing their hands to the patient, the healers activated blood coagulation, but in such situations, when the bleeding is too profuse, the effectiveness of such an effect is reduced. Rounding his eyes, the boy remembered that in the Bellin clinic, only the director had a rank ability, so at this rate, this person would die. The blonde imagined many surgical instruments in his hands. Remembering the operating room, he decided that there was a way to successfully operate on such a patient if his knowledge was to be believed. The man closed his eyes and began to cough. Unfortunately, this method was not available to a regular new resident. Looking down, the head healer asked if he really had bloody vomit. Raising his hand, Hansen confirmed this and said that the director was currently absent due to helping a nobleman. Rance covered his face with his hand to avoid being caught in the bloody vomit. His hand was stained with blood. The young man stated that they could not help him in any way. The player watched from the side. Running up to his older comrade, the protagonist said that they should at least try to use healing on this man. The head healer said that it would not help. Frowning, Ramon suggested that his B-rank ability could help. Looking around, Rance asked if they were trying to teach him something. The young man crossed his arms over his chest and reminded the apprentice that he hadn't moved from one place for 5 long years. The doctor poked the boy with his finger and asked why he didn't try to cure the man himself. Clenching his fist, the boy thought that the risk of failure was too high. Looking ahead, he realized that if everything went wrong, all the blame would be placed on him and he would have to say goodbye to the clinic. A description of a new task appeared, the reward for which would be a bonus level increase. Looking at it, the blonde realized that according to the terms of the task, he would have to cure this patient. Reaching out to the blue window, the surgeon thought that he shouldn't do this because if he failed, everything would end. Lying on the bed, the man was choking on his own blood. Extending a trembling hand, he asked for help. Closing his eyes, the player realized that this was beyond his abilities. Looking back, the protagonist realized that the patient would die if no one helped him. Ramon looked at his hand, clenched into a fist due to trembling, and decided that he should think calmly now, and even if he did not try, he would not be able to save him. He looked at the patient tensely, because he thought it would be much wiser to take care of simpler cases for the next 2 weeks and look for another opportunity to prove himself. The man coughed up blood again. Ramon cursed mentally. At some point, he finally made up his mind. Ramon looked seriously at the chief healer, after which the system windows reported that the Iron Heart skill was activated, after which the guy would have a steel mind and a strong heart. Ramon imagined that he was addressing a statue of a god with a prayer to receive his request for medical practice, and then he would solemnly swear to lay down his life to serve humanity. He looked at the men sadly, thinking that this was the right decision, although it seemed impossible, but he could not just leave the dying patient. He pointed at himself and asked if it was true that he had nothing to do with this patient at the head doctor's. The head doctor looked at the guy in bewilderment and asked him to repeat what he had just said. Ramon was determined when he said that if he was given permission, he would try to cure this patient. The head doctor folded his arms across his chest, arrogantly saying that it looked like Ramon had gone completely mad, so he told him to do whatever he wanted. The head doctor decided to leave, but turning around as he said goodbye, he said that Ramon would have to take responsibility for the result, so they would see if he was lucky this time. Ramon watched the doctors leave, and to himself he wondered if he could do it, since it was already difficult to perform the operation on his own. Suddenly he heard someone's trembling voice asking if he needed help. It turned out that it was Hansen who stayed behind, who also did not want to watch the man die. Ramon grabbed his hand, relieved to have an assistant, and thanked him out loud since the boy really needed help. However, Hansen wanted to know how Ramon was going to treat the patient since their healing was powerless. Aaron confidentially told him that he was going to use another method, and Hansen immediately asked which one. However, Ramon believed that the patient was in an emergency, so he promised to explain everything later, but first he asked Hansen to prepare everything he would tell him. After a while, Hansen ran up to Ramon, saying that he boiled the knife in clean water and held it over the fire, as he was told, and also a thin thread with him, having previously treated it with medicinal herbs, but the boy did not understand what to do with it. Ramon promised that the boy himself would see everything when they began. Hansen looked at the man with concern and asked if he was conscious, to which Ramon replied that he had put him to sleep with a hallucinogen and relieved the pain. Ramon examined the tools, glad that he had prepared the ketug in advance just in case, and besides, the material was easy to obtain since it was used by magicians in the magic tower. First, the guy decided to disinfect the area, and at that moment Hansen decided to ask what the guy was doing now. Ramon answered with concentration that it was a surgical operation. He touched the skin with a knife and began to carefully cut open the man's abdominal cavity. Hansen called the guy in fear. Ramon worked with concentration, thinking that he could see fat and muscle tissue along with blood, and in his head there was knowledge of how to stitch up the abdominal cavity, but seeing it in real life was so creepy that it seemed to him that he was about to faint. He passed his hand over a pool of blood. The system windows reported that the Iron Heart was active and the boy's mind was becoming clearer, so he thought about how he could become a better healer. He imagined himself as a rich man with a glass of wine in his hand, thinking that he was not trash or an insect, and that he would become someone who would one day become famous, so he kept forcing himself to think about the wealth he would gain in the future. Now Ramon had to make a midline incision, because he only had to follow the knowledge of surgery. Hansen watched the boy's actions with fear, and his voice pulsed with horror, asking what was going on here and whether he should stop the boy. Meanwhile, Ramon continued to work with concentration. Finally, he exhaled heavily while sweat was running down his cheek. Hansen looked at the boy excitedly. Ramon decided that he would definitely do the surgery no matter what. Hansen watched Ramon and thought that this was the first time he saw his eyes like that, and before, he thought the boy was short and simple. Ramon frowned, realizing that judging by the yellow fluid leaking from the duodenum, they were dealing with a perforated ulcer, so he needed to ligate the artery and stitch up the hole. He suddenly asked Hansen to lift one of the organs, to which the latter jumped back from the table in fear. He clenched his fists and began to tremble as he realized that he had to lift it. Hansen began to shake with fear and the realization of what was coming. Ramon, ignoring the boy's mental anguish, concentrated on the fact that he had to cut out the perforated area. Suddenly his hands began to shake. He closed his eyes, because in his head he knew exactly what he had to do, but his hands did not obey, and at this rate the operation could fail. He He told himself to pull himself together and think carefully about what he should do. Ramon remembered that he could buy the skill nimble surgeon's hands, although endurance and intelligence were also important, but in the end, the most important thing was the ability to save the patient. The system windows appeared in front of him, informing him that the skill surgeon's nimble hands had been acquired. In addition, the bonus had been applied, so the minimum number of points had been spent. The next system window reported that surgeon's nimble hands had a class skill category, a unique rank. 40 points had been spent, and once a week, Ramon could now use surgical skills that would increase his level, and the sensitivity stat would be increased by 10. In addition, with the increase in skill, the frequency of use and the sensitivity value would increase exponentially. Ramon activated the skill, and its stats increased from 6 to 16. He realized with delight that his fingertips had become more sensitive, despite the fact that, what still seemed awkward and unfamiliar, he controlled his hands more confidently, and it seemed that now he had gained what he lacked. Hansen heard the request to pass on the thread. Both men worked quickly as Ramon thought about tying off the artery and stopping the bleeding, and fortunately he had better control of his hands, so there shouldn't be any problems, as he only needed to close the hole in the duodenum. To do this, the man needed to bring up the omentum attached to the stomach and close the perforation using the Graham patch method. He scooped up some water, thinking about how he would also need to cut the vagus nerve responsible for secreting stomach acid, and then remove the stomach acid damaging the peritoneum by rinsing everything with clean water. Finally, he started stitching. The system windows started to appear, reporting the first successful open abdominal surgery, that this was the first surgery of this kind performed on the Reipentane continent. Then he received the Father of Surgery achievement, because future generations would record him as a pioneer of surgery. After that, the system reported that his achievements were high compared to his class rank, so he received a limited amount of skill points of 100 points. His level was raised by a bonus. The next system window reported that he took care of a patient with a problem higher than his rank, so he received the Unbridled Healer achievement and 30 skill points, for which his level was raised again by a bonus. In addition, now he had the advantage of taking care of a patient with problems of his highest ability, because of which he would receive a little more courage. Ramon tiredly looked out the window where the bright sun was shining and smiled. Suddenly, he collapsed on his horse. Hasten, who was carrying out the water, worriedly asked if the boy was okay because he was crying. Riemann smiled happily and said that he did. He repeated these words again, holding his head tiredly. The head healer exclaimed in surprise when he heard that Riemann had cured the patient, who had vomited blood. He jumped up, slapped the table, and asked how this was possible, but the healer who told him the news excitedly said that he really didn't know how, but the patient was no longer in critical condition and was recovering. The head healer headed for the door, shouting that this couldn't be happening, so he wanted to see for himself. He quickly walked down the hallway, thinking that it was impossible to treat a patient in such a state with healing lower than F rank. He slammed the door and entered the patient's room. The patient was smiling. Riemann looked at the patient with a happy smile. The head healer frowned because he didn't understand what was going on. The patient was lying in bed and thanking Rayon. Since he was alive thanks to the guy, he asked the man not to worry because it was too early for him to relax, so he should be attentive to his health. A man entered the room. He angrily asked about Director Buck's healing him, and Raymond was surprised by the unexpected visit. The chief healer began to angrily ask who healed the patient, because he would never believe that Raymond did it. The guy was embarrassed, but still said that it was him. However, the chief healer demanded that the guy not lie to him, because how could a person with abilities below F rank do this? Raymond tensed up, but tried to explain that it was not only healing. However, the chief healer interrupted him, demanding that he repeat what he said. Raymond understood that he needed to make something up, so he said that he used medical technology that was used for healing in the distant past. The head healer hesitated, as he was struck by the thought of distant technology. Ramon had prepared something for this situation, so he told the man that not long ago, while on an errand in the northern region, he had tripped and fallen off a cliff. Then he had accidentally stumbled upon some ruins. He told the story of accidentally finding himself after falling off a cliff, and that there he had been able to learn an ancient healing technique known as medical technology. The head healer snapped at him, asking if he expected the boy to believe such nonsense, so Ramon cowered in fear, wondering if it would work. The patient clutched his head, saying that the room was too noisy. He lifted his shirt, calling out to the healer. He asked the man to look at the proof that Ramon had saved him. The head healer looked at the stitches left from the operation in surprise. Finally, the patient shrinks, saying that if he thought about it, he remembered him. The patient pointed his finger at the chief healer, accusing him of looking down on the man and telling everyone to leave him to his death. The man was about to get off the hospital bed, continuing his accusatory speech about how the chief healer not only didn't save the patient, but also tried to blame Ramon for pulling him back from the brink of death, so he wanted to shame and disgrace him. But Ramon intercepted the patient and held him back, telling him that he shouldn't get up. Suddenly, the patient grabbed a chamber pot standing on the nightstand nearby. With one sure move, the man threw the chamber pot at the chief healer, who was immediately doused with the contents of the pot. The contents slowly trickled down the man's clothes. He asked in surprise about the patient throwing urine at him. The patient, who had already sat up on the bed, again angrily asked if he should add more, then cursed. The chief healer ran out of the room. The patient clicked his tongue in displeasure, not understanding how he dared to call himself a healer. He bowed and apologized to Ramon for dirtying the room, and the boy immediately raised his hands in a conciliatory gesture, saying that everything was fine. He smiled and admitted that the man made him feel better. Ramon looked at his patient and thanked him. After some time, Ramon listened to people whispering behind his back about secret ancient techniques and medical technologies that were considered nonsense, because, most likely, he was just lucky and the bleeding stopped in time. He washed the floor and thought about the fact that he knew that people's attitude towards him would not change because he saved the patient in a different way. Hansen watched him worriedly. He went to the boy and called him, distracting him from washing the floors. Hansen closed his eyes and said that he did not want anything. He reached for the brush. Hansen took the brush from Ramon and said that he would be responsible for cleaning from now on, but Ramon decided to object since it was his job. Hansen turned around and said that it was his responsibility. Ramon looked at his recent assistant in surprise and did not understand if he was imagining things too much, since it seemed to him that Hansen looked at him differently. Suddenly, a shiver ran through his body when he felt the chief healer's gaze on him, watching from around the corner. He turned around. The chief healer did not even hide his irritation, so Ramon thought that if anyone was looking at him differently, it was Chief Healer Rance, because if before there was a smirk in his gaze, now there was a genuine desire to finish him off. Ramon sighed deeply, because before the ground would have gone out from under his feet from such a thing, but now he did not feel anything at all. He mentally asked Rance to wait and watch when the boy would become a better healer, because then he would be deliberately abusing his power in the Bellin clinic. Suddenly, Rance's voice was heard, muttering something about that skill with a threatening intonation, so much so that a wave of tremors ran through the boy's body. However, Ramon turned around with a smile and asked what was wrong. Even though he felt uneasy, Rance grinned ominously. He feigned calmness by asking Ramon to go to the Imperial Palace for the birthday festival as a visiting healer, which greatly frightened the boy. He trembled slightly and asked the head healer to repeat what he had said. He said with a malicious grin that he had asked the boy to go to the Imperial Palace for the festival, and then asked what was wrong with that, since it was something to be proud of. Ramon thought of the birthday festival. It was a banquet to celebrate the birthday of the founder of the empire, and it was a huge festival where all the nobles of the capital gathered. Since it was a huge event, the healers in the Imperial Palace would not be enough to meet everyone's needs, so each clinic sent representatives to the festival. Ramon thought that if someone was sent to the festival at the Imperial Palace, it meant that their abilities had been recognized at the highest level, and it was a great honor for a healer. Rance folded his arms, saying that Ramon was still an apprentice, and only the most promising apprentices could get such an opportunity. Ramon listened dejectedly to hear that since he had cured a patient who was bleeding, he had definitely earned the right to participate in the festival. Ramon cursed in his mind. He realized that Rance was not giving him the opportunity of a lifetime, but was expecting him not to be completely disgraced. It was because the Imperial Palace was like hell to the boy. The children there always called him names and made fun of him. Life there was hell, compared to the time in the Imperial Palace. Being in the Bellin clinic was heaven. He remembered how he was curled up on the floor, how he could be thrown down the stairs. His existence had stained his father's dignity. He remembered how his whole body was shaking, but he tried to get up. Then he looked up at the man who had approached. Riemann felt like a prince in the shadows when he looked at his crowned father, because that was what he was called. He tried to talk to his father then. However, the emperor only left silently. Riemann could do nothing but look at the backs of his father and his servants. The Houston Empire, a country of chivalry that did not recognize illegitimate children. The only mistake the emperor had made was precisely that crying child that Riemann was then. He still remembered that in that place he was dirt that should not have appeared to death. His hand trembled because he was considered vile dirt that stained his majesty's honor. Rance glared at his subordinate, knowing exactly where he was sending him. Ramon thought fearfully that the man really wanted to send him to the festival at the Imperial Palace. He decided to ask if Rance really needed to send him. The head healer pretended that nothing bad had happened, so he asked why not, or if Ramon didn't like something, then waved his hand and told the guy to do as he knew, because in the end, the apprentice's pay was entirely on him. Ramon lowered his head as he understood the hidden meaning contained in those words. He clenched his fist, thinking that he really wanted to punch Rance, so shouldn't he just go ahead and do it? system windows immediately appeared, informing the medical technician of an available task, which was that a huge number of people would be gathering for a banquet. And since it was unknown what could happen, Ramon's role as a healer was to complete the banquet without casualties. The next system window informed him that this medical technique was of surgical rank, high difficulty, and to fulfill the condition, he had to complete the banquet without dying, so the reward would be a bonus level up and 30 skill points, and the advantage would be someone's favor and a little fame. Riemann glanced at the window and wondered why the reward was so high, because it was 3 times higher than for treating the first patient. However, the only thing that bothered him was the high difficulty. He looked away thoughtfully, realizing that something serious might happen at the banquet. He turned his gaze to the chief healer. The chief healer had just lost his patience and asked if the boy would go, to which Riemann resolutely replied that he would. However, he asked to be allowed to take the official healer exam after the banquet. He thought about his calculations and how, despite their ridiculously unfair and vile treatment of him, he was staying at the Bellend Clinic for the opportunity to take the healer exam, and he could not return to the Emperor with nothing. Hans frowned and asked rudely, "What kind of exam are you talking about when the guy doesn't even have an F rank?" Riemann smiled and asked slyly, "Wasn't it Rance who said that he wouldn't send him to the Imperial banquet without sufficient qualifications?" The head healer realized that he was caught in his own words. Rance smirked and said that it was great, but only if Iman could handle it and return from the banquet. The guy mentally rejoiced. He seriously thought about the fact that he finally got permission to take the qualification exam, because he was going to leave this stupid clinic as soon as he received the qualification of a healer. A fire of self-confidence flared up in his eyes and he decided to swear to himself that this would be the last time he saw that damn mug. The Imperial Palace towered overhead, shining in the rays of the sun. Riemann looked at it in confusion, since it had been 5 years since his last visit to the Imperial Palace. Inside, he was shaking with fear and did not want to go back, although on the outside he looked calm. A cowardly thought suddenly occurred to him that since he had managed to cure the patient with blood vomiting, Rance would not be able to throw him out of the clinic even if he did not attend the banquet. He thought about how Rance would mock him, but compared to what he had experienced in the palace, it would be nothing. Ramon doubted that he would be able to do anything in an emergency with his F rank, and he was sure that there would be more than enough experienced healers on site. He took the first step onto the pavement, thinking that if there was a patient who did not respond to the healing, he could die. Ramon decisively turned back, thinking that he should not care. After all, everyone in the palace, young and old, treated him like trash. He stopped abruptly. Ramon turned his back again to the forest from which he had come. He sighed heavily. Ramon didn't understand why he had to run away. He hadn't done anything wrong. It wasn't his wish to be born as a bastard. The one to blame for everything was none other than his father, the Emperor, and Ramon was just an unfortunate victim. He remembered the family he had saved, and thought that if this had happened before, he wouldn't have even hesitated to run away, but now Ramon didn't want to give up on the patients who needed his help. He took another step towards the gate, as he decided that he wouldn't run away, but would go to the palace to see the patients. The system windows reported that Ramon had made the decision to face his fears for the patients, so Steelheart was responding to his desire to think about the patients. The next system window reported that the skill had been temporarily upgraded to rank A, so Steelheart now had a passive skill type, legendary rank. The skill had been upgraded from D to A, so with steel determination he could stand firmly on his feet. The upgrade would last until the end of the banquet. A heart immediately appeared in Ramon's chest area. He touched his chest and found that he had become surprisingly calm. Ramon smiled happily, understanding what it was like to have a rank skill, and he was no longer afraid at all. Ramon decided not to despair, because who knows, maybe he could save the life of a high-ranking nobleman and then he would be rewarded with dignity, and at this thought, coins seemed to dance in the boy's eyes. He opened the dialogue box, muttering that he needed to buy useful skills before entering, so he decided to check the skill shop. The system window informed Ramon that he could buy any skills with skill points, but due to the low level, there were some restrictions, and the skills available for purchase would be listed below. The next system window provided a list of side skills available for purchase, which included the basic magic of fire, water, wind, lightning, and earth. Another system window reported that magic was a tool with endless possibilities for humanity, so he needed to learn it as a tool to heal and treat patients, and after that, Ramon exclaimed in surprise that he could learn magic with skill points. His cheeks turned slightly pink in anticipation that if he was unlucky, he could become even stronger than ordinary magicians. After that, the boy decided to check the class skills. The system window reported a list of available class skills, including the method of becoming a friendly doctor, the method of making effective medical records, the method of dealing with annoying people. Ramon realized that due to the low level, there was nothing outstanding in it. Therefore, the boy decided to acquire the method of dealing with annoying people, since there were a lot of them among the nobles. The system windows reported that Ramon acquired the skill of dealing with annoying people and spent 30 skill points on it. This method was of the class skill type, normal rank and 0 skill, but Ramon can now easily deal with annoying people when he encounters them. Ramon clenched his fist and decided that it was time to begin the task. Among the nobles who raised their glass, a toast was made that they were raising the emperor's name to the skies, and then they wished health to the emperor of the knights. People said that there was no one greater than his majesty, and it was only thanks to him that the Houston Empire had advanced so far. He was their outstanding knight and commander in battle. He was also a politician who thought about the people. He was a monarch respected by the nobles, and no one dared to tarnish his glorious name, and that was why Ramon was treated so badly. The boy knew that if it were not for the illegitimate son, the emperor would not have had any flaws, so many did not understand why he was born at all. The nobles laughed as they discussed how it had been 5 years since the prince in the shadows had left the palace, and they thought it was good that he had left on his own. Some were even glad that they would no longer have to see that trash in the palace. One of the men listened to the rumors that Ramon's healing abilities had been completely useless, so he was still staying as an apprentice. The man's gaze fell on Ramon, who was standing in the crowd of healers. It seemed to him that the once downtrodden boy had grown into a handsome young man. The noble turned to his interlocutor, pointing at Ramon, and asked if he was the prince in the shadows, but the man was sure that it couldn't be, since he was sure that it was someone else, but the man insisted that his interlocutor look at the boy's face, since it was indeed him. Ramon walked past with an indifferent expression, internally rejoicing because the orang talent heart was actually effective, as he used to be depressed by just the looks. But now he didn't care. He sneaked a look at his grinning face in the mirror and thought that his good looks were especially prominent today, and he definitely needed to raise the level of this skill no matter what. Suddenly, he seemed to recognize someone in the crowd. His gaze landed on one of the guests. It turned out to be Princess Sophia. Her bug-like gaze hadn't changed at all, however. Ramon thought that compared to the other heirs, she could be compared to a frustrated teenager as the girl approached him. He remembered that Sophia had never mocked him directly, or rather, she had never had the strength to do so, because, like the first queen, the girl was in poor health and her complexion was still as pale, so the boy understood that she had not improved. Ramon heard when he heard how he was addressed as a rotten lemon. The boy recognized this voice, belonging to the fourth Prince Sadal, who greeted him with a 1 in his voice. Ramon's body trembled slightly. He remembered how Sadal, as a boy, mocked him, calling him low-grade trash who was not worthy of life, but still alive, so he was curious how much longer Ramon could last. He grabbed his once tormented hand, because the scars on his body still ached. Ramon could not move from the spot, feeling as if he was a mouse in front of a snake. Sadal came too close and asked why the boy didn't answer. He lifted Ramon's head by the chin and asked if he knew how to ignore the air. He called the boy low-grade trash again with a cruel smile. Ramon was too afraid to say a word. Ramon closed his eyes, trying to shake off the numbness. The system window reported the activation of the Steel Heart skill, after which the system added that Ramon had overcome his unfair fear, so he was now the owner of a steel will. The boy smiled peacefully. A sign appeared above Sadal's head indicating that he was identified as an annoying person, so the system warned Ramon that his level of annoyingness was determined to be very high, so the skill method of dealing with annoying people was activated. Ramon frowned and looked intently at the fourth prince. He bowed, greeting the great fourth prince of the Houston Empire, while Sadal thought discontentedly about why the boy was not afraid. He looked at his half-brother warily and thought about how he had been so afraid of him before that he couldn't even speak. Sadal placed his glass on a tray as a servant passed by, wanting to be rude. Riemann smiled broadly and asked the prince what brought him there. This reaction confused Sadal, but the boy continued to talk about how he had entered the healer's area, which meant that the prince was not feeling well. Sadal did not understand what was wrong with Riemann, but he assured him out loud that he was fine. Riemann exclaimed that this was a great relief for him, as if he really was beside himself with happiness. He waved towards the guests and told the prince that if he was okay, the main hall was that way, so he asked him to enjoy the banquet. Sadal's veins on her face swelled with pain. Riemann turned around and excitedly exclaimed that he had a patient who had fallen over from dizziness. He left the prince alone and, taking the healthy-looking count by the arms, led him somewhere, asking if everything was okay. Riemann smiled, saying that the count had come to the right place, since this was the place to come if you felt unwell during the banquet. Riemann feigned surprise and turned to Sadal and asked him if everything was okay, since he was still here. Sadal realized with displeasure that the guy was trying to throw him out. The prince cleared his throat and said that he had come here because he felt unwell, and Riemann immediately asked worriedly what had happened. Sadal smiled contentedly and said that he had been feeling tired lately and had no strength at all. Riemann approached the prince and asked about other symptoms, which were not there. Sadal was inwardly jubilant, since he knew that healers considered such vague symptoms the most difficult to work with, so he wanted to see how his brother would cope with this. He watched with fury as Riemann examined his hand, thinking that if the boy did not give a clear answer, he would use this excuse to destroy him. Finally, Riemann exhaled. He He smiled and replied that it was alcohol poisoning. Sadal exclaimed indignantly. Riemann folded his hands in front of him and asked if His Imperial Highness still drank every day, but the man remained silent. The prince listened as Riemann lectured about how too much alcohol was bad for the body's functioning. Sadal tensed when the boy said that this must be the reason for his fatigue, because he should give up drinking. Riemann bowed and asked the prince to take care of his precious body. Sadal was angry, not understanding why the boy continued to talk about the matter since he had no answer to this. Riemann asked if there was anything else bothering the prince, and when he answered in the negative, he asked him to enjoy the banquet in that case. Finally, Riemann asked Sadal to avoid drinking alcohol. Riemann, maintaining a polite smile, turned away from the prince, and the prince was angry, mentally cursing at the guy for not being afraid to talk to him, because he was not like that before. The system window reported that Riemann got rid of an annoying person, so he received 5 skill points, so the system recommended that he focus on caring for patients instead of being attracted to rude customers in the future. The guy smiled with relief and thought about how he was able to deal with the prince so calmly. He happily remembered how he switched to the count in time and thought that buying this skill was the right decision, and he was not afraid of Sadal. Riemann looked sideways at the 4th prince and thought that in fact he was stupid and not very eloquent, so there was nothing to be afraid of. He smiled and carefully showed the 4th prince an obscene gesture, mentally cursing and calling him names. Suddenly, a question was asked about what he was doing, and the boy started, embarrassed by his behavior. He looked around, trying to figure out who had called him. The beautiful Princess Sophia was staring at Riemann. The boy bowed, greeting Her Highness the Princess. The girl noticed that her brother had changed a lot. She covered her mouth with her hand and quietly explained that before, he looked just like an ugly rat. Riemann remembered how scared he looked at Sophia entering the room. He smiled, nervously wondering if it was such an insult or not, if it was said in the past tense, and out loud he said that she was still the same. Sophia immediately asked about her bad character, to which Riemann replied that he meant her beauty, but in his mind he thought that she was catching on quickly. The princess said annoyed that it didn't matter because she had come there to rest because she wasn't feeling well, but she decided that it was best for her to leave. Riemann immediately asked what was bothering her. Sophia, who was about to leave, looked back and said that nothing had happened because she had no time to rest because she had to give a speech soon. Riemann excitedly explained that the girl did not look very well and perhaps she should rest a little before leaving. But Sophia asked him to mind his own business since he was not even a healer properly, so what could he know? Riemann could only watch his sister's back as she left. He thought with annoyance that the girl was still as rude as ever, but it could be tolerated since she treated everyone like that. Sophia approached the stairs. She climbed up to the podium, and the nobles immediately raised their glasses to Her Highness. The girl with a welcoming smile began her speech by expressing her deep gratitude to everyone who had attended the birthday party. She looked at the guests and said that she was here to give a congratulatory speech on this momentous day. Suddenly, Sophia fell silent and sighed heavily, but the smile did not leave her face. Riemann looked at her closely, realizing that something was wrong. The princess's forehead turned red, but she continued to say that first of all, it was necessary to pray for the eternal glory of the Houston Empire. The girl squeezed her hand, because at that moment her body was pierced by pain. She exhaled sharply and she twisted in pain. The nobles immediately gasped in unison, worried about the princess. Sophia's body swayed and she fell to the floor. The princess was lying on the floor. The nobles immediately ran to her, asking her to wake up. One of the men called for a healer. Someone picked up the girl in his arms, not wanting to leave her on the floor. Riemann watched this scene with some numbness. He looked at Sophia unconscious at that moment, realized that she was the main target of the task. The man looked back at the crowd and called for the healer again. However, no one dared to take responsibility and approach. Finally, a healer ran up to the princess and green streams of magic burst from his hands. However, despite the magic enveloping the girl's body, there was no improvement. Riemann thought with annoyance that even a rank healer could not do anything. He did not understand what to do, since things could have been different if she had been an ordinary patient and not a princess. Riemann thought that if he intervened and failed, he would be terribly punished. The boy's thoughts were racing, since he did not know whether he should act as if he did not know anything, since it was not like they were on good terms. He lowered his head and thought sadly that if he did nothing, then no one would blame the apprentice for what happened. Besides, he had just received a new ability and was starting to dream. Riemann sighed heavily, thinking that he did not need to subject his life to an unfair punishment. He remembered the girl's words about how he had changed, since he used to be just like an ugly rat. All his thoughts were focused on Sophia, and he couldn't stop them. Finally, Riemann decided that he hadn't heard a proper apology from her yet, so he couldn't let her die like this. He seriously thought that even if he had to die, he would make the princess apologize for all the bad things she had done. Riemann stepped forward and firmly declared that he would cure the princess, and the nobles immediately turned to look at him. One of the healers angrily exclaimed, "How dare a mere apprentice say such a thing?" So he demanded that he get out of sight and not interfere. Ramon pushed the hands away from himself and, after apologizing, said that they didn't have time, so he asked everyone to retreat. The system window immediately reported that Ramon had decided to take care of the critical patient despite the difficult situation, so the effect of the steel heart increased. The steel heart appeared in his chest area for a moment again as the boy resolutely pushed his way through the hands that wanted to hold him back. Finally, he was able to reach the princess. He fell to his knees next to her and began to examine her, while the others asked what he was doing. Riemann only asked her to trust him, because otherwise the princess would die. He raised the girl's hand, realizing that there was no pulse because it was a sudden cardiac arrest, and in such a situation, healing would not help. He folded his hands on the girl's chest because he had to make her heart beat. He squeezed her ribcage with force, trying to restart the heart. The courtiers immediately began to be indignant about what he was doing with the body of the precious princess. However, Riemann did not think to stop, only asking them to wait because he was doing this to save her. He heard behind him the order to immediately remove this madman and the subsequent stamping of feet. However, the guards heard the request to wait a minute. His Majesty appeared. Although she tried to reason with him, the emperor just watched his son in silence. He looked at the back of the boy who was trying his best to save his sister. The emperor, frowning, said that he would only ask one question about whether the doctors were able to save the princess with healing. The people hesitated. The nobles turned away in confusion when the emperor said that in that case, they had no other choice, so they would have to wait. Riemann was collected. He was nervous, not understanding why the pulse was not returning. He looked at the pale girl, realizing that at this rate, she would soon die. The nobles were still indignantly asking what he was doing and why he was hitting the princess. However, despite the whispers, Riemann continued to massage the heart. Sweat poured down his face from the effort. He knew that at this rate, he himself would be in danger. He closed his eyes and told himself to calm down, because he needed to think of a way to deal with this. Riemann realized that if the heart massage did not work, then there was another way. Suddenly, a thought came to his mind. He remembered the electric shock he saw in the operating room and wondered where he could get a defibrillator since they were on the Pentagon continent, so he wondered what could replace it here. Suddenly, he remembered something. Ramon immediately called up the system window, which opened on the player's status. He swiped the icon and clicked on the purchase of side skills. The system window immediately showed a list of basic elemental magic that he looked at before the festival. Ramon decided to buy lightning, and the system window reported that lightning magic has a side magic type, a basic magic rank, and a D level. After purchasing it, he will be able to use lightning magic, and the higher his skill, the stronger lightning magic he can use. Ramon focused on healing. He placed one hand below his right collarbone and placed the other under his left armpit. The guy caused a discharge, and the princess's body was immediately enveloped in lightning. The guard jumped up to him and pushed the guy away. The man pulled out his sword, asking what Riemann had just done. The blade rested against the boy's neck as the guard asked how he dared to attack the princess with lightning in her critical condition. The man claimed that it was an attack on the imperial family. However, Riemann immediately tried to justify himself, saying that it was not so because he did not try to harm the girl. His hands were shaking, but Riemann swore that he did it to save her. The emperor ordered to examine the princess. The doctors then approached her. One of the doctors began to feel the pulse on her wrist. Suddenly, the doctor reported that the princess's heart began to beat again. People began to ask each other how this happened and how he did it without healing, because it was incredible. Riemann sighed in relief when the guard finally removed the sword from his neck. The boy sighed in relief. The emperor loomed over him, thoughtfully looking at his son. Riemann perked up when the emperor asked about what the boy had just done. Riemann stood up and bowed, then explained that after carefully examining the princess's condition, he found it impossible to cure her with healing and tried other methods. The emperor silently crossed his arms over his chest, waiting for a more detailed answer. Riemann tensed, as he did not understand why the emperor was looking at him like that, since there was no strange misunderstanding between them. The emperor walked past the boy without another word, then announced the end of the banquet to the guests. As they parted, the man turned around and said that he wanted Riemann not to leave until he called him again. The boy looked back and stared at his father in surprise, thinking that his father was going to call him to him. As he watched his father leave, the boy wondered what the man wanted to tell him since they met after 5 years. He looked at his father's broad back. The first time Ramon met his father was after his mother died of illness, when he was dying of hunger in the slums, all alone. Then he was just a frightened little boy. He remembered the moment when the room was illuminated by light and an unfamiliar stern man entered it. Then Ramon was frightened by that piercing gaze and tried to crawl away. However, his weakened arms could not withstand it, and he collapsed on the floor. His legs also gave out from weakness, and the boy could no longer move. The second man who entered the room after ran up to Riemann's mother and realized that she had been dead for some time. The boy was then barely able to ask who the men were. However, no one paid attention to him because one of the nobles was feeling his mother's pulse. The then young emperor clenched his fists and said in displeasure that unless this child received the highest level of healing, he would not survive. He picked Riemann up in his arms. Riemann saw his father's castle for the first time under the light of the full moon. Then the emperor personally brought his son to the castle, to the surprised size of the nobles and servants. Riemann was given luxurious quarters. Healers applied to the boy's arms when the man asked to save him. After that, the emperor simply left. This was the first and last time Riemann heard the emperor speak with warmth. After he survived, he could not exchange a few words with his father before leaving the palace. He remembered how much this saddened him. It was all because he was an illegitimate child who should not have existed. Riemann always thought, while being tortured horribly within the palace walls, that he should have left the boy to die that day. Then he would not have suffered so much. Riemann was distracted from his memories, clutching his sore hand. His excitement reached its limit. Suddenly, the system window informed him that he had completed the quest Banquet Protector, received the rewards, leveled up, and received 30 skill points. Riemann stared at the dialogue box with interest. He put his fingers to his lips, trying to hide his surprise because he had completely forgotten about the title rewards. The system window informed him that he had received the achievement The One Who Saved the Nobleman, so he received a bonus level up. Then the dialogue box informed him that he had received an additional 30 skill points, and now his reputation had increased. Riemann smiled contentedly because he had reached level 4 and received 60 skill points, and it was worth it. The boy sighed in relief because he decided that he didn't care what the emperor said because he saved Sophia. Riemann perked up because he wanted to try to get a better reward for saving the princess, so he would squeeze every penny out of the emperor. After a while, Riemann walked down the carpet to the emperor's throne. He bowed to his father, introducing himself as his servant. The emperor frowned and reminded him that the boy said that he used a method other than healing. Riemann looked up at the man and explained that it was a mysterious technique known as the medical technique. He explained that it was an ancient secret that he had obtained from the ancient ruins, thinking that this was how he had come to lie about the ancient healing method. There were quite a few ancient ruins on the continent, so there were many accounts of people who had visited the ancient ruins and gained mysterious abilities. Regarding the ancients of Riaipentain, there were even more advanced techniques than those in the modern world that had not yet been discovered, and it would not sound strange even if he said that there were other methods of treatment besides healing. The emperor's advisor thoughtfully said that indeed, there was knowledge lost to time hidden in the ancient ruins. Then he turned to Riemann and asked him about what he called his ability medical techniques. The emperor calmly said that no matter what they were called, it was obvious that it was thanks to this that Princess Sophia recovered. He extended his hand towards Riemann and declared that he recognized his actions and would reward him for them. Riemann thought of the reward with delight. The emperor asked what the boy wanted, because if he wanted treasure, he would grant him wealth so that he would not have to worry about money for the rest of his days. Riemann mentally rolled his eyes because the emperor clearly did not understand that such a reward would not satisfy him. He thought of stacks of coins since he believed that he could earn more than enough by becoming a successful healer. Riemann thought hard about receiving the reward that only the emperor could give. He muttered thoughtfully about being a healer. He raised his eyes to the ceiling pathetically, declaring that because of that, the only thing that mattered to him was looking after his patients. The nobles heard that he had no need for riches. The emperor's advisor looked at Riemann with interest, as he had never thought that in front of such an opportunity, he would still think about patience. The nobles looked at him with admiration, whispering that he was the true healer of this era. One of the men thought in surprise that an illegitimate child had such pure and noble thoughts. Riemann, despite his outward meekness, thought with a grin that this was, of course, complete nonsense, since money was the most important thing, but he had to throw this bait in order to get what he really wanted. Riemann paused and said that he still had one wish, as he wanted to work hard all his life to save lives. Finally, the boy expressed his hope that the emperor could guarantee that he would be able to fulfill his duty to patients. The emperor frowned and clarified that Riemann wanted the monarch to guarantee that the boy could heal with medical technology. Riemann bowed and asked for his healing methods to be recognized as official. The existing healers could oppose him, so if he continued to use medical technology, the worst-case scenario would be that he would be accused of witchcraft and the healer tower would ban him. He looked focused, because if he wanted to continue doing his job without the healer tower interfering, he needed the emperor's recognition, which he wanted right now. The emperor closed his eyes and after some thought, said that he could not deny the healing method the boy used to save the princess, so in the name of one of the Houstons, he recognized medical technology as an official healing method. Riemann was jubilant as he had succeeded. However, he felt that this was not enough because he had one more thing he wanted. Riemann looked at the emperor with a smile and said that he had one more request. Raising his eyebrows, Riemann reminds him that he does not want riches. The bearded man frowned slightly, Confused by the youth's words about the honor of being a healer, Ramon closes his eyes, sighing. He places his hand on his chest, stating that he would like to receive the medal of the discoverer. At this, the man's mouth opens in surprise. The people behind him immediately begin to discuss this. Phrases of confusion sound, since the youth chose this over riches. Ramon pays no attention to them, while the others continue to whisper. The brunette tenses up, and words of admiration sound. It turns out that the hero's fame has increased. Ramon smiles, giggling contentedly in his thoughts. It becomes known that in reality, he has other emotions and feelings. A young man is depicted on a throne, and it is said that he wants to receive a knighthood to become a nobleman. In his mind, Raymond is already happy with this status. The man seriously asks if this will be enough. The young man obediently stands in front of him. A positive answer sounds. He bows, declaring that he only did what he had to. The surrounding people admire when it is said that a medal is enough for him. Notification of a repeated increase in glory comes. Raymond continues to hold his hand on his chest and smile slightly. The man lowers his gaze, agreeing to the young man's condition. Raymond bows, thanking him. A group of people walk down the street. The blonde looks happy. A man watches him from the window. His subordinate smiles, noticing that the hero has changed. His gaze is quite intent. It turns out that at first the young man seemed to him a pitiful child on the threshold of death. Their first meeting is depicted. The brown-haired man looks worriedly at the boy's hand, claiming that without the highest level of healing, he will die. The blonde man clenches his fists in worry. Suddenly, he picks up Raymond. His subordinate only throws up his hands, asking what he is going to do. He sighs nervously, worried that everyone will find out about the existence of the leader's illegitimate son. The man only frowns at this, not intending to leave the boy to die. A woman lies down with her face covered, and it turns out that she left as soon as she found out who the man was. It turns out that she did not have any contact with the imperial palace until her death. The subordinate worriedly reports that instead of denigrating the emperor's honor, the girl decided that it would be better for the child to die of hunger. The blonde man turns to look at him. Galman looks after him in surprise when it is said that he has made a decision. The boy looks at the crowd, and the thought is voiced that the emperor should not protect him personally. He stands with his head down, and it becomes known that the man made the right decision, since people did not stop doubting him, because there was a more convenient object for accusations. Galman tenses, realizing that if Raymond had been the illegitimate son of someone less significant, he would not have gone through such painful events. The phrase that Raymond has learned the mysterious technique of medical technology is heard. The emperor turns around when his subordinate suggests that the effect of the technique is comparable to healing the average class. He silently frowns, listening to the claims of his son's great achievements. The man then walks away. At this, Galman only sighs, watching him go. The interior of a room with a large painting is depicted. Raymond smiles contentedly while the surrounding people are tense. He happily approaches one of the boys who heard about him receiving a medal. His former bullies are now cautious in his presence. Rance also looks tense, not daring to insult Raymond anymore. Looking down at him, the boy asks if there is another reason why he cannot pass the exam to become a healer. The boy lowers his gaze and answers in the negative. He begins to tremble with anger when Raymond willingly pretends not to have heard him. Gritting his teeth, Rance calls him formally. Looking up at his enemy, he repeated angrily. Smiling contentedly, Raymond notices that his words do not correspond to imperial etiquette. He chuckles inwardly at the boy's apology. The next time, Rance bows and greets him formally. The boy is pleased when this happens again. His former offender shakes with anger, once again addressing him honorably. Raymond looks proud of his new title. He imagines himself beating Rance with a whip and asks if he can make an example of him for all offenders. When he realizes that he has no real power, Raymond sighs sadly. A smile immediately blooms on his face when he realizes that he may face unpleasant consequences for his actions. Suddenly, he approaches the healer, asking if he can look at the patient. The boy places his hand on his chest, confident that he can handle it. It turns out that he decides to use the title to heal as many patients as possible. He helps different people and each time increases his level. Suddenly, a phrase is heard about him receiving a medal instead of money. The gossips stand behind the young man, noticing that he is devoting himself to work even more than before. Hansen watches them silently. He turns to Raymond. Many notifications come in about the consequences of the hero's medical work. Here his characteristics are shown. Looking at them, Raymond is glad that the indicators have increased. He turns around worriedly when an emergency patient is reported. The young man watches awkwardly from the side. It is noticeable how worried he is, but he analyzes the situation. One of the healers covers the patient's wound with his hands, and the thought is voiced that Rance will be busy for at least a few days. The guy looks at the patient, crossing his arms. Raymond is taken aback, not understanding why Rance is inactive. The man walks, bleeding. He breathes heavily and holds his wound with his hand. His gaze is clouded, and a question is heard about where the information leaked from. August County is depicted a few days earlier. The man in the suit smiles as he notices the prince's accomplishment, earning him a medal. His companion pauses, deciding that Raymond does not deserve the title of prince. The 3 princes of the Houston Empire are shown, remembering their existence. 2 candidates are shown, revealing that their family is backing Limerton, but that Chiron is likely to win. The man touches the envelope, telling Clearin to pass this information on to the 3rd prince. The subordinate smiles slightly, accepting the assignment. Suddenly, the moment of the attack is shown, suggesting that the 2nd prince is involved. The man looks at his wound in horror, realizing that he barely escaped but has lost too much blood. He can barely walk, but luckily the Belland Clinic is nearby. The man approaches the doors, rejoicing. Everyone is shocked when he arrives. The patient reaches out to the people, asking for help. He kneels as they fuss around him. Everything is swimming before his eyes, and he decides that he is not destined to die here. Rance simply looks at him, arms crossed. Raising an eyebrow, he asks what the beggar is doing here. While the others heal the patient, the boy becomes indignant. He turns away, declaring that they would only waste their strength, so they should send the patient to a clinic for the poor. The man suddenly jumps up, interrupting him. At this point, he begins to cough up blood. The patient breathes heavily, saying that he is a member of the August family. Suddenly, he feels sick again. Rance covers his hands, asking in displeasure how the beggar dared to set foot on the threshold of the Belland Clinic. Raymond interrupts the boy, worried, because he knows that the patient will not be helped at another clinic. Rance thinks about it when he is dissuaded from sending the man to the clinic for the poor. Grinning, he suggests the boy to take care of the patient. Raymond only looks at him in surprise. Whispers begin behind their backs. Rance looks at the hero searchingly, while the others judge him. Raymond looks away nervously, realizing that his rank is too low. He tenses up, agreeing with the gossip. Rance looks at the young man who has moved away with satisfaction. Squinting, he orders Raymond to send the patient to another clinic himself. The young man stands silently, clenching his fists, and listens to the offender's taunts. Suddenly, he begins to get angry, reproaching the healer for not helping the patient. Rance only raises an eyebrow, declaring that they do not do charity for the poor. Suddenly, Raymond clenches his teeth in anger. A picture of himself sitting on the throne appears in his mind, and he begins to ponder his desires. He drills his gaze into the floor, deciding that now is the time to retreat. The next moment, the young man puts his hand on his chest, claiming that he will take care of the patient. Notifications come that he is receiving a strong will and determination. Raymond has a determined look. Rance smiles, agreeing with him. Looking at the young man, he declares that this way everyone will be able to uncover his lie. Everyone except Raymond walks away. He looks nervously at the patient. While the man breathes heavily, the young man wonders if he will be able to cure him. Suddenly, Raymond looks at the person offering help. It turns out that it is an awkwardly smiling Hansen, expressing the idea that it will be easier for them to cope together. He looks away embarrassedly, and the young man willingly agrees to his offer. Raymond takes his hands, thanking him. Hansen, after the first request, happily runs to fulfill it. The young people are preparing for the operation, and the patient is already lying on the table. Examining the man, Raymond realizes that they do not have the appropriate equipment for a blood transfusion. He takes a scalpel, deciding to first replenish the fluid in the body. The young man is already starting the operation, activating the nimble hands of the surgeon. Then a notification comes about an increase in his sensitivity. The hero is extremely focused. He closes his eyes, sighing heavily. Then Raymond brings the scalpel to the patient's body. He smiles slightly, noticing that this time it is easier for him to cut the stomach. Hansen, on the other hand, squints in fear. He tensely turns his gaze to the patient. The next second, blood is already gushing out of the body. There is a lot of it. Raymond pauses when the guy asks if it is normal for a man to bleed. Then he tenses up, realizing that he cannot understand where the blood is coming from. The young man lowers his head, examining the bleeding place, while Hansen continues to call him worriedly. Surprised, Hansen watched his friend perform the operation. Looking up, the student called out to him. Pityingly knitting his brows, the young man asked how he could help. Squinting, the protagonist remembered that he had an assistant. Smiling, Raymond asked his comrade to blot the blood on the clothes they had recently disinfected. The healer applied the rag to the patient's body. Without looking up from the operation, the boy thought that he could see everything now. Squinting, the guy imagined the internal organs and thought that the knife had passed through the mesentery and damaged the veins. Imagining how stitches are applied, the blonde realized that it was possible to stop the bleeding if you tie off the vein, but unfortunately, too many vessels were damaged. Remembering the special device in his hands, the surgeon remembered that in such situations it was necessary to cauterize all the vessels at once. But this was impossible without a coagulator. Noticing that his friend was thinking, Hansen looked up and called out to her. Frowning, the player thought that he had magic. Opening the store in front of him, the protagonist decided to buy the skill of basic fire magic. A notification about the purchase made appeared, which cost 80 skill points. Summoning a small cloud of fire in his hand, Ramon wondered if he would be able to properly control the power of the flame so as not to burn all the internal organs. Looking at the blue windows, the boy read that due to his increased intelligence, his ability to control magic increases, and was surprised that the characteristics affect not only medical techniques. Smiling, the boy was glad that he raised his characteristics. Leaning over the patient, the blonde decided to use fire as gently as possible. A fire appeared in his hand. Seeing it, the student opened his mouth in surprise. Shocked, his eyes widened. He could not believe that his friend knew how to use magic. Looking down, the surgeon noticed that the bleeding had not stopped completely, but had significantly decreased. Now he had the opportunity to tie up large veins and finally stop it. There were knives on the table. The player asked the assistant to pass him a thread. The protagonist pinched the thread. The young man raised his eyebrows in amazement. Ramon tightened the last stitch. Joyfully closing his eyes, the boy said that the bleeding had stopped. Frowning, Hansen asked if his friend had just used magic. Looking back, the guy realized that he had forgotten to tell him about it, and explained that it was his little hobby. Narrowing his eyes in displeasure, the student asked if his friend really studied magic as a hobby. Throwing up his hands, the blonde explained that he had studied ancient ruins and had acquired magical powers. The young man asked where these ruins were. Smiling sheepishly, the surgeon explained that they had collapsed immediately after he had left, so no one else could go there. Frowning in displeasure, Hansen assumed that his comrade was talking nonsense because he did not want to tell the truth. Looking down, the student thought that he would not want to share such powers either and reminded him that they needed to finish the treatment. Looking at him, the player realized that all that was left was to clean the wounds and restore the mesentery. Fortunately, the knife had not gone in too deep. Looking at his concentrated comrade, the young man was surprised that someone with absolutely no potential or talent had received the Emperor's recognition and had strange powers. Looking at the patient, Hansen decided that no matter what his methods were, these medical technologies could help those who could not be saved by healing. While helping his friend complete the operation, the student wondered what the basis of these ancient healing techniques were and whether he would have the opportunity to learn them. Tightening the string, the young man assumed that his friend would not tell him about it, just as he had not told him about the ancient ruins. Frowning, the protagonist realized that the operation was complete. Many notifications about completing tasks and receiving additional experience points appeared above his head. Seeing them, Ramon removed his bandage. Looking at him, Hansen asked if it was really over. Turning to him, the boy smiled. Taking his hands, the boy thanked him for his help. Closing his eyes, he said that thanks to him, they saved another patient. Hearing the words of gratitude, the student's eyes widened in surprise. Smiling, the young man thought that his friend was quite peculiar. The patient lying on the bed woke up. Turning his head, he asked if this was the White Clinic. The blonde man smiled broadly and explained that this was the Bellin Clinic and that his wound was too serious so they had to take care of it on the spot. Looking at him, the man remembered that the healer wanted to send him to the White Clinic. A nobleman in a formal suit burst into the room. Running up to the patient, he was glad that his son was alive. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, Hansen recognized the nobleman. Looking at the patient, the apprentice was surprised that this was his son. Squinting, Clearin recognized his father. Taking his hand, the count explained that the Bellin Clinic had very high prices for treatment, but their skills guaranteed a recovery. Looking at his son, the man asked who saved him, Director Bucks or Chief Healer Rance, and promised to repay him in full. Taking a step forward, the young man said that someone else saved this man. The healer pointed with his hands at his friend. Turning his head, Clearin realized that it was the same prince in the shadows who saved the princess in the palace. Smiling widely, Hansen explained that the head healer refused to treat him and wanted to send the patient to the White Clinic, but his comrade took all the risks and saved him. The nobleman, his mouth hanging open, asked why Rance refused to treat him. The apprentice explained that the head healer mistook him for a beggar because of his clothes and thought that he would not be able to pay for the treatment. August escaped in shock. The healer sitting in the office looked up and asked what was wrong. Smiling, the boy asked if the count himself had come to see them. Pushing his comrade aside, the young man was surprised that such a person had visited the clinic and said that he had to treat him. Clenching his fist, the head healer assumed that the nobleman had come to them on the recommendation of one of their patients, but they had not had to treat nobles recently. The room was quite dark. Squinting, Rance apologized for the wait. The villain closed his eyes and introduced himself. The disgruntled heroes stood before him. The man narrowed his eyes menacingly and asked if this was the same healer who had left his son to die. The young man gaped in amazement and asked what that meant. He held his hand out in front of him and asked what kind of absurdity that was. Augustus and his son looked at him with disapproval. Seeing Clearin's angry gaze, the chief healer remembered him. Rance smiled broadly and said that there had been a misunderstanding and explained that no one had left him to die. The young man approached the main hero and told him that he had entrusted him with the treatment. Jumping out of bed, the patient said that he had seen everything with his own eyes and that everything had been different. Frowning, the man said that the healer had made it clear that treating the poor was a waste of energy and was furious that a beggar had been allowed into the clinic. The nobleman frowned menacingly and was outraged that the clinic employee had decided to brazenly deceive him and almost kill his son. The doctor opened his mouth in fear. Falling to his knees, the chief healer asked for forgiveness for his terrible mistake. Looking down at him, Augustus asked if he would not have considered his actions a mistake if his son's origins had never been revealed. Squinting, the count declared that it was disgusting that someone who called himself a healer played with people's lives and chose who was worthy of treatment and who was not. Looking at his subordinate, the nobleman asked to take this man away from here and promised to bring him to justice and make him pay for what he had done. Frowning in fear, Rance asked him to have mercy. The man placed his hand on his neck. The aristocrat asked if he had shown the same feelings to the poor man, since he expected such an attitude towards himself. August raised his hand, stripping him of his position as the chief healer and banishing him from the entire alliance of the empire. The scoundrel raised his eyebrows in confusion and turned pale. The butler led him out of the room. The door slammed shut. Smiling, the protagonist thought that he did not feel sorry for Rance at all because he deserved even worse. The count looked at him and apologized for the late introduction. The sun's rays illuminated the room. Bowing, the nobleman thanked the healer. Riemann's eyes widened in surprise. Raising his hands in front of him, the boy was glad to have received gratitude from the aristocrat and explained that he was only doing his duty. Without raising his head, the man said that thanks to him, his heir remained alive and asked how he could repay him for this. Smiling, the boy realized that it was time for a reward. The blonde imagined himself rolling in money. Closing his eyes and holding out his hand, Augustus remembered that the not unscrupulous healer had said in the palace that he did not need gold or treasure. The count crossed his arms over his chest and wondered what could satisfy him, and with his mouth open, the surgeon thought that it was just a game and that there was nothing better than money. Holding out his hand, the nobleman offered him the status of a friend of their family. The player frowned in confusion and asked what that meant. Placing his hand on his shoulder, the nobleman explained that he had a medal of discovery, but that did not give him the right to vote. Frowning, the man added that the status would allow him to receive support from their family. The protagonist smiled. Imagining mountains of gold and an army of soldiers, Ramon realized that thanks to this status, others would no longer be able to speak rashly about him, especially those who did not want to cross the count. Closing his eyes, the boy thanked him for his generosity. Taking his hands, August thanked him again for saving his son and asked him not to be shy if he needed anything else. Smiling broadly, the boy reminded him that the bills for the treatment still needed to be paid. Raising his eyebrows, the blonde explained that he did not need riches, but such were the rules of the clinic, so the treatment had to be paid. The count took the bill in his hands. Turning away and thanking him, the surgeon was glad that the patient was not a beggar after all. The nobleman sat down next to his son's bed. Looking at him, Clearin asked why his father thanked the healer so much. The aristocrat asked if it was too much of a reward. Raising his hand, the man explained that if he died, the second prince would start intrigues, because of which the third prince and their family would have a hard time. Turning away, August confirmed this and said that for this very reason no reward could be considered a waste. The count raised his hand and asked what would happen next. His son guessed that things would become even more chaotic with the fight for the throne, as none of the princes would back down. Sadel, Limerton, and Charon were looking at the crown. The protagonist turned away. He would hardly survive this storm. Clearin closed his eyes and thought that normally Raymond would not even be considered as one of the successors to the throne, but recently everything had changed. Frowning, the nobleman stated that talent would always find its way. The boy placed his hand to his chest. If he did not have such talent, he would not be a threat. But recently the boy had shown a side of himself that could not be ignored. The blonde looked away. His brothers were looming over him, fighting for power. He had the blood of the current ruler, so the fight would be fiercer. The men pointed their swords at the surgeon. The higher he managed to climb, the more they would want to throw him into the abyss, so he would fall into a storm, which would be harder and harder to survive with each turn. Squinting, the nobleman said that he wanted to see the player blossom as a healer. Looking out the window, the nobleman hoped that their family could be a shield for him. Sunlight fell on the luxurious room. When the subordinate leaned towards his ear, Chiron heard that his brother saved Clearin. Falling to his knees, the servant explained that the count's son was mortally wounded, and the Bellin clinic is known for not caring for penniless people, so they did not think the man would survive. Frowning in fear, the subordinate said that he thought Raymond had no talent for healing at all, but he managed to save even Sophia. Sitting at the table, the prince declared that they would have to cancel their plan. Leaning on his hand, the blonde said that his brother had ruined everything for him, although he had once thought he was very nice. The guy looked down. He looked away. The young man went to the window. Putting his hand to the window frame, Chiron decided to keep a close eye on his brother. Smiling, the prince realized that his brother was trying to change. The protagonist was sitting on the floor, bandaging a patient. Raymond clenched his fist. Smiling happily, the boy said that this day had finally come. It was as if angels were circling above him. The day had come for which he had worked for the past 5 years and remained in this ridiculous and disgusting Bellin clinic. Victoriously raising his hands, the guy thought that today would be the qualifying exam for a healer. With tears in his eyes, the blonde realized that he would be able to say goodbye to the position of an apprentice and become a real healer. Standing in the room, the guys discussed the fact that the head healer Rance was kicked out because of their comrade. The girl raised her eyebrows and said that he had cured Count Augustus's successor. Her friend remembered that he had also managed to help the princess. The boy shuddered. Raising his eyebrows, the boy remembered that he had been lucky 3 times already. Looking down, the blonde thought that his medical technologies worked, although they were different from healing. The students gritted their teeth in displeasure. Attacking her friend, the girl said that this could not be, and called it pseudoscience. The healer shouted that cutting living flesh, and therefore stitching it, was barbarity. Putting his hands in front of him, the boy reminded that His Majesty the Emperor had recognized these healing techniques. Closing his eyes, the healer suggested that the ruler had simply given his son a break. His friend agreed that there was probably some kinship involved. Putting her hands on her belt, the girl said that Raymond wanted to get a license. The boy decided that he would show everyone that his methods were actually worthless. Hansen looked around and overheard their conversation. The students' eyebrows furrowed in fear. A bright light illuminated the corridor. The boys gathered in a hall with benches. Smiling, the protagonist thought that he had been waiting for the moment to receive permission for 5 years. People were discussing him and pointing at him. Putting her hand on the back of the bench, the girl asked how a person who did not even have an F rank could get here. Her friend said that he had recently received a special privilege because he saved the princess. They laughed at the fact that he would not succeed. Raymond looked down in disappointment and thought about what would happen if he failed the exam. His hands began to shake. Squinting, the boy wondered if he would have the opportunity to get another chance and decided that other people would consider him useless. Smiling, the young man asked what his friend wanted to do after he passed the exam. The boy looked at him in surprise. Hansen reminded him that he had been an apprentice for 5 years and probably wanted to do something when he was appointed a full-fledged healer. Looking away, the blonde remembered how he had to wash the floor. Then, frowning, the surgeon dreamed of eating meat. Smiling, the player thought that he could not say this. In the past, the protagonist entered the room. There were hospital beds around, on which patients lay. The apprentice helped the old woman to go forward. Ramon pursed his lips. Looking down, he said that he just wanted to treat patients. Putting his hand to his chest, the boy said that he would treat people with self-confidence. Closing his eyes, the boy remembered how the girl hugged him, and her healed father smiled. Putting his hand on his heart, the blonde imagined how a happy family saw him off with their eyes. An image of a heart appeared. The system reported that the user received a strong will and steely determination. The surgeon shuddered. Squinting, the player realized that his anxiety was slowly fading. Looking at his hand, the protagonist realized that the steel heart reacted to such situations and was activated at every thought of the patient, even if it did not directly concern treatment. Clenching his fist, Hansen hoped that his friend would pass the exams successfully. Closing his eyes, Ramon expressed his confidence in this. One of the students noticed how they were talking. The healer's eyes widened, surprised that the apprentice was not worried, and assumed that he was confident in his medical technology. Entering the room, the woman invited participant number 39. The boy rose from the bench. The guy found himself in a room where the examination committee was located. Raising his eyebrows, the old man clarified that his healing power was below rank F. Spreading his arms, the aristocrat asked him to demonstrate his power. The members of the committee took the papers in their hands. Straightening his fingers, the blonde used magic. The best healers of the empire watched him. The surgeon lowered his gaze. The waves of energy dissipated in front of him. The player looked at the judges. The woman closed her eyes and laughed, asking if this could be called healing power. The old man said that he felt awkward even watching it. The nobleman frowned and said that this level was not even worth the time and asked why the apprentice had decided to apply in the first place. The protagonist spread his arms and tried to object, but was asked to leave the room. Riemann narrowed his eyes and asked for another chance. The man frowned in displeasure. The nobleman gave him a disdainful look and asked the apprentice not to waste their time and leave. Looking at them, the boy thought that such a reaction was expected. He lowered his head and decided to activate the recently purchased eloquence skill. The skill description appeared. Clenching his fist, the boy asked if the healer tower would really go against the words of His Majesty the Emperor. The man raised his eyebrows in confusion and asked what they were talking about. The blonde man frowned sternly and said that he was well aware of the fact that his healing abilities were weak. Placing his hand on his chest, the surgeon explained that his medical technology had been officially recognized by His Majesty. The members of the commission looked at each other, and the player asked if their decision could be considered ignoring the will of the monarch. Gritting his teeth angrily, the nobleman wondered if he had always had such a gift for eloquence. Grinning, the man explained that all healers in the Interfederation Empire cooperated with the Tower of Healers. A fog had appeared around the castle. The tower did not recognize methods other than healing, so if they recognized medical technology, it would be against the principles of the Tower of Healers. Narrowing his eyes, the protagonist said that it would be fair if the commission recognized his skills without conducting a test. Waving his hand, Ramon asked if they should not give him a chance to prove that his methods worked if they respected the emperor. Turning to his colleague, the doctor said that the apprentice was right and that if they sent him away without even testing him, it could be seen as disobeying the emperor. The clinic employee turned around as the nobleman decided to let the apprentice take the exam. Taking the folder in his hands, the man promised to recognize the medical technology if the apprentice could cure this patient. Reaching out to take the folder, the boy was glad that he was given a chance. Opening the envelope, the boy realized that all he needed to do was cure this man. He took out the documents. After reading their contents, the blonde man frowned tensely. Before the exam, in the healer's castle of the Houston Empire, there was a lake next to the main gate. Looking at the papers, the woman asked if the committee really wanted to assign this patient to Ramon. The answer was affirmative. Looking at the nobleman, she reminded him that even a healer above rank B could not cure him. Her colleague suggested that this was the perfect option to test his skills. Gritting his teeth, the nobleman said that using his medical technology, the boy used lightning magic to harm the princess and then cut her flesh with a knife. The committee members frowned. The man asked if they really wanted to leave a person who used such low-level healing methods alone. Opening his mouth wide, the healer asked if his colleague really wanted the boy to fail the exam. The answer was affirmative. Raising his eyebrows, the healer said that Count Augustus would not allow the boy to be given such a difficult patient for the qualification exam. The nobleman frowned sternly and reminded that the exam was under the jurisdiction of the healer's tower, so the count would not be able to influence it. The judge raised his hand and tried to object. The man smirked and mentally resented the fact that the ruler's illegitimate son had decided to apply for the qualification exam. Imagining the fourth prince's mother crossing her arms, the nobleman thought that it was his cousin and decided that he could not allow an illegitimate child to take the exam. Frowning, the healer thought that his colleague was out of his mind. The blonde man took out the papers from the envelope. After reading what was written, the surgeon frowned in fear. He suddenly smiled when he learned that the patient had ordinary bed sores and asked if he really needed to just cure him to pass the exam. Scratching his chin, Garanson could not understand why the apprentice was so happy. Raising his hand, the count confirmed this and thought that bed sores continue to worsen even after healing, so only B-rank doctors can cope with this disease. Bowing, the protagonist decided to go to the patient right away. The members of the commission opened their mouths in surprise and thought that the student simply did not realize the complexity of this disease. Ramon headed for the exit. There were books on the shelf. The guy was sitting on the couch in front of the man. Putting his hand to his chest, the stranger asked if his father would really feel better. The boy said that he needed to look at him first. There was a large window in the room. The man decided to accompany the doctor to his father. The heroes moved to the bedroom. Looking at the old man, the guy smelled smoke. Leaning towards him, the owner of the house apologized for the unpleasant smell. Smiling, the blonde said that this was natural for a person in such a bad condition. The man raised his eyebrows and said that his father was holding up for now, and thought that the other healers were just frowning when they entered the room. The old man was lying on the bed with his eyes closed. The surgeon asked if he could move. The patient's son said that his father had become weak due to old age and had been lying in bed for a long time. Frowning, the player thought that this was a typical situation for a patient with bed sores and decided to take a look at his wounds. There were several ulcers on his back. Squinting, the protagonist thought that things were bad, but fortunately, the bones were not affected yet, so it could be cured. The old man was lying on his stomach. Holding a blanket in his hands, his son asked how he was doing. Lying on a pillow, the patient was breathing heavily. Ramon explained that there was no reason to worry, and said that he would cut off the flesh that could no longer be restored and help grow new tissue. Looking at him, the owner of the house said that the other healers also tried to grow new tissue through healing, but soon after that, the situation worsened. Looking up, the boy thought that it was not surprising, because if a person is not able to change position on his own, the wound will grow under the weight of his body. Smiling, the guy said that this time it will not happen again, because he has a simple solution, but before that, he needs to perform an operation to cut off the dead areas of flesh, thereby eliminating the infection. Hearing this, the man opened his mouth in fear and asked what an operation was. Looking at him with a smile, the blonde asked him to just trust him. Knives were prepared on the table. The surgeon tied a mask. His status window and a description of the characteristics appeared. Looking at them, the player thought that his sensitivity had increased to 18 units and that such characteristics make him an outstanding resident rookie. Taking a scalpel in his hands, the protagonist decided to use his nimble hands. Frowning, Ramon realized that there was nothing difficult in cutting off dead tissue. After making the cut, the boy thought that he would first need to remove the blackened tissue and draw out the yellow fluid. The man watched him in confusion. After applying a cloth to the patient's body, the boy decided to use herbs with natural antibiotics to sterilize the area. Smiling, he thought that everything was ready. Looking at him, the owner of the house asked if that was all. Turning to him, the blonde explained that the first stage of treatment was successful, now he just needed to follow the recommendations. Raising his hand, the surgeon explained that now from time to time it was necessary to change the patient's body position, turning him from one side to the other. The man's mouth fell open in surprise. Closing his eyes, the player explained that bedsores would stop appearing if the recommendations were followed. Looking at the patient, the protagonist said that he would stay and help until he was completely cured because they still needed to take care of the infection. The owner of the house thanked him. The sun was shining in the room. Ramon applied a clean cloth to the wound. He helped the old man roll over onto his side. Green branches grew outside the window. Putting his hand to his chest, the boy declared that the patient had fully recovered. Hugging his father, the man thanked him once again. Falling to his knees, the owner of the house said that even a healer higher than rank B could not help his father, and besides, they did not have the money to pay for the services of a healer of a higher rank. Closing his eyes, he thanked the healer for his kindness. Waving his hands, the blonde explained that he was only doing his duty. Sitting down next to the patient, the surgeon said that bedsores would not appear again if all the recommendations were followed. Light illuminated the luxurious room. Frowning angrily, Garenson asked how the apprentice was able to cure this man. Putting her hand on the table, the woman said that she saw with her own eyes that the patient had grown new healthy tissue. The committee members realized that they had no reason to disqualify him from passing the exam, and the count looked down, wondering what he should tell the fourth empress. The healer looked at him and asked what rank the student had earned. The healer narrowed his eyes and explained that his healing was not even F rank, but he had managed to cure an illness that even a B rank healer would not be able to. The people sat around the table, debating what rank to award to a man whose abilities were so different. The man put his hand to his forehead when asked for his opinion. The nobleman silently looked at the papers. Raising his hand, the nobleman suggested that D rank would be enough. His colleague frowned and asked if that was too low a grade. Gritting his teeth in disdain, Garenson said that the student had cured a serious illness using ancient techniques, but his healing skill was still low. Grabbing the arm of the chair, the healer stated that this problem was above B rank, so it was too small an excuse. His companion reminded him that Count August would be displeased. Slamming his fist on the table, the man shouted that the exam was under the jurisdiction of the healer tower and that no one had the right to interfere with their affairs. Someone asked what about the princess and his majesty. The nobleman looked back. Putting her hand on the table, the woman explained that the apprentice saved the princess who was not cured even by a rank healers. The healer asked what they would say if his majesty found their decision strange. The nobleman's hands trembled. Frowning angrily, Garenson thought that he needed to show off in front of the fourth empress, but ignoring the emperor was a bad idea. Gritting his teeth, he suggested contacting the capital directly and asking them. Raising her eyebrows, the woman asked if they were talking about the general headquarters. A map of the Interfederative Empire appeared, which is an alliance of 10 lands. The monarch was the representative of all the kingdoms and stayed in the capital. The main headquarters was also located in the capital. Smiling, the count assumed that the emperor would not question their decision. Smiling back, the members of the commission thought that this was the safest decision. Soon after, a huge pond was located on the estate. The man cut the envelope. Looking at it, the aristocrat realized that this was a reply from the capital. Seeing the letter, the nobleman's eyes widened in shock. On the paper was a U rank symbol. The healer raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked what that meant, saying he had never seen anything like it. Looking away, he assumed that the capital had been unable to decide on a rank and the U meant undefined. Grinning, Garenson thought that neither the fourth empress nor his majesty would have anything to say about this, since the healer tower had never officially recognized the apprentice's methods. Sitting at the table, the count asked his colleagues to announce the apprentice's result. The protagonist looked down, thus, the U rank appeared for the first time in history. The other apprentices looked at each other, not understanding what it meant. Smiling, the bullies assumed it meant worthless, since the apprentice had only earned the certificate through his tricks. Raising his hand, someone suggested that it suited him. The girl laughed. Ramon walked around the corner, and from that day on, the U became his symbol. A glittering letter appeared, time passed, and people began to think that it had another meaning. People reached out to the letter U, thinking that it meant untouchable or unattainable. This rank became associated with the unattainable rank, which was higher than even the excellent. The boy held a staff and a star in his hands. This story will be revealed in the unimaginable future. At present, the boy was trembling, looking at the results. Having learned that he had passed the exam, he burst into tears of joy. Pressing the documents to his chest, the blonde was glad that he had become a healer. Running around the room, the surgeon realized that now the apprentice's work was over and that he would not have to eat vegetable soup with bread. Taking out a match, the player called the Bellin clinic disgusting. The protagonist lit a match and wanted to burn the clinic to the ground. Suddenly, Hansen came up to him from behind and asked what he was doing. Looking back, Ramon explained that he felt cold. The apprentice reminded him that it was summer. Looking away, the boy asked if his friend had passed the exam. The young man said that he had received C rank. Throwing a match into a candlestick, the boy asked what he was going to do now. The healer replied that the Maple Clinic had contacted him. Joyfully raising his fist, the blonde remembered that this was one of the 3 best clinics in the capital, which were the main clinics for ordinary people. Patting his friend on the shoulder, the surgeon congratulated him. Worriedly knitting his brows, Hansen asked what about him. Putting a hand on his shoulder, the surgeon said that they could talk about it later and offered to get something to eat at his expense first. Surprised, his eyes widened. The healer asked where he got the money from, since apprentices were not paid. Smiling widely, the player explained that he received a loan from the bank as soon as he passed the exam. Green branches knocked on the window. The young man asked what he needed the money for. The protagonist said that he had some business. There was a piece of cheese on the table. Sitting in their room, the heroes were drunk from the amount of alcohol they had consumed. Blushing, Ramon dreamed of steaks. Raising his eyebrows, the healer noticed that his friend looked happy and wondered if he should ask his question now. Putting his legs together, Hansen asked permission to ask a question. The boy allowed him. With wide eyes, the healer asked where those ancient ruins were in which his friend received medical technology. The guy squinted in confusion. The young man suggested that even if the temple had collapsed, it was possible to study everything carefully and try to find remnants of knowledge. Clenching his fists, the healer promised not to tell anyone about it. The blonde scratched his chin and said that these ruins did not exist. Hansen opened his mouth in shock. Closing his eyes and grinning, the surgeon explained that he simply received these powers. Looking away, the player explained that he was just cleaning up and the knowledge just flowed into his head like a miracle. The healer stared at him in confusion. His lips were pressed together tensely. The young man shouted that his friend could have just said that he didn't want to talk about it, and the protagonist looked at him in amazement. Putting his hand to his chest, the healer said that he understood perfectly well that everyone looked down on him and that he didn't want others to have the same talent. Grabbing his collar, Hansen asked why his comrade lied to him. Seeing that his friend had left, Ramon raised his hand and thought that it wasn't a lie. A few days later, a beautiful garden grew in front of the Maple Clinic. Gathered inside, the healers were discussing how the Real Clinic, which was one of the best, had contacted someone who had only recently been an apprentice. Looking around, the young man heard their conversation. Symbols of 3 clinics appeared on the map. Real was in second place in the ranking. Looking away, the healer heard his friend refuse the offer. Hansen's eyes widened in shock, wondering how such a thing could happen. The healer burst into his friend's room and asked if he really refused the offer from the Real Clinic. The boy was sleeping peacefully on his bed. Approaching him, the young man asked why he would do that, since Real was much bigger than Maple and had better equipment. Smiling, the boy admitted that he wanted to start his own clinic with the money he got from the bank. Frowning, the healer reminded him that his friend was just a newbie who had just recently received his qualifications, calling his desire ridiculous. Hansen's mouth dropped open in displeasure, saying that he needed to get some experience at the Real Clinic first. The blonde man narrowed his eyes and said that he would do it anyway, since he had originally planned to become an independent healer. The surgeon imagined himself treating patients and thought that he was a new resident, so he needed to take care of a lot of patients in order to advance further. Notifications about leveling up appeared behind the player. Imagining himself being thrown aside, the protagonist decided that he would not be allowed to treat patients in a large clinic, considering the fact that his skills were looked down upon in the healer tower. Getting up from the bed, Ramon thought that he needed to become independent so that no one would judge him for his method of treatment. Raising his hand, the young man asked where his friend was going to open a clinic, since all the places in the region were already occupied by important people. The boy pointed to the Bay region. The healer said that it was a rather poor area. Taking off his glasses, the boy confirmed this. Hansen asked why he would open a clinic in a poor region, since he would not be able to get money that way. Closing his eyes, the blonde thought that he would have a lot of patients there and that this would allow him to become the greatest and richest healer. The young man looked at him in shock. Suddenly, he frowned decisively. The sun lit up the room. Limerton narrowed his eyes and asked if his brother had rejected the Real Clinic's offer and was planning to establish his own clinic. Placing the book on the table, the prince thought it was a rather unexpected decision, his subordinate adding that his highness had already paid him so much attention. Frowning, the boy remembered that he had wanted to give him a huge opportunity as thanks for taking care of Count August's family, but his brother had decided to throw away his own blessing. In the past, the boy had approached the nobleman and offered to place the boy in the Rael clinic. Closing his eyes, Limerton said that he had wanted to take his brother to his side after he gained experience in the Rael clinic. Raising his hand, the servant asked if His Highness had accepted his medical technology. The prince replied that it did not matter so long as lives were saved as a result. Looking away, the boy decided that their paths had diverged at this point, since his brother had rejected such an opportunity. Narrowing his eyes, the boy asked where he was planning to establish his clinic. Looking up, the subordinate said that the boy was going to open a clinic in the Bay region. People were walking around the city. It was a poor area located on the outskirts of the northwest. No noble would go there. People were burning in the fire. About 100 years ago, the Houston Empire lost to its sworn enemy, the Kingdom of Drotten, and lost a lot of territory in the south, and the refugees who lost their homes moved to the outskirts. The city was surrounded by fortress walls. The empire could not properly take care of it, since everyone suffered from the losses in this war. The inhabitants widened their eyes in displeasure. After 100 years, the city had degenerated into an ominous abscess that could not be removed. The emperor tried to bring order to the region. Raising his hand, Odin promised to reward whoever could stabilize the situation in this region. The princes gathered around the city. None of them managed to achieve any results. Limerton frowned and said that the region was irreparable and should simply be wiped off the map. The man narrowed his eyes and said that they were also residents of the Houston Empire. The princes looked at each other, confused as to why their father was so obsessed with these poor people. Looking down, the boy decided that it was his stepbrother's turn to try to fix the situation. Smiling, the young man asked if he could do it. The room was lit by bright rays of sunlight. The boy gaped and asked why his friend had decided to open a clinic in the Bay region. The student crossed his arms and asked who he thought he was. His friend suggested that such a dirty and poor region was perfect for an illegitimate child. The people gathered in front of the protagonist, wondering why he needed to go to that horrible region. The woman grabbed his hand and said that anything could happen there. Ramon promised to be careful. The boy smiled and decided to do everything to succeed there so that people could use his services again. The old woman asked him to be careful. Hansen handed him a letter. The boy waved to the people. The blonde man walked ahead, deciding to read the letter on the way. Looking at the envelope, the blonde man noticed that it was a letter from the princess. The surgeon opened it. Sophia frowned in displeasure. In the letter she called her savior stupid if he was really going to the Bay region. The healer looked at his friend with concern. The young man frowned sadly and suggested that he shouldn't do it anyway, just to get more patience. Raising his hand, the healer said that he didn't understand how dangerous it was. The player replied that he understood it perfectly well because he had lived there before. Hansen's mouth dropped open in surprise. The healer spread his arms and asked what that meant. Scratching his head, the protagonist confirmed that he lived in a poor village. The young man's eyes widened and he remembered that there were rumors that the prince in the shadows was born in a poor city. Smiling, Riemann said that he lived there until his mother died, but life in the palace was practically no different from his home. The girl was leading her son by the hand. People perceive poor villages as hell, but it was not so, because there are still people living there. The child smiled happily. It was warmer there than in the palace or in the Bellin clinic. The healer raised his eyebrows in amazement when his friend said that since childhood he dreamed of opening a clinic in a poor region. The boy narrowed his eyes and asked his friend not to worry about him and promised that everything would be fine. The young man's eyes sparkled. The healer clenched his fist decisively and nodded. Hansen expressed a desire to go with him. The boy shuddered in amazement. The healer said that traveling together would be much better. Holding his hands out in front of him, the blonde reminded him that he had received an offer from the Maple Clinic. Frowning, the young man said that there were even more money-hungry people there than in the Bellin Clinic. Closing his eyes, the surgeon said that he also liked money and thought that he was going to the Bay region to gain experience and become rich. Smiling, the healer explained that it did not matter because his friend wanted to take care of patients first and foremost. Resolutely knitting his eyebrows, Hansen expressed a desire to work with him, and not with people crazy about money. Raising his eyebrows, the player thought that he was no different from them. Looking down, the healer said that he had one request. Looking at his comrade, the young man asked him to let him learn medical techniques. The protagonist squinted in surprise and asked if he really wanted to learn his treatment methods. The doctor pursed his lips and nodded. Raising his hands, Ramon explained that he had not reached the level to teach anyone and thought that he had not yet managed to advance beyond the novice resident. Bowing, Hansen realized that no one was going to teach him. Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of the boy about the appearance of the training mode, which is activated as soon as the user takes a student. The system asked him to confirm his choice. Novice training mode. The system window said that in this mode you need to train your student so that he becomes a doctor. Below it was written that the deeper the student's knowledge becomes, the more experience points the teacher will receive. When the student treats a patient, the teacher will receive a certain percentage of experience. The current number of students is 0 out of 1. After reading everything to the end, the protagonist was very surprised and asked himself if it was really possible to get experience for the patients that Hansen would treat using medical technology. He put his finger to his chin and thoughtfully said in his head that he had already started to worry about the fact that the number of experience points had changed from 50 to 200 after level 20. The system window appeared in front of him again, stating that the player was a new resident. Due to limited knowledge, there was a learning limit and the learning efficiency was reduced. Ramon read everything and thought that there was no way without limitations, although it was still worthy. Thinking about this, he closed his eyes and told Hansen that he still didn't know how to do a lot of things. The guy looked at the protagonist with hope in his eyes. After a short pause, Ramon smiled and said that he could teach him while he was learning himself. Hearing this, Hansen's eyes sparkled with happiness. He fell to his knees and began to thank the teacher. A notification appeared in front of Ramon, informing him that he had accepted Hansen as his apprentice. Immediately after, an achievement for completing the quest, the very first apprentice, appeared. For this, the protagonist received 5 experience points and also learned the skill awkward training. The next system window informed about the skill awkward training. This is the training that low-level residents give to new apprentices. The explanations are slightly questionable due to the lack of uncertain knowledge, and in some places they are incorrect. After reading everything, the protagonist put his hands on the student's shoulders and thought that this skill is not enough, but he will cope by going step by step, and he will fulfill his dream of becoming the best healer when he starts getting points for Hansen too. After thinking these thoughts, he raised his hand and exclaimed that they will do it. Hansen raised his hand and exclaimed, yes. They were both very happy about what happened. Hansen became the first apprentice of the medical school of thought that will shock the continent in the future. The day of departure to the Bay region. Hansen came to the meeting place in armor and holding a sword. Seeing this, the protagonist raised his hand and asked in confusion if he was going to fight, to which his student replied that it was nothing surprising, adding that he was just prepared because they were going to a dangerous region. He approached the teacher and asked in displeasure if he didn't even have a chainmail. Ramon put his hand to his chin and replied that this was too much, adding that he doubted they would be touched. Hearing this, Hansen looked at the teacher in surprise and asked if he wasn't afraid of the people from the Bay region at all. The protagonist looked away in excitement and said in his head that he was a little nervous now that they were going, because that region really was a lawless area. Hansen interrupted his thoughts. He put his hand in his bag and said that no matter what, let him take this. He handed the protagonist a metal stick and said that he should have something to protect himself too. When Ramon took the weapon in his hand, a notification appeared in front of him, saying that he took the small metal stick, so he can now learn the self-defense skill. After reading this, the protagonist was surprised and asked himself, self-defense skill. The system window that appeared said self-defense skill. Doctors work in dangerous conditions and face many risks. This skill allows you to protect yourself and the patient in such situations. At the very bottom, it said that Ramon's stamina is too low to learn self-defense skills. After reading everything to the end, the protagonist asked himself, first magic, and now self-defense, adding that he will one day become some kind of legendary swordsman mage. Looking at the stick, he imagined himself with a long burning sword. Seeing this, Hansen asked if something was wrong. The protagonist came to his senses, smiled and answered no, adding that it was time to go to the Bay region. After a while, there were no more smiles on their faces. They arrived in the Bay region. Many people were staring at them. Hansen looked at the teacher and asked fearfully, is it true that they will be fine? The protagonist answered with a trembling voice that his student has nothing to worry about. After saying this, he looked out the window from which they were staring and said that he used to live among such people, so as soon as they see him. Before finishing, he saw contempt for them in the eyes of the woman and her daughter. This plunged the guys into even more shock and horror. Looking ahead, they saw a dark and empty alley. Scared to go there, Ramon suggested going to the clinic, because everything was already ready there. His student did not argue. After a while, they entered the clinic building. Hansen worriedly asked why no one came here. He turned to the guy and asked if it was because today was the first day. Ramon smiled embarrassedly and answered, probably because they will wait longer. Half a day later, the guys continued to stand next to the table. The next day, the assortment in the clinic was the same. 2 days later, the guys continued to laze around in the clinic. The main character, bored, propped his head up with his hand. He covered his head with his hands, asking how so, not a single patient, when suddenly Hansen asked what if people do not know that there is a clinic here. Ramon shouted in alarm that this cannot be, because there is a huge sign on the door. The guy raised his hand up, and he added that news spread like wildfire, and by now even a deaf person would have known about the clinic. The window to the clinic immediately broke. The guys were scared to see that someone threw a stone. Ramon immediately ran forward, asking who. Hansen looked ahead in horror. He screamed loudly, calling the protagonist to him. Ramon ran to him and asked what was going on. Hansen shouted in fear for the guy to look. The protagonist immediately turned to the side. When they went outside, they saw how on the building of the clinic it was written that this is not a playground. They read that they had better leave if they value their lives. The clinic building was empty. Hansen shouted loudly that they should leave this place immediately as it was very dangerous. The protagonist looked away and thought that the people here were reacting much more hostilely than he expected, so they could really get into serious trouble. He swallowed anxiously and thought that he just couldn't leave. The guy worriedly thought that he had borrowed too much money to open this place. Ramon knew that it took so much money to buy and rebuild the building, and it couldn't be recouped by reselling medicinal herbs. He looked at the table with the medicines. The protagonist thought fearfully that the interest was also dripping while they were just talking. He was lying on the floor, thinking that the loan sharks would do anything to get the debt, and he didn't know what they were capable of, but he had to succeed to pay it all off. On the notification screen, he read that a quest had been issued due to the crisis. He needed to change the thoughts of the people from the slums. The difficulty of the quest was average, but the reward was a bonus level up. Ramon thought, even if it weren't for the mission, he couldn't give up. He immediately called out to Hansen. The protagonist said that he would stay since he couldn't retreat in the face of a mere threat, but Hansen could go. The boy put his hand to his heart in fear. He thought affectionately that the protagonist wanted to stay for the sake of the slum dwellers. He grabbed Ramon's hands and said that he would stay with him. The protagonist thoughtfully asked why. The boy said that he couldn't disgrace himself before the deity of nobility. Ramon immediately answered that it wasn't so, since he simply had a reason not to leave. Hansen, with tears in his eyes, shouted that there was no need for excuses, and that he knew better than anyone how the boy felt. The protagonist looked at him with a smile and thought that the boy had misunderstood him. He said that in any case, they couldn't sit back, so they needed to do something before the situation got worse. Hansen immediately asked what they should do. The protagonist looked at him carefully. He said with a smile that he had an idea. The main square of the slums. There were a lot of people there. The protagonist and his apprentice were there too. Hansen rubbed his elbow and asked if the square would be dangerous because of the large crowd. To this, Ramon replied that it was better to have more people than an alley than a few people. After saying this, he saw two men not far from him. He immediately approached them and greeted them, then said that he was Ramon. Ramon, one of the men asked, looking at his friend, who asked if he was the same one who went to the Imperial Palace. Hearing this, the protagonist was very happy because they remembered him. After that, he said in his head that it was time to start the memory path strategy. He spread his hands and said that he had been there for a long time. He liked everything so much. He literally felt like he was being beaten half to death by his family and friends. The two men listened to the guy with displeasure. Seeing this reaction, Ramon laughed in confusion, wondering if it hadn't worked. Suddenly, one of the men spread his hands and asked why he had come back here. His face changed and he said with displeasure that he was a noble of the imperial family who had recently received a title. His companion became angry and said that there was no need for him to come back here. They stared at him and continued to say that they didn't know why he had come here, but that he should leave since this place was not a playground for nobles. Hearing all this, the protagonist lowered his head and said to himself in a sad voice that the people of the slums no longer thought of him as a little boy who had grown up next to them, but that he was now the child of the emperor to them since 15 years had passed. Suddenly, it dawned on him. He raised his head and thought that since the memory path strategy hadn't worked, all that was left was the standard tactic. A notification appeared in front of him, saying that he was working on giving treatment to the patients of the slums. The steel heart skill was activated. Suddenly, Ramon firmly said that he did not perceive this place as a playground. Hearing this, the men were surprised and looked at the guy, who asked why he thought so. He clenched his hand into a fist and said that he came here to treat patients. A notification appeared in front of him, stating that for the sake of the well-being of the ambulance station, which was called to treat patients, the eloquence skill was activated. It helps to convey his intention to help. A synergy effect with the steel heart skill occurred. The protagonist put his hand to his chest and said, as they said, he is part of the imperial family and nobles, and if he wanted, he could have chosen a better place. The two men were already looking at the guy in surprise, who noticed that the atmosphere had changed. After listening to him, the men looked at each other and asked each other why he came here then, since none of the healers wanted to come before. Hearing this, Ramon raised his hand and said that he would tell them the reason. What? The men asked in surprise. Hansen stood behind the teacher and listened as he said that even poor people get sick, but no healer wants to come here. That's why his mother passed away without being treated. Hearing this, Hansen was surprised. He lowered his head and quietly said to himself, so this is how his mother died. People began to gather around them. The protagonist continued to say that he hoped so. He continued to say without a hint of doubt in his voice that this would never happen to anyone again. Hansen looked around and saw people approaching them. Ramon spread his arms and said that there was an opinion that no one would be able to receive help because of their poverty or low status. Raising his hands, he said loudly that this is why he wanted to open his clinic here. Hearing this, the two men looked at each other, unsure of what to say. The guy put his hand to his chest and said that he would understand if they did not believe his words, so he wanted to offer another option. He firmly said with a smile on his face that he would take care of even the patients of Half Moon Street, which is located in the deepest part of the slums. Hearing this, the men were shocked. After a short pause, they asked in confusion if he was serious about what he said now, since even people from the slums avoided that place. The protagonist raised his fist to his chest and stood his ground. Half Moon Street is known as an entertainment district and is the darkest area even in the slums. Among those who work there are people who are called the Cursed. Ramon put his hand to his chest and said that he would take care of the patients hiding in the dark streets due to the curse of the god. Half Moon Street. There was a sign on it asking people not to enter. Tears appeared in Hanson's eyes and he thought, what if the curse of the god spread to them too? He spread his arms out and asked if they were living in the most remote place because they were afraid of spreading the disease to others and if it was dangerous. The protagonist turned to him and thought that he needed to see for himself if the disease was what he thought it was. He said that if the guy was so worried, he could stay here and he would go alone. Hanson looked at him with fear. He immediately shouted that he would go with the protagonist because he was giving his all without worrying about his health, so in this situation he could not worry about himself. His body was covered in fire and he said that since he decided to study medical technology with Ramon, he should watch how the master works. The protagonist looked at him and sheepishly asked him not to call him that because it was too stressful. He turned around and walked forward, calling Hanson to follow him. After walking a few steps forward, Hanson asked what was wrong. Ramon was looking at the sick girl at that moment. He put his hand to his chest and said that he was a healer. Looking at the girl, the main character said that he came to cure them all. The girl laughed loudly, asking if he really wanted to cure them all. She grinned and told him to try to do it. The guys looked at her in fear. The girl tore the cape off half of her face and ordered to cure what is called the curse of God. Hanson looked at her with horror, seeing the red and black spots on her, wondering if it was an infectious disease. Ramon looked at her and asked if he could take a closer look. He walked up to the girl, pulling on his gloves. The girl's mouth fell open in surprise, wondering how he could approach her so fearlessly since it was a curse. The protagonist began to examine her hand, thinking that it was the well-known characteristics of ulcers combined with spots. He thought that there was a high probability that it was the same disease, and with the knowledge available to him, he could conclude that it was not a curse, but a common skin disease. The protagonist looked at the people to the side and asked if he could also take a look at the others, since if they did not mind, he needed to know the state of even the most hidden corners of their bodies. The girl covered her face with her hand and said that they did not care, since they lived by selling their bodies, when suddenly another girl added that he should not blame them if the curse spread to him. Ramon thought that if his assumptions were correct, then this disease was not spread through contact with the body, so he did not need to worry, and then asked them not to worry. He explained that what they had was not a curse of God, but an ordinary disease. The girls looked at him in surprise. Ramon was sitting at the table opposite the patient. She asked in fear if they really were not cursed, to which the guy raised his index finger and said that their disease was called syphilis. The patients began to whisper, asking if it was curable. The protagonist thought that after a certain time, the spots would disappear and not return, because this was one of the variants of earthly syphilis. He looked at the girl's spots and thought about diseases that could not be cured. The guy knew that patients in the slums simply did not have access to treatment, and their condition worsened, which is why they considered it a curse of God. The protagonist thought that although there were differences, the basic characteristics of the bacteria that caused the disease were the same, so the treatment should be the same. Hanson had read about syphilis and said that the ancient knowledge was amazing. He asked if there was a way to cure it, to which Ramon replied that there was, and a very simple one. Ramon looked at the girl and asked if they were not going to eat the bread, could they take it away? The girl covered her face with her hand, asking what. She said that it was covered in mold and inedible, then asked what he wanted to do with it. The protagonist raised his index finger and said that he wanted to make a magic pill. He noted this in his diary. Hanson took the diary and read the contents. Looking at the protagonist, he wondered what he was going to do. Magic pills. This legendary medicine that changed the whole of medical history. Penicillin. But there is no need to invent penicillin just to treat syphilis, since it can be treated with herbs growing in Rapentane. The only problem is that herbs are very expensive. The protagonist washed a plate and said in his head that he needed to quickly get up and earn money. Since mold is much cheaper, he should use it to extract penicillin. With these thoughts, he poured the solution into a bowl. Then he began to strain it. After a while, he stirred the thick mass with a spoon. From there, he emphasized a little. He thought about what if he dripped the penicillin solution onto a colony of staphylococci taken from the affected area of the patient. As soon as he thought about it, the staphylococci completely disappeared. A notification appeared in front of the protagonist, stating that he had created the first antibiotic in Rapentane. He also received an achievement that gave him the title of Discoverer of Penicillin. His discovery will be famous for future generations. He also received 100 skill points. The notifications kept popping up, telling Ramon that he had received 2 bonus level ups at once. The protagonist read it with a smile, happily saying in his head that he had leveled up twice and had gained skill points. In front of him, the notification popped up again, telling him that he had successfully extracted a new substance. He had gained an advantage because he had learned the alchemy skill. Alchemy? Ramon asked in surprise after reading the advantage. With that in mind, he tapped the system screen to find out more. The system panel had widened. It explained that it was knowledge that allowed him to create new substances using existing ones. As his knowledge of alchemy improved, the protagonist would be able to extract the desired ingredients more efficiently. Below that, there was a warning saying that his skills were extremely low. He could only extract substances that were easy to extract. His ability to extract substances was extremely low. He could not do anything more complex than simple extraction. After reading all the way to the end, the protagonist was surrounded by knowledge. He said that the basic knowledge of alchemy had penetrated his mind. Looking away, Ramon thought that with this knowledge he would be able to isolate only the necessary substances and make extracts. In this case, he would be able to reduce the amount of herbs and significantly reduce costs. This made the guy very happy, and he said to himself that he could already hear the sound of dripping coins, adding that thanks to alchemy it would be easier for him to produce penicillin. With these thoughts, he began to work harder. Over time, there was more and more medicine. When everything was ready, he injected it into the arm of one of the sick women. When he finished, he said with a smile on his face that she would soon feel better. While Ramon was talking to the patient, Hansen, with a very dejected look, said in his head that he wanted to rest for at least a day. A little later, a loud question was heard in one of the houses. How was this possible? The illness of all the girls had passed. Looking at them, the main character said that the curse had disappeared. The patients warmly thanked the healer. They approached him and asked how they could repay them, as this treatment seemed quite expensive. The guy looked at the happy girls and thought that they hardly had any money, as they were isolated and abandoned even among the slum dwellers. But it was okay, as his goal was to promote the clinic. With these thoughts, he smiled warmly and replied that they should not pay for it, so they should worry. He raised his hand and said that he had decided to dedicate his life to serving patients, so his reward was to see them all get better. At the same time, she said to herself, because when his clinic becomes famous, thanks to these cases. He made a gesture with his hand and finished by saying that he could get a lot of money. After these thoughts, he looked at the girls beaming with happiness and said that if there were more patients with similar symptoms, they should be invited to the clinic and he would take care of them as well as them. Ramon knew this was his chance, so he had to make sure they heard about his deeds. While the guy was talking to the 2 girls, their friend stood behind him and said how someone like that could exist because they thought all healers were rotten to the core. Were there really still such angels in the world? Hansen was fast asleep. After a while, the news that the people from Half Moon Street had been cured spread throughout the city. People were talking to each other and saying in surprise that they had heard that Ramon hadn't taken a penny from them. The 2 guys stood aside and said that he was different from all those rude people who had come from the palace before. Then one of the guys asked if he really came for them, the slum dwellers. After a short pause, he said that he would answer his mother at the clinic. A notification appeared in front of the protagonist that the Change the Minds of the Slum People quest had been completed. The achievement, the one who helps the slum dwellers, has been obtained. Ramon received a bonus level up. He also received 30 skill points. After all this, a notification appeared, which was an advantage. Now the people of the slums are favorable to him. After reading this, the protagonist said with tears in his eyes, finally. At the same time, Hansen woke up. After a while, there was a huge line at the clinic. Hansen saw this and happily said that they had a lot of patients, and Ramon already felt great success. He said in his head that now all that was left was to earn a lot of money. Approaching the door, he told everyone to stand in line and also get a serial number from the healer next to him. People came in one by one, and Ramon met them, asking what complaints they had. So he began to treat patients, receiving experience points. Treating one after another, he earned experience. Hansen also did not stand aside and helped as much as he could. He smiled widely and happily said that he had never treated so many patients at once. His teacher stood behind him and happily said to himself that he was getting experience even for Hansen, so now the experience was growing quite quickly. The old woman bowed to the guy, thanking him for healing her. She smiled and said that she had never met such a kind healer in her life, and it seemed to her that they would simply die if they got sick. Her son smiled and said that Ramon saved his mother's life. He sincerely thanked him, looking at the boy. The protagonist had this feeling. He put his hand to his chest, thinking how nice it was to feel. The protagonist took the old woman's hand and replied that he was glad to see that she was healthy. She and her son left the clinic, and happy boys looked after them. Hansen immediately turned to the side and said that he suddenly had a question. He asked with interest how the boy came to the medicine that treats syphilis when Ramon suddenly jumped back. The protagonist confusedly replied that it was ancient knowledge that he received in the ruins, after which he remembered that it was not there. Hansen asked if this was knowledge that suddenly appeared in his head. Ramon clenched his fists and admitted that he wasn't saying this because he didn't want to admit it. It was the truth, and he himself didn't know why he suddenly gained such a talent. Hansen immediately said thoughtfully that he thought he knew. Someone's footsteps were heard from the side. A girl with tears in her eyes threw herself at the protagonist's feet, begging him to heal her mother. Ramon looked at the girl and asked what was wrong with her mother. The tearful girl replied that she had a stomachache since last night. Hansen looked at the protagonist, thinking that he had never seen a healer who so sincerely wanted to help patients, because the guy always thought of them first, and if you think about it, it was always like that. He remembered watching the guy, thinking that with his disgusting healing ability, he could never become a real healer. However, despite his dismissive attitude, he was never lazy in learning. He thought that perhaps this ability was given to Ramon because he sincerely wanted to help people more than anyone else. The protagonist turned to Hansen and shouted that they needed an operation, so they needed to prepare everything. After a while, it was already dark outside. Ramon yawned, shouting that that was it for today, when Hansen suddenly added that it had been a hard day. The protagonist smiled and offered to calculate their funds for today, wondering how much they had earned. They began to calculate everything on paper, and Hansen asked why they had such a huge deficit, thinking that they had increased the debt. He awkwardly said that it was because the protagonist did not take money from those who could not afford the payment and treated them at the expense of promotion. Ramon tearfully answered, "That's right." He thought sadly that he was prepared for the fact that he would not earn much in the slums, but the losses were much more serious. The guy looked down and added that they could not throw a person out just because he had no money. Hansen looked at him and replied that everything was fine and the situation would improve soon. He shouted that since he was learning from Ramon, he would work for him for free, to which the protagonist replied anxiously that he would consider it an investment in the future. He said that over time, he would improve his skills and gain a reputation, so that rich patients would start coming to the clinic, when suddenly Hansen happily supported him. He raised his fist in the air, shouting that they should not lose heart, while he thought that he would earn a lot of money when the time came. The guy said that for now, they would have to drink vegetable soup, while a silhouette appeared at the window of the clinic, eavesdropping on them. The man looked ahead from under his brows. Clenching his hand into a fist, he menacingly said that they cannot allow Ramon to do whatever he wants. The man complained that all the people were coming to his clinic while they were losing income. His colleague replied that illegal healers like themselves could only make money from the slum dwellers and the poor. The girl frowned and turned forward. The man with the wild look said that they needed to talk to the protagonist and ask for a higher price for the treatment. A new day had arrived. The protagonist had once again received experience points for the patient he had cured. As he was seeing the girl off, he advised her to be careful, adding that there was no need to overexert herself just because she was feeling better. As soon as the patient left, Ramon and Hansen saw several black silhouettes approaching them. As they got closer, they stopped, and one of them asked if he was Ramon the healer. The protagonist excitedly answered yes, and then asked who was asking him. The man replied that they were the Bay Area Healer Association. With a dissatisfied face, he informed him that he was sabotaging the order of the healer market, so he should raise the price for the appointment to at least 100 pennies or leave the Bay region. Hansen stepped forward and said in shock that this price was 10 times higher than the current cost of treatment. Suddenly, the protagonist said with eyes full of hatred that none of the poor would be able to afford such a bill. The man chuckled and mockingly asked, "So what if they were given strength by God himself?" His companions stood silently behind him as he continued to say that in order to receive noble treatment, it was only natural to pay such a price. If they did not have the money, then they should just quietly pass away. The protagonist looked at the man silently. He turned to the people behind him and said to himself that the reason why no one in the Bay region could receive medical treatment was probably because of these people. He remembered his dead mother and said in his mind that she could not receive treatment because of these same people. Moreover, all these healers were practicing illegally and did not have the necessary qualifications. He realized that it was impossible to come to an amicable agreement with them. Thinking about this, Ramon looked at the man and said that he understood what he wanted to say. Hearing this, the man was surprised. After a short pause, he grinned and said, "Great, that he understands, in that case." But before he could finish speaking, the protagonist interrupted him, saying, "But..." He understood that the only thing that could be done was to show who was in charge here. Suddenly, with a very angry face, he asked how he dared to speak to him on the familiar form of thou, adding that he was a nobleman. At that very second, he furiously shouted to Hansen if he had heard how those bandits had treated the nobleman, adding that they had dared to threaten him, Sir Ramon, who had the support of Count August. Hearing this, the healers were very scared. Hansen replied with displeasure that he had heard everything clearly, after which he asked whether he should report them to the guards. The male healer grinned and said as if the guards would come here, to the slums, adding that there were things here that were more terrible than authorities. Hearing this, the protagonist said with a displeased face, well, yes, the guards they bribed will not come here. Having said this, he shouted furiously, do they really think that if they dare to use bandits to harm them, Count August's guards will let them get away with it? The healers looked at each other, and the woman among them said that she heard that Count August was behind him. The chief among them, hearing this, said displeasedly that it would be stressful to deal with such a powerful nobleman. After a short pause, he angrily exclaimed so that the guy would not even think that this would end. Hearing this, Ramon chuckled, and Hansen asked if everything would be okay with them. The protagonist frowned and replied that they could only hurt the weak, and they would never go against people stronger than them. Having said this, he closed his eyes. Suddenly, he smiled widely and apologized for the whole mess, adding that it was time to continue the treatment. He also said that they couldn't just leave it like that. Time passed. The building of the rogue healers. They were all sitting around the table in a meeting. The woman extended her hand and said that if they went against the one who was being looked after by Count August, they would definitely incur his wrath. Her companion said that even though he was a noble in name only, a title was a title. They could end up in prison for attacking a noble. The man who had been talking to the protagonist turned to the boy and asked if there was a way to do something. That boy was Rance. He closed his eyes and said to himself that he couldn't believe that Ramon had appeared in the Bay region. After the previous incident of disrespecting a noble, Rance had lost his qualification as a healer and was exiled. He had no choice but to hide in the slums and become an illegal healer. Rance remembered the protagonist and said furiously in his head that this was all because of that damned Ramon. After saying this, he raised his finger and said that it was simple, they just needed to spread rumors that his treatments were a scam. Hearing this, one of the healers looked at him and asked how they could do that, since most people had already heard that his treatments were extremely effective. Rance closed his eyes and answered with a question, weren't the poor just pathetic trash that would go crazy even over 10 pennies? They just needed to bribe the patients he had cured. He put his hand to his chin and added that by spreading rumors that there was something wrong with his treatment, they would change people's attitudes towards him, and they would throw the unwanted healer out themselves. Having said this, he spread his hands and added that in this case, even Count Augustus would have no reason to accuse them of a crime. Hearing this proposal, the female healer raised her hand and said, indeed, and her colleague said that it was a wonderful idea. After that, he suggested that they start implementing it right away. Rance put his hand to his chin and thought that Riemann would pay for what he did to him. Moonlight was shining through the window of their house. The door swung open and a red-haired girl rushed in, screaming that they had a problem. Rance turned to the side and asked what was wrong with her face. The girl said that the poor people got angry and attacked her when she started to carry out the scheme they had discussed against Riemann. She grabbed her shoulder and added that the people told her that they finally got a chance to deal with those who had been profiting off of them all this time. Rance came closer to her and exclaimed indignantly. The girl said that despite their disgusting behavior, people were forced to leave them alone for fear that they would be left without treatment at all, but now they did not need them. She said in fear that soon everyone would gather here to beat them up. She came closer to Rance and asked what they should do since they would endanger themselves if they stayed. A bead of sweat appeared on the guy's face and after a short pause he said that since it had come to this, it was all or nothing. He said that they needed to find the Blue Moon Guild. His colleagues turned to him in confusion. The man thought that the Blue Moon Guild was different from the villainous groups that suck the hard-earned blood from the poor, and that they were more like vigilantes protecting them from evil people. He frowned and said that the guild already had a bad opinion of them, then asked if they would accept their quest. He added that they were not touched because they needed treatment too, but what if they were interested in getting rid of them like the people from the slums? Rance smiled wickedly, then placed his palm on the table and asked them not to worry because he had an idea. The Blue Moon Guild. It was created to counter the bandit organization known as the Dark Blade that was harassing the people of the slums. Rance thought that the guild currently existed on donations from merchants. He thought that the leader of the Blue Moon Guild was an honest man with a sense of justice, but with one flaw. Cancer shouted menacingly, asking if this was true. Rance thought that he was quite naive, which in some cases bordered on stupidity and ignorance. He asked if Ramon had come to the Bay region with such evil intentions. Rance wiped away a tear with his handkerchief and replied that it was true, then added that he was a healer who had trained the boy at the Bellin Clinic. The boy said sadly that the protagonist definitely wanted to use the people from the slums as guinea pigs to test new treatments. Cancer became angry and shouted that he could not believe that such vile people existed. He added that he had heard that the boy was treating people for a fairly cheap price. Rance shed tears and replied that it was only to use them for experiments, because then he would not get into trouble even if the people's health deteriorated. Cancer looked at the boy, while he added that if things were left as they were, Ramon's patients would develop side effects, and for the sake of the people of the Bay region, the man should intervene, because there was no one else to rely on. Cancer thought, putting his hand to his mouth. He slammed his palm on the table with all his might, shouting loudly that he would not allow the guy to do whatever he wanted. Rance smirked, thinking that not only was he stupid and ignorant, but he also started swinging his fists in anger without even trying to understand the situation, so he was really looking forward to the protagonist being beaten half to death. He thought angrily that after that, the guy would definitely run away, flashing his heels. Cancer came to the clinic, glaring at the guys. In the message, the protagonist read that an asshole attitude was detected, characterized as disgusting. The man threateningly asked Ramon if he was a healer. The protagonist raised his head, looking at him and asked if he could find out what was bothering him. Hansen hid behind his back in fear. Ramon looked at the man and wondered why such a fierce-looking person visited his clinic. Cancer frowned and ordered the protagonist to leave this place immediately. Otherwise, he added, stretching out his palm forward. He swung with all his might, trying to hit the protagonist. The boys opened their mouths wide in horror. The man looked at them angrily. He covered his mouth with his hand and added that he would turn this clinic into splinters. The boys grabbed each other in fear, and the protagonist thought with horror that he had not earned any money yet. A terrifying atmosphere reigned in the air. Suddenly, a guy came out to him and asked what Sir Cancer was doing here. He spread his arms and asked why he was angry. Did Ramon do something wrong? Cancer looked at the guy and asked displeasedly, was he still asking if he did something wrong? Suddenly, he pointed his finger at the protagonist and shouted, asking if he didn't know that Ramon was using the Bay region to conduct experiments on people. What? The guy said in surprise upon hearing this. The woman next to him also asked in surprise, human experiments. Cancer turned to the people and shouted that they wanted to test their cult's treatment methods, so they came to the slums and started treating for free. Everyone should leave here right now. The protagonist put his hand to his chest and shouted that all this is not true. A notification appeared in front of him, stating that the target was confirmed as patient asshole. The method for dealing with assholes was activated. The method for dealing with assholes and the steel heart were synchronized. A bonus task appeared. Ramon looked at it and read that he needed to take care of the asshole patient. Another notification appeared. It told about the medical task given to the guy. Its description said that different patients come to the clinic and they all need help. If the protagonist sincerely helps them, they will open their hearts and become his biggest fans. The conditions for completing the task were to take care of the asshole patient. The reward was a bonus level up, as well as 10 skill points. The protagonist's fear disappeared and his heart calmed down. He looked at the system screens in front of him and said to himself that judging by the quest that appeared, this person was also a patient. In that case, it would be easier to figure it out. After thinking this, he put his hand on his heart and said that his treatment methods were recognized by the Emperor, and the Healer Tower also recognized him as a qualified healer. After that, he walked up to Cancer and said that he thought that the healers who were originally in the region slandered him because he provided cheaper medical care. Hearing this, Cancer slightly lowered his head and said in his head that if he thought about it, that bastard Rance had always overcharged and bullied the poor. He even took most of the money from the Blue Moon Guild for himself. Then he asked himself, did that rotten person deceive him? He became furious and said that he thought there was a misunderstanding, so he would confirm everything and come back. Suddenly, the protagonist asked the man to stop. What? Cancer asked angrily. In his head, the protagonist said that based on the quest window, he was a patient, and being the boss of a dark organization, he must have money. After these thoughts, he folded his arms and said sweetly, since he had already entered his clinic and the misunderstanding was settled, he offered to talk a little. At the same time, he said in his head that a patient who could pay a decent price for treatment had finally come. He understood that he could not lose him. Ramon put his hand on his shoulder and offered to examine him, and then asked if he felt unwell. Not really, the man answered confusedly. They sat down at the table. The protagonist spread his hands and asked Cancer to talk about even a little discomfort, adding that he would not mind listening if it was about a disease that modern healers could not treat, so there was no need to be shy. The man looked away and said, although he received treatment, his disease constantly returned. I knew it, the protagonist exclaimed to himself. Immediately after this, he asked what it was. Cancer was very confused, embarrassed to say. He lowered his head in disappointment and said that he felt pain in his anus, and when he went to the toilet, he bled. Having said this, he brought his fist to his mouth and added that healing from healers relieves the pain, but not for long, because soon everything returns. Ramon immediately realized that it was hemorrhoids. Right after that, he firmly said that these symptoms would only go away after eliminating the root of the problem, so he would cure it. Hearing this, the man leaned towards the guy and asked if he could really cure it. The protagonist stretched out his hand and said yes, adding that a simple operation would help here, and he would help him so that the disease would not return. Hearing this, Cancer tensed up and asked himself if he was trying to experiment on him. He remembered Rance and said to himself that despite giving him a lot of money every time he felt pain, the root of the problem had not been solved. if there really was a solution where the pain would not return. Leaving his thoughts, he walked up to the protagonist and said that he was accepting the treatment. A few minutes passed. The necessary instruments were lying on the operating table. Cancer was lying on the operating table, and Ramon and his apprentice Hansen were standing next to him. The protagonist realized that it was a third-degree hemorrhoid, adding that it was only necessary to cut off the hemorrhoidal tissue. The protagonist thought that it was necessary to activate the nimble hands of the surgeon, after which his sensitivity was increased from 18 to 28. Ramon seriously thought that by using herbs with anesthetic properties, he would remove the hemorrhoidal tissue and quickly sew up the blood vessels, after which he thought that he needed to cut off the upper part, which he covered with a thread, and sew up the affected area. Ramon continued the operation, thinking that he would first deal with the 3 o'clock part, which was in the worst condition, and then with the 7 o'clock and 11 o'clock areas. The messages said that he had successfully completed the treatment and received a bonus level increase. The guy happily turned to the notifications and thought that he had succeeded. He turned to the man and said that the operation was complete, everything went well, when suddenly Cancer anxiously asked if everything had really ended so quickly. The boy leaned over and said that the man might still feel pain for the first 3 days, so it was recommended to take 6 baths, and then explained what that meant. Cancer stood up from the couch, thanking the boy sincerely, because he had suffered from this affliction for many years, so he could not believe that the solution was so simple. He smiled, adding that he would never forget his help, to which Ramon replied, "Nothing special," thinking that he would only pay. The boy thought that the man looked rich, so he wondered whether he should ask for 20 or 30 pennies for the treatment. The man laughed and said that he could not repay such kindness with just money. The boy was embarrassed and said no, when Cancer suddenly interrupted him and said that from now on he would get rid of anyone who dared to slander the clinic. He held out a bag of money and asked the boy to take it. Opening the bag, he wondered how much money was in it, to which Hansen replied, "About 300 pennies. Cancer immediately exclaimed indignantly that he would not let Rance get away with this. The boys immediately bowed after him and wished him a good day. Hansen asked if he had said anything about Rance, to which the protagonist replied that it did not matter because they would rather eat beef today. The wooden boxes immediately fell. Rance, covered in them, looked at Cancer and shouted that this was some kind of misunderstanding. The man rubbed his fist and shouted that he hated the guy from the moment he started hanging on the necks of the poor, but did not touch him because none of the healers would come here. He looked at the boys and shouted, asking how they dared to blacken the name of such a great man as Ramon. Everyone immediately began to apologize to him and ask for mercy. The man hit Rance in the face with all his might, knocking out his teeth. Cancer threw him down and said that if he managed to show up in the Bay region again, he would leave him with only enough teeth to eat porridge. Everyone started running away from that place in fear. All the illegal healers, including Rance, were thrown out and never showed up there again. After that, the protagonist's clinic became quite successful and many patients came to it. People near the clinic discussed how Ramon had solved their problems and could not imagine that there was such a wonderful person in the world. In the notifications, the guy read that he had received experience points and his level had increased. The protagonist looked at the man and wished him a good day and to take care of himself. Ramon looked at his status and saw that he was level 28 as well as a lot of skill points. He happily thought that if he continued in the same spirit, he would reach level 40. The guy thought that it was hard due to the increased flow of patients, and he needed to raise his endurance and sensitivity, and once he reached a certain endurance level, he would need to raise his intelligence. He knew that if he continued to actively raise his levels, he would soon become the best healer. Cancer suddenly burst into the clinic, shouting that they had huge problems. The protagonist came closer to him and asked what he was talking about, when suddenly the man replied that the guy should immediately run away from here because a man with an infectious disease was coming. He screamed in horror that this was a messenger of death, so if Ramon stayed, he would also get infected and die. Hansen turned blue with fear and put his hand to his mouth. The messenger of death on the continent is the smallpox virus, the worst infectious disease. The protagonist thoughtfully put his hand to his mouth, thinking that the mortality rate of smallpox together with the Black Death is more than 30%. And this is one of the worst infectious diseases, and if he tries, he can save several patients. But he knew that it was impossible to stop the death of hundreds and thousands of people. Hansen approached the guy and said in a frightened voice that they needed to leave as soon as possible. Ramon was frightened and wondered if they really needed to run. When the messenger of death smallpox and the fog of death Black Death began to rage, they needed to run immediately. This was an unofficial rule created by the Tower of Healers. Smallpox was a disease that had taken the lives of millions of people on Earth, according to common medical knowledge. The protagonist looked down and thought that if he lived and left this place right now, he would get infected and die too. Cancer waved his hand and said that he had heard that the sick were going to be burned soon and the area cleared, so he asked the healers to leave this place quickly. A girl suddenly came out to them and asked if it was true that it was the messenger of death. She stretched out her hand and said that even though they had gotten the disease called the curse of God, Ramon had shown them that it was not a curse at all. After that, she turned to the healers and said that smallpox had recently appeared in the Houston Empire, so it was strange that the epidemic had suddenly broken out in the capital. Hearing this, the protagonist lowered his head and thought that the girl was right because there was no guarantee that it was smallpox. After a short pause, he asked what symptoms the patients had. The man was very surprised and asked in confusion what symptoms they had. The guy who came with cancer threw up his hands and said that everyone had a high temperature and blisters were spreading all over their bodies. The elderly people who had survived the messenger of death gathered together and said that these were the same symptoms that they once had. Hearing this, the protagonist was happy and said in his head that there were many other diseases with the same symptoms. After that, he raised his hand to his chin and thought that he would be able to say for sure if he saw everything in person, but if it was smallpox, then it was dangerous to approach them. Hansen stood in front of the teacher and asked if there was any doubt, adding that if it really was a messenger of death, then he could die. Ramon approached the student and said that if not, then the patients could be saved from being burned in the fire. Hansen raised his hand and said in a frightened voice that because of this, the protagonist himself could catch the disease and join the burned. These words made the healer think. He wondered what he should do. The guy stood silently next to his comrades, thinking about what to do. A task appeared in front of the protagonist. It was necessary to save patients who were about to face an unfair death. The difficulty of the task was average. In the system window, the conditions for completing it were written that several patients were infected with an infectious disease and were at risk of being burned. This could not be perceived as a correct method of treatment. It was necessary to use your knowledge to stop unfair deaths. The reward was a bonus level increase as well as 20 skill points. After reading this, Ramon put his hand to his chin and said to himself, "Unfair deaths then." After a short pause, he spread his hand and firmly said that he would not leave. His student and Cancer were very scared. The protagonist looked at the boys and said in his head that they were not infected with smallpox, so he could save them with his knowledge. Many infectious diseases, including smallpox, are medically known to be airborne. They spread through saliva, mucus, or coughing. Ramon put his hand to his chin and said to himself that if that were the case, the spread could be stopped physically, but for now. He suddenly spread his arms and turned to Hansen, asking him to get him a thick one that could be used as a mask, adding that he would also need gloves and a robe to cover his entire body. Hansen was very confused and, stretching out his hand, asked what he wanted to do. Ramon put his hand to his chest and said that he would personally meet with the patients and check them. Night fell. A lot of people had gathered in the square. People were screaming in a closed barn, begging for help. A guy with a torch in his hands was walking towards the doors, saying that they could not die because of them. Suddenly, the main character appeared, asking them to stop. His entire body, including his face, was bandaged. The guy with the torch turned around and shouted furiously, asking who he was. Ramon asked him to calm down, saying that he was their healer. The people were very surprised and asked why he was dressed like that, adding that it was dangerous, because the family was infected with the herald of death and needed to be cleansed. The protagonist raised his hand and asked everyone to wait, then asked how they determined that those people were sick with this disease if there was no healer nearby. The guys with the torches were confused, and one of them answered, "A high fever and blisters on the body are a sure sign of the herald of death, right?" Hearing this, Ramon extended his hand and said that such symptoms are common to other diseases, so nothing is clear yet. After that, he asked to let him in and make sure. The guys exclaimed in confusion, saying that the protagonist himself could be infected. Ramon smiled and asked them not to worry as he had the ability to avoid it. He had created this makeshift suit, but it would not provide adequate safety. He thought about opening a shop. The notice said that he could purchase any skill with skill points, but due to the low level, there were some restrictions. He saw a shield on the screen and pulled his finger towards it. The guy read that it required 100 points. The protagonist decided to buy this skill. After purchasing, he read that the shield would protect him from physical threats, and the higher the skill level, the better the skill would be able to protect against more serious threats. Ramon decided to use the shield. The shield's magic was activated, and the intelligence stats increased proportionally to the magic level. The protagonist was enveloped in a protective shield, thinking that although this magic would not last long, he would be able to prevent droplets from entering his respiratory tract. He thought that combined with his suit, this should be enough to protect him. The protagonist frowned, tightening the bandage on his head. He thought he was ready. He carefully began to approach the door of the house. Hansen watched him go, shocked to think that the boy had just used a magic shield. The whole family was hugging each other, shaking violently with fear. With tears in their eyes, they raised their heads up and asked who the boy was. Ramon came closer to them and introduced himself as a healer. The children ran to him, calling him a prince, asking for help because they did not want to die. The main character smiled and replied that he was not a prince, but a healer and would take care of them, after which he asked the boy to lift his shirt. The boy began to carefully examine his body. He noticed blisters and thought that it looked very similar to smallpox. The main character also examined his face. He turned to the girl and asked her to calm down because this was not a harbinger of death. The boy explained that in the ancient language this disease is called varicella, which means chickenpox. He said that the blisters on the body were not so serious because besides, their palms and feet were completely clean. The girl began to examine her palm, while Ramon added that they also did not go deep under the skin, but were on the surface, and this was a sign of chickenpox and not a messenger of death. The guy squatted down and said that this disease would go away on its own, you just need to leave everything as it is. The girl exhaled and worriedly asked if they would get better. The young man nodded his head and added that he would explain everything to the people outside. After a while, the guy went outside. Soon after, the children happily rushed forward. The girl began to pat Ramon on the cheek, while the girl happily said that her children had completely recovered, after which she began to sincerely thank him. The main character smiled and replied that he did nothing wrong. The girl with tears in her eyes said that he saved their lives, so they will never forget it. Hansen smiled and said that it was wonderful, because he was so worried that it could have been a messenger of death. People on the street told the guy that if it weren't for him, they would have killed innocent neighbors. In the messages, the guy read that he saved patients from an unfair death and completed the task. He received a new title, and his reputation increased. He also had the advantage of having an even greater friendly attitude from the people in the slums. The protagonist looked at the people with a smile on his face. He thought that every time he felt happiness like the first time in such moments. The people surrounded him and said that they could rely on him because they finally felt like people. One asked the servants how much longer they would leave the Bay region unattended. He said that the war with the Drotten Kingdom would begin very soon, so once that happened, the hearts of the people would tremble, and no one knew what the Bay region would become for them in the end. He shouted, as Prince Limerton said, it was best to get rid of them before they gained strength, and then began to ask His Majesty to decide. One put his hand to his mouth and remained thoughtfully silent. Some time passed. Meat was frying in the kitchen. The protagonist looked into the kitchen and asked if that was the smell of meat. Hansen, with a spoon in his hand, replied that the mother of the children with chickenpox gave them meat as thanks. After that, he said that he had already cooked it, so it was time to eat. Ramon happily raised his hands and exclaimed that beef was good for immunity, so they needed to eat it for their health and the health of their patients. After biting into a piece of meat, he said in his head that he was already on the 29th level, and the slum dwellers were friendly towards them, so everything was going well. He said to himself that when he reached level 40 and was promoted, he would finally get rid of his rookie status, adding that he would most likely be able to provide even better assistance from then on. They sat down at the table, and Hansen turned to the teacher. He took another bite and asked if he understood correctly that he had used defense magic that time. The protagonist spread his hands and answered yes, adding that it was not ancient magic, but simply luck that he had obtained this ability. Hearing this, Hansen exclaimed that it was an amazing ability, after which he said that who would have thought that they could use magic. But the duration is extremely short, Ramon said discontentedly. Hansen exhaled heavily and asked if he did not have enough mana. Mana, healing, magic, aura, and so on. This mystical power is the resource for all miracles. Healers use mana for healing, mages for magic, and knights for blades and aura. The protagonist has some mana because he is a healer, but if you express its amount in numbers, it will be equal to 1. Hansen looked at the teacher and said that if there is a way to increase the level of mana, it will greatly help them in treating patients. Ramon exhaled heavily and asked if he should try mana training that knights undergo, but he does not think it will help him. Although everyone uses mana, knights, mages, and healers each do it in their own way. Knights use the lower energy core to train their mana. They gather mana in the lower abdomen. Mages use the middle energy core, also known as the mana heart, which is controlled through knowledge and enlightenment. They gather mana at the heart, and healers use the upper energy core. Of the 3 classes, healers have the most trouble gathering mana. The protagonist chewed on the roasted meat and said in his head, since it is extremely difficult to develop the upper energy core, one can only have a large mana reserve and high healing ability if one is born talented. So no matter how hard he tries, he cannot rise above the F rank. He looked ahead and asked himself what kind of mana he uses for magic. It is impossible to switch between the upper, middle, and lower energy cores. Healers who use the upper core can only heal. Mages who use the middle core can only use magic. Knights who use the lower core can only use aura. But Ramon is currently using magic even though he has never gathered mana into the mana heart. After these thoughts, he looked at his hand and said to himself that he had not thought about it before, considering it part of the player's ability, but he should look into this matter. Suddenly, a loud cry was heard, asking the healer for help. The guys were very scared. Having come to his senses, the protagonist rushed to the door. The woman brought the body of her husband, saying that he fell from the roof, and now he was not breathing. Ramon rushed to put on gloves, ordering the student to do CPR. At this time, the Emperor and his servant appeared in the bay area. The guy looked at Odin and asked if they should come to this area secretly. They turned the corner, and the subordinate said that Prince Limerton was seriously injured last time, so it was dangerous. The Emperor walked in front and said that he was a sword master, so he would not be in danger as long as there were no warriors nearby. True, Galman said, adding excitedly, but before he could finish speaking, the Emperor glared at him and said that there were people living here, so he couldn't just get rid of this place based on assumptions without checking it out himself. After saying that, he turned away and said that they should go to the tavern and see what was going on. There were many people in the tavern. Someone suddenly asked if someone had died in Riemann's clinic. The Emperor and his subordinate listened to all of this. One of the customers raised his hand and said that it was true, he couldn't save that person today. He did CPR for an hour, but in the end, the person still died. His friend raised his hand and said that he believed that even Riemann himself was not all-powerful. He then raised his mug of beer and said that there were rumors that he treated everyone for free in order to use people for experiments. His companion spread his hands and asked if he hadn't come to the Bay region to play around here like the other princes. Apparently, all the high and mighty of this world perceive ordinary people in the slums as an ulcer on the body of states. Hearing this, the Emperor was very surprised. Suddenly, a girl came up to the guy's table and screamed that Sir Ramon was completely different. She said with a very worried face that she saw everything with her own eyes, that the patient was in such a state that any healer would have refused him since he could not save him and would only have wasted his energy. But Ramon did his best to save the hopeless patient, and in the end, he burst into tears when the patient stopped showing signs of life. The protagonist fell to his knees in front of the couch. Tears began to flow from his eyes like a river and he thought that he had lost him and could not save him. Every doctor must go through the loss of a patient, because this is what modern medicine teaches. The protagonist stood in front of the girl and her daughter, who were hysterically calling for the man. Ramon, shedding tears, whispered that he was sorry. He looked at the girl in tears and screamed that he was really very sorry. The boy thought sadly that he never wanted to experience something like this again. The girl's eyes filled with tears and she said that she had never seen someone so sincere towards patients. She shouted that the heavens themselves sent him to the Bay region, so he was the prince they should serve. The boy smiled and said that thanks to Sir Ramon, his son was alive, while the other boy added that the healer cured his wife's illness that she had been suffering from for a long time, while other healers demanded an absurdly large amount of treatment but could do nothing. The boys clinked their mugs and shouted, "Long live Prince Ramon." In the messages, the boy read that he had reached a certain level of reputation and received a new title. The protagonist turned to the side, thinking that his previous title was a dirty bastard child. He also read about additional buffs, which surprised him. Ramon read about a title given to someone who helps the inhabitants of the slums, and also the rank of the title, village level. The additional buff stated that the friendly relationship between the slum dwellers and the boy had been increased significantly. They had also received 20 bonus skill points. With shining eyes, Ramon thought that this was much better than the previous title. He sat opposite the patient, happily thinking that as his reputation increased, so would his earnings. Odin said that Ramon's reputation was much better than expected. Galman turned to him and said that he thought the boy would be very lucky to even survive in this region. Odin began to cough, putting his fist to his mouth. The boy said that the cough was making the Emperor feel worse. Odin turned to him and said that it was just a small cold. He frowned and said that they should return to the palace, to which Galman replied that it would be better that way. Loud cries for help were immediately heard from behind them. They immediately turned around. The guy holding the girl by the neck ordered them to just pass by, while she screamed loudly, asking for help. Odin took out his sword and ordered Galman to step back, to which the guy replied that he would deal with them. The Emperor began to use mana, enveloping the weapon with it. The guys began to shake in fear, seeing the energy of the sword, after which they asked not to come closer. Odin grabbed the hilt of the sword with both hands and quickly ran forward. The girl's mouth opened wide in surprise, looking at him. She quickly ducked, while the Emperor slashed his sword at the opponents. Odin adjusted his hood and asked if the girl was okay, because she was safe now. She covered her face with her hand and slowly took out a magical weapon. The girl suddenly jumped up, swinging the weapon towards Odin. The Emperor immediately looked down at his wounded hand. He clenched his teeth and angrily wondered if the girl was a murderer who had come for his soul. Unexpectedly for the girl, a blade quickly flew across her shoulder. Blood sprayed in all directions. The Emperor looked at his opponent without a drop of pity. The girl grabbed her shoulder and clenched her teeth in pain. Suddenly, she lowered her head and began to read a spell. Smoke began to come from her, which immediately began to surround the alley. Odin saw this and wondered if this was smoke screen magic. Odin raised his sword and asked if she really wanted to run away, blocking his view. He shouted that she would not leave, when suddenly he felt a sharp pain. He covered his nose and mouth with his hand, saying in his head that the smoke contained substances that were bad for breathing. Could she have used this spell, knowing about his health problems? When suddenly he saw in the reflection of his blade a girl flying towards him. At that very second, a hole appeared in the girl's chest. Blood sprayed Odin and his sword. As he lowered his weapon, Galman ran up to him and asked if he was okay. The Emperor turned away and said that she had only scratched him. Galman examined the cut and said excitedly that it was turning blue. The poison was quickly spreading through his arm. Odin sheathed his sword and said that a sword master would not die from this. Galman spread his hands excitedly and said that if they did not heal him right away, he could lose his arm. The Emperor looked at the servants and said that there was a rank healer in the palace, Amrian, who could cure poisons. Galman stepped up to the ruler and said that the poison would have time to spread through his body before they reached the palace. Odin looked at his arm and said to himself that his condition was getting worse, which meant he really would have to cut off his arm. Suddenly, Galman exclaimed that there was a Riemann clinic nearby. Hearing this, Odin was very surprised. He turned to the servant and asked if he wanted to receive treatment from Ramon. Galman extended his hand and asked if the Emperor should at least receive emergency treatment. He said with a drop of cold sweat on his face, since the protagonist had worked in Belen for 5 years, he should be able to provide emergency care even without the ability to heal. One raised his hand to his chin and thoughtfully said, "Right." Some time passed. The protagonist's clinic. Ramon smiled broadly and asked how he could help the visitors. Galman and the Emperor stood in front of him in masks. The protagonist looked at them closely and saw that their masks were stained with blood. How creepy, he screamed in his head, wondering later if there was some kind of showdown between the members of the Dark Guild, but since they were from the Dark Guild, they should have money. When he was told the reason for their arrival, he pointed to the side and asked them to follow him. Then the Emperor coughed and said that he was poisoned, so he needed emergency treatment. One extended his hand, and the protagonist said that he would look at the wound, while saying in his head that they were criminals who could not reveal their identity. But it did not matter, because the patient was a patient. After examining the wound, he was very surprised, because the condition was bad. After that, he raised his hands and asked if there were any other symptoms besides the wound, for example, blurred vision, rapid heartbeat, weakness, headache. The Emperor calmly replied that he felt a little weak and had a headache, and also thought that his pulse was slightly rapid. Hearing this, Ramon thoughtfully said in his head that he had heard a familiar voice, but who was it? Leaving his thoughts, he spread his hands and said that he had a terrible wound and his pulse was irregular. It looked like he had been poisoned by dragon blood poison or another nerve poison. Odin raised his hand to his face and asked for emergency treatment so that the poison would not spread further, and later he would receive real treatment. The protagonist put his hand to his chest and exclaimed that he could handle it. Hearing this, Galman was very surprised and asked what he had just said. Ramon stretched out his hand and explained that it was a mixture of 3 white snakes combined with alpine rose extract, so if he prepared an antidote, he could neutralize the poison. Galman was very confused and asked how he knew what kind of poison Odin was poisoned with. Was this also part of the ancient knowledge known as medical technology? At the same time, he was saying in his head that healing was usually used to increase vitality and remove poison because it took too long to identify the poison. Ramon raised his finger and said no, explaining that he simply studied a lot as an apprentice, so he was an S rank in medicinal ingredients. He remembered walking around with books. The protagonist studied a lot of medical works to cover his lack of healing power. Most likely, there was no one on the Rapentane continent who knew this section better than him. Leaving the memories, the protagonist put his hand to his chin and said that their clinic had an antidote, but there was one problem. What is it? Galman asked excitedly. The healer extended his hand and explained that it was an enchanted version of the poison, so one antidote for the poison of 3 snakes would not be enough. Hearing this, Galman asked what they should do. Ramon spread his hands and replied that they should use a method that would increase the antidote's effect to the maximum, but it might be difficult for the 2 of them to accept. What method? Galman asked. The protagonist explained that the antidote would not be drunk, but injected directly into the bloodstream with a needle. Hearing this, Galman covered the Emperor with his hand and shouted that this was not possible, adding that he had never heard of such a bizarre treatment method before. In his head, the protagonist said that while syringes were commonly used for injections in the modern world, such a thing had never been heard of in Rapton. It was only natural to reject this method. Galman waved his hand and asked discontentedly if he even knew who was in front of him, adding that he was so great that words were not enough to describe him. But he was suddenly interrupted by the emperor himself. He looked at Ramon with hatred in his eyes and said that he heard that a person had recently died here. Hearing this, the protagonist was very surprised and recoiled. One remembered how two guys from the tavern were talking about the protagonist's clinic. A powerful magical energy enveloped him, and he said menacingly that if he was conducting some strange experiments because the people in his clinic were from the slums, he would not forgive him. Ramon closed his eyes and begged the steel heart to activate in horror. At that very second, the steel heart was activated. After that, a notification appeared that he had withstood the patient's threats. After reading this, the protagonist was surprised. Seeing the healer's calm, Galman wondered in surprise if he was really not afraid of His Majesty's aura. Several more system screens appeared in front of the protagonist, which said that an unfair threat was detected towards the healer who was doing everything possible to treat the patient. The target was assessed as an asshole. The target's level with the asshole status is low. The skill method of dealing with assholes was activated. After reading this, Ramon smiled evilly and said in his head that no one truly great would use a phrase like "yes, he knows who he is." After that, he said in his head that the way to deal with assholes is to be determined with a smile on your face. The protagonist looked at the patient and said that he could understand his worries, but the method he was using was an ancient technique. It was very common in an ancient prosperous civilization. Galman looked at him and could not believe that Ramon was still friendly even after his obvious threats. The guy took Odin by the hand and swore on the name of his family, Pennin, inherited from his mother, that no other method of treatment would work. With shining eyes, he asked the man to trust him. Odin looked down and thought that the guy swore on the name of Pennin. "Okay," he answered briefly. The protagonist put on gloves and took the syringe in his hand. Odin looked at the drug and asked what it was, to which Riemann replied that it was a syringe that he had commissioned the dwarven workshop to create it, and it was used to inject substances into the bloodstream. The boy smiled and told the man not to be scared, as he would only feel a slight prick. The emperor immediately narrowed his eyes in fear. Riemann quickly injected him with the drug, taking with him a needle. Galman approached him anxiously and asked if he felt any strange sensations, to which Odin applied cotton wool to the wound and replied that he did not feel anything strange. He immediately opened his eyes wide and asked what. The boy looked at him and asked fearfully if something was wrong, after which he anxiously wondered what could have happened, as this was his first time using a syringe. He held it in his hand and wondered if this could be a side effect. Galman, Riemann, Hansen the man straightened up and said that the dizziness and pain had become weaker. Afterwards he looked at his hand saying that he had not fully recovered yet, but he was much better, but mentally the man was perplexed, not understanding how the symptoms could have weakened so quickly. In shock, he mentally said that antidotes need some time to work, but this one worked instantly. The protagonist was happy, since the effect was better than he expected, then tomorrow he could eat meat. Ramon raised his hand and told the patient that all the strange symptoms were gone, and the skin damaged by the blow would heal naturally, and there should be no consequences that would affect his hand. The patient frowned, realizing that if he had been stubborn and gone to the palace, he would have either lost part of the mobility in his hand, or the hand itself. Besides, last time Ramon had been of great help to them with Princess Sophia, and this was the second time. When Hansen came, he immediately asked if anyone had come while he was gone. The protagonist replied saying that he had already finished the treatment. At this time, the man was thinking that as a ruler he needed to be clear about rewards and punishments, and should give him an appropriate reward. One surprised the guys by telling the protagonist that he was in his debt, so he could name the reward he wanted to receive. The guys were happy and said to give them money. Raising his hand, the protagonist said that he had not done much to be in his debt, so he just needed to pay for the treatment. Smiling at the client, Ramon grinned internally, about to rob the man, because he could use aura, and this is evidence that he is an official in the Dark Guild. Galman looked at the guy and told him not to be shy and ask for what he wants, because they are people who can do a lot. The protagonist put his hand to his chest, saying that he was just a healer and it was natural for him to treat patients, so no one was in his debt. Raising his hand, he said that it would be enough to simply cover the bill for the treatment provided, but in fact, the guy wanted to take away a large fortune from them. Galman became despondent, realizing that the guy had behaved like this even outside the palace walls. Odin squinted and asked how much the treatment would cost. The protagonist stretched out his hand, saying that the treatment would cost 500 penny. This was the highest bill for treatment since the opening of the clinic, but this was his chance. The king frowned upon hearing the price. Hansen worriedly told the guy that 500 penny was too much, because it would be enough for a commoner to feed himself for 6 months. But realizing that it was too late to change the price, the guys worriedly said that the cost would be 500 penny and a receipt would not work for them. Only cash. The protagonist, very worried, said that this was a suitable price for the treatment he received. Galman, however, had something else on his mind. He knew that the price was too low, since a rank healers asked for at least 1,000 penny for their services, and considering the cost of the antidote, the guy should have asked for at least 2,000 penny. The man looked at the guy and finally understood why the villagers were so fascinated by him. The protagonist smiled when Odin said that he wanted to ask him a question. The man frowned and asked the guy why he forced himself to go through such hardships, being such a competent healer, since he could have earned more if he opened a clinic in any other place. The protagonist felt awkward and said that he had a higher goal. Odin heard him and looked at the medicine and assumed that the guy's goal was to live for the benefit of his patients. Because of this, he stopped frowning. Galman looked at the king and mentally said that he could not believe that an illegitimate son, who was treated so terribly, could grow into such an incredible person. Odin, a little sad, accepted the protagonist's answer. Galman worriedly asked him how he felt. The king stood up and said that he felt much better, but he did not have cash. The man's last words horrified the protagonist, but surprisingly, Odin handed over his ring, saying that by selling it, he would be able to use the money. Ramon was glad to see the ring, which looked expensive. Hansen, seeing the ring, froze in shock. He recognized the mermaid's tear, the stone of which was worth more than 10,000 penny. Odin suddenly turned around and said that this would not be enough to pay. The protagonist was puzzled by his words. The man turned to the guy and said that a little later he would return here to see how the clinic would change by his arrival. Then he turned around and left with Galman. Ramon and Hansen froze in shock, not understanding the meaning of his words. Therefore, the protagonist pleased his friend by saying that they were having beef for dinner today and did not think about what had happened. Galman took off his mask as he left the clinic, and he involuntarily thought that he was the first of the princes who was able to work in the Bay region and stabilize it. The other princes had not managed to do this. One, shaking off the dust, said that it was time for them to find the criminal. Thinking, he said that since he knew about his plans, he should at least have an informant in the palace. The man glanced at Galman, ordering him to find an informant. He immediately realized that a bloodbath would soon begin in the palace. At this time, someone in a cloak said that since they used the poison of 3 white snakes, he believed that they would at least deprive Odin of one of her limbs. Taking a dagger in his hands, he said that now it remained to wait for another opportunity. A moment later, he threw the dagger on the map, and it pierced the Bay region. Raising his hand, he said that he could not believe that Odin had recovered without consequences from the poisoning, and all because of the healer in the Bay region. A man's voice came from the sphere asking if he needed to find the healer and kill him. The man in the cloak answered saying that he did not need to worry about it. After all, their next plan could not be stopped, no matter how strong this healer was. Saying this, the man bared his teeth. Slightly bowing his head, the man ordered the servant to finish it in a month. After this, the mana from the ball dissipated, and the criminal took a glass of wine and said that the day when the empire would fall was getting closer. At this time, the protagonist was preparing juicy meat. Handing the dish to Hansen, the guy told him to eat well. The guy happily said that he would eat a lot to strengthen his immunity. The protagonist was slightly puzzled and asked what he had said suddenly about immunity. Hansen was surprised and reminded the protagonist how he had said that beef improves immunity. The protagonist barely held back his laughter. In fact, he ate the meat because it was delicious. Afterwards, Ramon and Hansen continued to admire the taste of the meat at the table, but an unexpected scream interrupted their meal. Both became excited, trying to understand who had come to them. Ramon opened the door and asked the people who had come what brought them to him. A crowd of criminals appeared in front of the guy. The guys frowned and asked the protagonist if his name was Ramon. Hansen trembled, realizing that these people were from a dark guild. The protagonist, trying not to show fear, asked the men what their purpose was. Suddenly, someone called out to the men, telling them to stop scaring the healer. Tom, smiling, introduced himself as a modest businessman from Landstrom. The protagonist was dejected, recognizing the tyrant lord from the entertainment district. His guild was the largest in the Bay region, and he was also the leader of the Dark Blade Guild. Tom narrowed his eyes and said that he came here because he had something to say. The protagonist frowned, trying to figure out what the man wanted from him. Both boys looked at the newcomers with caution. Tom grinned and said that it turned out that he came in during a meal. After pointing to the food, he asked the guy why he was eating dog food, because he deserved more for doing good deeds. A moment later, he touched the plate and broke it, scaring the boys. The protagonist was shocked to see how one touch broke the plates into pieces. Hansen whispered to him, saying that Tom's came from a family of knights who were high-level mana users. Tom waved his hand and ordered his men to throw out this abomination, because of which Ramon watched with alarm as his things were thrown out. The system suddenly notified about the activation of the steel heart. The protagonist's heart was filled with mana, after which the system reported confirmation of the target as a hooligan, and then approved him a very high level. Then she activated the method of working with hooligans. The protagonist, having calmed down a little, decided to deal with them after all, because people from the criminal world become even more cruel to the weak. A moment later, she asked Tom's why they came to the clinic, and if it was because they were sick, then he would help them. Tom grinned, not seeing fear in the guy. He did not expect such courage from him. Looking at his subordinate, he said that there was a small misunderstanding. Smiling, Tom said that he only came to meet the healer who works so hard for the people of the Bay region. Unexpectedly, he ordered his subordinate to bring what they had prepared. He immediately approached the protagonist, holding out his hand, and handed him a bag of money. Hansen, afraid, said that there should be 1,000 penny inside. Ramon, puzzled, asked why they were giving him so much money. Tom's raised his hand and said that this was his personal gesture of gratitude to the workaholic from the Bay region. Grinning, he said that he also had a request. The protagonist became dejected, asking Tom's what his request was. He suddenly released his aura, saying that from now on, he will refrain from helping those who oppose the Dark Blade Guild. Then he sighed, telling the guy that he doesn't even know what kind of situation he's putting them in, because they'll look terrible if they beat everyone they can, so they'll be fine. When Ramon was about to object, Tom stepped forward and threw a dagger, scaring the guys. Grinning, Tom's told the protagonist that his life will not be safe just because he's the illegitimate son of the king. Then the criminal approached the healer closely, and putting the dagger to his face, he told him that if he wants to live to old age, he'd better not forget his words. The protagonist glanced at the cut on his cheek. Seeing this, Tom grinned and put away the dagger. He put his hand on the boy's shoulder, saying that he hoped that next time they would greet each other with a smile. Immediately after that, he turned around and walked away. Hansen worriedly asked the protagonist if he was okay. After a while, having started cleaning, Hansen asked what they would do, because the Dark Blade Guild was a group of the most terrible people in the region. The protagonist thought about his words. Calling the system, he asked himself if learning the self-defense skill would help him. A moment later, a system window appeared with a description of the self-defense skill. This skill protected the doctor and patients in cases of attack, but the requirement was 15 stamina points, and the protagonist had only 13 points in stamina. He did not have enough stamina, and Tom's was from a knight's mana users. The protagonist thought about it, realizing that even having learned the skill, he would not be able to overcome all the levels at once and reach Tom's level. Removing the system window, Ramon sighed, not understanding what to do. Suddenly, the system reported the appearance of a new task. The medical assistant's task was basic level and low difficulty. The description said that he was treated unfairly and he must overcome it. The requirement for completion was to perform treatment without succumbing to threats. Ramon became worried when he saw the task. He already thought that the system wanted him dead. The guys simultaneously shuddered when they heard screams. People rushed into the clinic asking Ramon to help them. Seeing the patient's condition, the protagonist asked where he had fought. Wiping away tears, the man said that the Dark Blade Guild had done all this. The protagonist and Hansen were scared to hear this. Pointing to the girl, the man said that she could not breathe properly. The protagonist immediately went down to her, saying that she had a broken rib and it was pressing against her lungs. Ramon froze for a moment, remembering Tom's. However, seeing the girl's condition, he decided to think about the consequences later. So he stretched out his hands to the patient, and looking at her body, he said that she had blood in her lungs and it would be better to remove it. The protagonist looked at the devices and ordered Hansen to bring them, but the cowardly guy objected. Ramon immediately shouted at the guy, asking if he wanted to watch her die here. Hansen froze in horror, but still went to another room for the devices. After some time in the old clinic, the protagonist, who had changed his clothes, apologized for the wait. The man worriedly asked him how everything went. The guy smiled at him, saying that everything was fine now. The men couldn't hold back their tears and started thanking him. Soon Hansen came out of the operating room. He called out to the guy and approached him, and putting his hand to his chest, he asked what they would do if the Dark Blade Guild decided to take revenge on them, whether they could ask for protection from the Blue Moon Guild. The protagonist remembered the members of the Dark Guild. Then he remembered Cancer, who said that the Blue Moon Guild did not have enough strength to fight the Dark Guild. The protagonist thought about it, trying to understand whether he should quickly pack his things and run. But his debt continued to grow, and he did not have time to gain the required level, and his current funds were not enough to pay off his debts. If he escaped from Tom's, the borrowers would pursue him like demons. Suddenly, the system reported the completion of the quest, and receiving the title of the one who overcame injustice. After that, it reported receiving a bonus level increase and receiving 20 skill points. Many system windows froze in front of the protagonist. A moment later, the system notified about receiving a hidden bonus. The protagonist stared at the hidden bonus in surprise. It turned out that the hidden bonus was an item that could increase the skill to rank for 24 hours. Ramon was surprised to see this. Most of his skills were rank D. The system suddenly notified about the appearance of a new task. The task turned out to be saving his patients from suffering and had a high level of difficulty. He needed to defeat the criminals mocking his patients and save them from suffering. The condition for completing it was defeating the Dark Blade Guild. The rewards were a level increase and 50 skill points. The protagonist immediately imagined himself fighting with a sword. He was horrified and sweated heavily. He was not a swordsman and could not throw back all the enemies with a blow. Ramon covered his face, realizing that he could not even run away. He couldn't help but think, trying to figure out if he could complete the task if he raised his skill to rank. Only advanced mages could use rank A magic, and it would probably allow the protagonist to defeat Toms in one hit. The only problem was that even if he raised his skill in magic, he didn't have enough mana. After changing his clothes, Ramon tried to figure out which skill he could raise to rank A. He suddenly froze when an idea came to him. He immediately ran to the table and asked Hansen if he could help him deliver the letter he was going to write to Cancer. Hansen looked at the protagonist writing in bewilderment. Ramon frowned and said that he would never run away. The guy got worried when he heard it and said that it was dangerous because the people from the Dark Guild were too cruel. Hansen, worried about the guy, said that it was really too dangerous for him. While packing the letter, the protagonist said that he had a plan. Handing over the letter, he told Hansen that he had an important mission and now he had to make sure that the letter would reach the recipient. The guy accepted the task, saying that he would deliver the letter even at the cost of his life. Then he turned around and walked away. Ramon sighed tiredly and immediately used the hidden bonus. Looking at the system windows, the protagonist realized that this skill was vital to him for the strategy. Namely, he increased the skill of the Steel Heart. The system reported that the Steel Heart had been increased to rank and now the skill had a legendary rank with Steel Determination. He could stand firmly on his feet. Invisible chains immediately enveloped the guy's heart. Ramon smiled. Now the skill felt completely different. He was no longer afraid of anything. The protagonist looked at the suitcase. The events take us to the Landstrom Entertainment District, the Guild of the Dark Blade. Toms raised his hands, telling the protagonist that he could not believe that he had visited their humble abode in person. He grinned and said that he was about to send for him because they had some business. The protagonist remembered the client and assumed that Toms wanted to beat him half to death. Ramon grinned. Now his skill had increased to rank A and he was not afraid of beatings at all. Frowning, he told Toms that he came to him because he had something to say. Bowing, he asked for forgiveness from the head of the Dark Guild. All three guild members froze in bewilderment. Smiling, the guy asked the protagonist why he did something that he eventually regretted. The protagonist said that he was to blame and such a mistake would not be repeated. Bowing his head, the guy said that after going through this, he thought everything over again and realized that he himself was tired of doing stupid things. Squeezing out a tear, he told Toms that he would like to swear allegiance to him. And successfully pretending, he smiled, saying that if a war ever broke out between the Dark Blade Guild and some other guild, he would definitely need a healer, and he had skills that the king himself recognized. Toms laughed when he heard his words. Grinning, he told the guy that this was different from what he heard, because it seemed to him that he wanted to dedicate himself to serving the people of the slums. The protagonist, seeing the expression on Tom's face, realized that his words would be very important now. He pretended to be worried, and approaching the guy, he said that in fact, his goal was to make money, but no one would hire him, so he had to start working from this region. Feigning admiration, the protagonist said that now that he met someone as great as him, he could no longer afford to beg for small change. Toms watched with satisfaction as the protagonist praised him and asked to accept him. Looking at the locker, he said that he liked his true face. The protagonist was happy and said that since he accepted it, he would like to examine it once for free. Toms looked at the guy in confusion. The protagonist frowned, saying that among the secret ancient techniques, there is one called medical examination. They are used to detect diseases before they manifest themselves. Approaching Toms, he whispered in his ear that only high-class nobles could enjoy this examination technique. The criminal could not miss such an opportunity, so he agreed with a smirk on his face. Ramon approached Toms and asked him to order the others to leave the room, because the technique was ancient and leaking information did not bode well. Raising his hand, Toms ordered the man to leave the room and not enter until he said so. He rushed off at great speed, accepting the order. Soon the protagonist took his suitcase and approached Toms, and began the examination from his stomach. Looking at the guy's face, he told Toms that no abnormalities were found in the stomach, so he moves on to the heart. The criminal, wary, asked the doctor what he was using. The guy replied saying that it was an ancient artifact known as a stethoscope. The protagonist, becoming serious, said that with it he could hear abnormalities in the heart. The guy even became sad remembering the amount he paid the dwarves for making it. Immediately after, he began the examination, and when he put the stethoscope to his chest, he was very surprised, and he told the worried Toms that something was wrong with his heart. The protagonist smiled at the criminal, telling him not to worry because everything could be fixed with a little treatment. Toms, hearing him, grinned, saying that he was counting on him. After that, he bared his chest. Ramon carefully placed his hands on his chest, realizing that he needed to succeed on the first try. A moment later, an electric shock came out of his hands, and like lightning, it passed through Tom's body, because of which he cried out in pain. Then the system informed the protagonist that the rank of the magic he used was higher than his intelligence value, because of which the magic effect became stronger. As a result, Toms was left lying like a fried chicken. The system informed the protagonist that he had received the achievement of the one who overcomes injustice by speaking out against injustice. A moment later, it informed him of receiving a bonus level and 20 skill points. Ramon was happy to see this. For this opportunity, he had to act so submissively, and even if Toms was a strong knight, he would not be able to withstand an electric shock applied directly to the heart. The protagonist came to his senses and decided that he needed to hurry. He carefully tied up Toms, and looking at his hands, he told himself that he needed to hold out until Cancer, to whom he had sent a letter, came to save him. The protagonist approached the door, mentally saying that now they had a chance to stand against the Dark Blade Guild. After all, the reason why the guild became the strongest in the entertainment district is solely because of Toms. Leaning against the door, Ramon decided that outside the room they had not yet realized what had happened here. The guy then turned around and began to walk back. At the same time, he was thinking about whether there was a safe here. The guy searched through Tom's pockets trying to find the keys to the safe, and unexpectedly for himself, he found a bunch of keys. He immediately began to search the entire room. Unexpectedly, the guy hit something, and a bruise appeared on his forehead. But thanks to this, he was able to find the safe. Overjoyed, he decided that now his life would never be the same and he would no longer have to live in an environment where creditors pestered him. However, when he opened the safe, he saw only documents in it, because of which he froze in amazement. Taking the papers in his hands, he frowned, after which he began to read them carefully. After reading a couple of lines, he became worried, realizing that these documents turned out to be secret accounting, detailed documentation of all the crimes committed by Toms. And while the guy was reading the documents, the criminal raised his head, asking him how he dared to deceive him. A moment later, he released his aura. The protagonist became wary, telling Toms to lie still. Angrily, Ramon told the criminal to be a good boy before he was beaten to death. Because of the steel heart of a rank, he was not at all afraid of the criminal who was tied up. Tom suddenly grinned, and releasing mana, he freed himself from the rope. The protagonist was horrified to see this. The guy immediately raised his hand, saying that he simply made a mistake with the treatment method. Tom suddenly shouted, ordering the guy to shut up. The protagonist called up the system window, deciding to use points to raise his stats. In despair, the protagonist decided to add 2 points to his stamina. The system immediately reported that his stamina had reached 15 and that he could now learn the self-defense skill. Right after that, he opened the store and bought the skill. The system notified him of receiving a bonus for the first purchase of the self-defense skill. It also informed him of receiving a unique skill for 50 points. Healer's self-defense was a skill that gave strength to defend in case of danger. The guy's stats instantly increased under the influence of the skill. Looking at Toms, the guy felt fear, although his stats had increased, but he was against the mana user. Toms bared his teeth, wanting to kill the guy. Ramon closed his eyes, mentally saying that he couldn't die like that because he needed to enjoy wealth and fame. His heart began to beat hard. The protagonist immediately realized that now, thanks to the skill, he was able to calm down. He grabbed the stick abruptly and swung it, intending to hit Toms. The criminal froze in shock from what he saw. Ramon was able to knock down the enemy with one blow. He was amazed to see this. The guy began to tremble, not believing that his enemy lost with one blow. The system unexpectedly informed him that he had fought against a strong enemy and bravely defeated him, which is why he received the achievement of a dwarf who defeated a giant. He also received 20 skill points and also a bonus. Now when fighting an enemy stronger than himself, he could show mystical power. Ramon was puzzled, realizing that he had really defeated the enemy. He took the rope in his hands again, deciding to tie up the criminal. But before he could do this, he heard screams outside. He immediately went to the window and noticed Cancer. Looking at the crowd below, the protagonist tried to understand how the Blue Moon Guild had so many people. Cancer raised his hand and shouted that the prince had risen up for them, and now it was their turn to follow him. What he heard shocked the protagonist. The system notified him of the activation of the title, the one who helps the inhabitants of the slums, and told Ramon that he had a huge impact on the people of the slums. An hour ago, Hansen was sitting on a bench after handing over a letter to Cancer. The guy could not believe that Ramon went to the Dark Blade Guild alone. Gathering up his courage, the guy said that Ramon was doing too much for his patients and now he could not just sit. Hansen went out to the square and shouted, asking people to help him, or rather Ramon. Passers-by stopped when they heard the name of the prince. People, recognizing the situation, began to worry greatly about the prince. Indignant, the men took their weapons and followed Hansen. And now they, led by Kanseer and Hansen, were shouting in the square, wanting to save the prince. One of the people pointed to the window, seeing the prince's silhouette. Kanseer and Hansen were surprised to see him. The protagonist froze in shock. Kanseer, worried, shouted, saying that they were already rushing to his aid. The protagonist, remembering the safe, became worried. Kanseer had already started to climb the wall by this time. The residents were watching him tensely. The protagonist, barely lifting Toms, told them not to worry because he had already captured the criminal. Hansen and Kanseer, seeing Toms, were surprised and asked the protagonist how he dealt with the mana user. Ramon wiped his sweat, realizing that the situation should become calmer. But suddenly, the people from the slums began to shout, saying that the prince was great because he was putting his life on the line for them. Ramon began to wave his hands, trying to convince them, but it was too late. The people began to chant his name, greeting the prince. The protagonist froze in mute shock. He decided to pretend and make it look like everything was planned that way. However, the young guy did not suspect that under the influence of the steel heart of Ranka, his calm and confident appearance in the eyes of the slum dwellers was amazing. People seeing his majestic appearance rejoiced, saying that he was the only one they recognized as a prince in the Bay region. Meanwhile, the system informed the protagonist about the completion of the task, because of which his level increased as much as 3 times, and he received 50 bonus skill points. The system notified the guy that due to the increased reputation, he increased his influence in the region. Events take us to the royal palace. Galman, who learned about the situation, said that it was not so easy to exterminate the guild dominating the entire territory of the slums, after which he asked his subordinate how Ramon did it. She answered, saying that the prince came up with a complex plan and personally infiltrated the enemy base and dealt with the leader. Hearing her answer, Galman grinned. Toms was one of the highest ranked knights among those who wielded mana, and although he was not at the expert level, he was strong enough to earn respect among the soaps in mid-level knightly orders. The secretary surprised Galman by saying that the prince took great risks for the sake of the slum dwellers because he could no longer tolerate the guild's bullying. The man chuckled, realizing that he had been wrong about the frail boy all along. He realized that the boy had a loyal look with only the lives of the slum dwellers on his mind last time. Worriedly, Galman asked if Ramon had received any injuries. The girl answered by saying that other than a small wound on his forehead, nothing was noticed. The man nodded in satisfaction, saying that a reward should be put forward for such a feat. Suddenly, the girl interrupted him, saying that Ramon had done an even greater feat besides eliminating the guild. She said, slightly embarrassed, that the guy not only defeated Toms, but also found a secret ledger with all his crimes. Galman, hearing her words, froze in shock. He immediately took the documents while the secretary told him that it contained the names of all the nobles who had ever dealt with the Dark Blade Guild, and according to the documents, some supported the guild. Galman, becoming serious, asked the girl if she was sure about this. She answered by saying that they had already found the records of transfers, which were proof, but the worst thing was that the Viscount in charge in the Bay region were also on the list. The man, hearing her, said that if the public knew about this document, there would be a nightmare in the political world. The events take us to the underground prison of the palace. Toms was angry sitting in the cell. He was going to kill the protagonist as soon as he got out of here. He wanted to beat him up and make the guy beg for mercy. Remembering the healer's blow, the criminal couldn't believe that his strength was enough, and because of the panic, he didn't even have time to react. And then he was knocked out. Besides, such a move is not made by someone without a hint of muscles and the basics of swordsmanship. It felt like a blow from a club, which was delivered by a truly strong knight. Suddenly, someone approached his cell. Toms chuckled, assuming that someone had come to free him. But the knights who came were not here for this. Soon Toms was chained, and his neck was tied with ropes. He screamed in anger, trying to free himself, saying that they did not even know who he was. His jailer pulled the cattle seal out of the fire and said that he was the worst criminal in the world. Toms asked in panic if he thought that the nobles who stood behind him would not pay attention to this. The knight glanced at the criminal and said that all the nobles he had bribed had already been captured and brought here for interrogation, all thanks to the entries in the ledger. Toms was horrified to hear his words. After several days of interrogation, Toms told everything, and the nobles involved in corrupt deals were punished, thus the Dark Blade Guild was eradicated. At this time, the system informed the protagonist that he had accomplished a great feat for the slums and received the achievement of reading the Dark Organization. He also received the achievement of overcoming corruption, due to which his reputation increased and he again strengthened his influence in this region. The protagonist, looking at the system windows, tried to understand how he was able to free the slums from villains and become a hero. Suddenly, the door of the clinic opened. Hansen, going inside, said that he bought them beef to boost their immunity with the money he got yesterday. Going to the kitchen, the guy said that he bought not just beef, but the best beef for the best effect. The protagonist smiled and told him to cook everything as usual. Hansen, looking out of the kitchen, said that he could not cook food for him anyhow because he could not allow him, who works for the people from the slums, to eat beef that is not of the highest quality. Having prepared everything for the meat, Hansen said that he can be modest as much as he wants, but he knows how he really thinks. After that, he put on an apron saying that he will do everything in his power to cook beef to maximize immunity. The protagonist was horrified to see how Hansen is becoming different from himself day by day. But in any case, with the growth of his reputation, he will have more customers, so he will be able to enjoy meat every day. Now that even people outside the Bay region know about him, the protagonist couldn't help but think that his image as an illegitimate prince might change. Hansen called out to the boy and asked what he could take as a reward from the palace. After this question, the boys in the clinic began to discuss what reward they should take. The next day, a servant brought a carriage and asked the protagonist to follow him. The boy smiled. He never thought that a servant from the palace would treat him so respectfully. After that, the carriage went to the palace. The protagonist could not imagine that he, who was previously equated with trash, would receive a luxurious reception and an escort in a carriage to the palace. When he lived in the palace, not only the princes mocked the boy, but the servants did not stop doing this, forgetting to bring him food. He skipped meals or deliberately gave him dirty clothes and forced him to sleep in a cold room. The protagonist looked out the window in surprise as he heard the people cheering for him. The crowd raised their hands to say goodbye to their prince. People chanted his name, saying that he was too handsome. The boy couldn't help but smile. He was now Sir Ramon and the hero healer of the Bay region. The boy waved his hand to the crowd, saying goodbye to them. But a moment later, he froze. In the crowd behind everyone, he saw someone who puzzled him. He immediately became worried. A poor skinny boy was waving his hand to him. Seeing him, the protagonist immediately realized that he had a nutritional deficiency. He frowned, realizing that there were many such children in the slums, and despite the good things that had happened recently, the people of the Bay region still lived a poor and hard life. The protagonist froze in sadness. He clenched his hand, realizing that an ordinary healer like him should not be bothered by this. After all, issues of poverty should be resolved by people of high status, like the king or the prime minister. Ramon slapped himself in the face, deciding to forget about it and think about a solid reward for completing the task. However, the image of the poor boy could not be forgotten. Suddenly, a system panel appeared in front of him. The system notified him of the appearance of a bonus task. He had to get the best possible reward from the palace so that the system would evaluate him and give him an additional reward. Depending on the evaluation, the system gave different rewards. For rank of the reward was 1 bonus level increase and 30 skill points. The protagonist closed his eyes. He was only going to take the money. Soon the carriage arrived at the palace, and as soon as the guy entered it, people began to discuss his personality. The protagonist heard how some called him a vile worm. The nobles and servants said that most likely he was lucky in performing a feat because a lowborn cannot do a great deed. Ramon was despondent. He had already forgotten about such an attitude during his life in the slums. People from the outside still considered him scum. They discussed and laughed at him behind his back. The protagonist barely held back his anger, mentally saying that he himself did not want to be born an illegitimate son, and if they wanted to criticize someone, then let them criticize him. Because of hatred, he decided that he would not heal them for any money when he became the best healer and would only watch them crawl on their knees begging for forgiveness. A girl suddenly appeared and asked the crowd what they were all doing here. She turned out to be Princess Sophia. The protagonist, seeing her, was puzzled. The princess looked at the servants and asked if she could conclude that they had all already perfectly completed their assignments since they were resting here. The servants immediately bowed their heads, asking the princess for forgiveness. Ramon was a little surprised by the girl's severity. Sophia crossed her arms and said that next time she would not limit herself to just a warning. The servants immediately turned around and ran away, and only the protagonist remained standing, looking at the princess with confusion. A moment later, he greeted Sophia, causing her to frown. Looking at her, Ramon tried to understand why she was not leaving. Sophia suddenly calmed down and said that she was just passing by and she was not here to find him. Ramon involuntarily looked at the window, trying to understand why the girl was focusing on this. Sophia, a little embarrassed, told him that he could go about his business. The guy smiled and said goodbye to the girl. However, seeing how the girl suddenly became irritated, he was horrified by her nasty disposition. Ramon shuddered when the girl ordered him to stop. Looking at him, she said that since they met by chance, she wanted to ask him a question. The protagonist smiled at her, saying that she could ask about anything. But a moment later he froze. Sophia asked him what reward he wanted to receive. Then she turned around and without waiting for an answer said that he should think before speaking. Sophia closed her eyes and said that depending on his decision, today's reward could be an opportunity that is given once in a lifetime. Ramon froze upon hearing her words. The events take us to the banquet hall, where the protagonist entered. He immediately drew attention to the emperor, who was looking at everything with a frowning look. Then the protagonist turned his attention to the prime minister, and also to the second and third princes. Bowing to the emperor, the protagonist mentally said that they should have warned him, because no one said that he would have an audience with the emperor. The third prince sighed. Limerton could not believe that Ramon had accomplished such a feat in the Bay region. After all, before this region was perceived as a malignant tumor that no one dared to touch, all the princes, including him, tried to calm the inhabitants of the region. Limerton stared at the boy, barely containing his anger. Chiron smirked and asked Bran if he was fascinated by the fact that Ramon had achieved anything. The boy frowned, saying that since he was from a poor area, he had found common ground with the slum dwellers, since he was an illegitimate child that no one acknowledged. Limerton thought about it, saying that if Ramon was going to stay in the slums, it would be nice to support him, since as someone who planned to inherit the throne, it was the least he could do for him. Chiron smirked when he heard his words. Smiling widely, he said that from the perspective of someone closer to him, there was a limit to how ignorant one could be on the matter. Looking at the protagonist, he said that their nasty little puppy's behavior was very cute. Smirking, he said that it would be nice to lure him over to his side. Limerton frowned when he heard him. At this time, Odin ordered the protagonist to come to him. The guy closed his eyes obeying the order, and began to straighten up carefully, thinking that he was too timid. He had a feeling that he was about to faint. Odin raised his hand, saying that his exploits deserved praise, so he could say if there was any reward that he could give him. The protagonist smiled, thinking about money, but suddenly he remembered the words said by Sophia, and now looking at the emperor thought, trying to understand if his decision was really right. Is there a smarter way to save the inhabitants of the slums? Is it possible to get something else for the poor children? The protagonist plucked up his resolve, having found the answer. Smiling, he said and told the emperor that he really had what he wanted to ask for. Ramon remembered all the poverty and cruelty. He asked himself, isn't there a smarter way to get both money and something else? He looked ahead, an idea was born in his mind. He smiled and said that he really had something to ask for. One looked down and asked what. Ramon thought about it. Now that they were face to face, he realized. This man may be his father, but he is worse than a stranger. The hero clenched his fist. He was made to understand how much he resented and hated him. He closed his eyes. It didn't matter now. He was not going to be distracted by useless thoughts at the moment. The hero chose the path of the great doctor. The skill of the steel heart was activated. Now he had a steel will and an unwavering heart. Ramon began to remember. He never chose anything like this. This decision was dictated by his own greed. He remembered the society, asked, how can someone like him change the society? He was already busy being an ordinary doctor who was good at treating other people's illnesses. It was better to get a reward that would bring him the most benefit while helping the people of the Bay region. Ramon asked for money. One looked at the boy questioningly. He couldn't believe that he was asking for money as expected from an illegitimate child. Ramon put his hand on his chest. He asked for funding for the Bay region. The hero spoke for the benefit of others. The eloquent skill was activated. Ramon looked at his father seriously and said that thanks to this incident, a lot of money had entered the treasury, and if possible, he asked to use it for the benefit of the Bay region. Everyone looked at the hero in surprise. Ramon spread his hands and said that the resources of the Dark Blade Guild were accumulated at the expense of the people living in the Bay region. The same goes for the bribes received by nobles involved in corrupt deals. In this regard, he believes that the only right decision is to use the funds received for the benefit of the Bay region and its people. Garanson nodded to the hero. He noted that when the hero spoke for the people, that timid bastard child would completely disappear. He called him a truly noble prince. Ramon looked to the side excitedly. He knew that if everything worked out, he and the region would benefit. He was sure that when they invested in the region, they would hire an expert who knew it like the back of his hand. That person would most likely be him, since no one knew the region better than him. Then he would highlight the extremely low standard of living in the region and receive allowances for herbs and other treatments if he simply asked for money as a reward. The amount would be limited, but this way he could get more, and if people knew about the choice he made, his reputation would most likely rise again. In addition, he would be able to change the opinion of people outside the Bay region about himself. He faced several limiting factors. The limitation related to his background and the limitation related to using medical techniques that were similar to heresy due to the healing traditions of this world. The people in the slums don't really care how they just accept his treatments, but it won't work on the people outside the slums. In order to expand his clinic to other regions, the hero needs to get people to come to him, and there's no better way than to build a good reputation. Since he was talking to the emperor now, he was sure that word of mouth would spread quickly, and that kind of publicity couldn't be bought with money. The emperor frowned. He looked at the hero and asked him to answer the question. In that case, how do you think they should use the money? Ramon was confused. He didn't understand why his father was asking him this. He wanted him to figure it out himself. He looked forward seriously and said that he was thinking about how to prioritize improving the environment since the Bay region was too polluted. He remembered the slums and said that they weren't taken care of properly and the drinking water was polluted and the streets were filled with rats and insects that spread diseases. He raised his hand and said that improving the environment would lead to a dramatic decrease in the number of deaths caused by diseases. Odin looked at his son and said that the region did need an improvement in the environment. However, it would not be enough. He said that he would ask the question differently. He asked what the hero thought was most needed to improve the lives of the people in the Bay region. Göransson thought about how improving the lives of the Bay region was something that His Majesty had failed to achieve during his entire reign. Why was he asking Riemann's opinion on this matter? He nodded again, thought about how the three princes had failed to stabilize the situation in the Bay region. He was sure that His Majesty would be terribly disappointed. Did Odin want to see if Riemann had the right qualities to be a prince? Riemann frowned. He was trying to understand why the Emperor was asking such questions to a simple healer. After all, it was the Emperor's responsibility to solve such problems. He looked down. Something was coming to his mind, but he was trying to figure out if he could say it out loud. Leimerton placed his hand on his chest and asked him to answer for the hero. He looked forward and thought about how his father sympathized with the people of the slums, and when he had suggested getting rid of the region in the past, he had lost his father's favor, so he should take the chance to win it back. He smiled and said that the fundamental problem of the region was poverty. He said that they needed to solve the hunger issue, and if they could establish a constant flow of grain, the region would pledge allegiance to his father. Göransson looked at the Emperor and noted that this was not a bad proposal, and most likely, this act would calm the hearts of the people living in the slums and also increase loyalty to the imperial family. He scratched his chin and thought about how simply providing food would not solve the problem of poverty because it required fundamental changes. Chiron intervened and said that providing food was just a political ploy. It would also cause problems with funding. Leimerton nudged the prince and said that it was still necessary to stabilize the situation in the Bay region. Chiron smiled wickedly and said that what he really wanted to know was whether it was really necessary to make such an effort for the Bay region. He said that the lower class people were gathering there. Wouldn't it be better to just tighten control over them? Odin covered his face and said that he had heard them before. He asked if Riemann had any other ideas. The people behind the hero were discussing that even Prince Leimerton, who was considered a genius, and Prince Chiron, who was receiving support to become the next ruler, couldn't solve this problem. So how could an illegitimate child have any good ideas? Riemann looked at his father seriously. He decided that he didn't care anymore even if he was laughed at. He said that a change in the environment was needed. Odin looked at him and said that this was not enough. Riemann looked around, not understanding why His Majesty looked so disappointed, as if he expected something from him. He raised his hand and said that what he was talking about was not only about cleaning the water and solving the sanitation issue. He said that it was about widening the streets so that carriages could pass through them and thus increase safety. The hero stood up for his patience. The skill of steel heart and eloquence was activated. Ramon beamed and said that if they rooted out the dark organizations that had accumulated in the Bay region and regulated the illegal activities in the entertainment district, the region would be able to develop on its own as a business center. Göransson raised his hand and said that the Bay region had no connections with people from the outside. He said that it would be difficult to turn it into a business center. Did the hero understand that? Ramon looked at him and said that in the current state of affairs, this was a true observation, but the region had an advantage that could help it develop. He said that it was Alfengado, the region located closest to Alfengado, through which people go to the capital. But the merchants do not pass through the northern gate that is connected to the Bay region, only the eastern gate. The hero said that if the security in the Bay region is increased, the merchants will not have to deliberately take the longer route to the eastern gate. Ramon smiled and said that the Bay region has a special advantage that other places do not have. He said that it is the entertainment district of Landstrom. Ramon looked at the nobles who thought that Landstrom does not fit the picture that would represent the nobility. But the truth is that they love entertainment and each of them has visited Landstrom at some point. At night, this place is filled with regular customers. He said that currently, Landstrom has many illegal activities openly present such as illegal gambling, crime, and drugs. He proposes to completely eradicate them and change the entertainment district into a place that can function in broad daylight, so that Landstrom will no longer be a den for secret entertainment and will become a place where people can have a good time with their close friends and family. If Landstrom becomes a business district, merchants will naturally flock there. He said that the Bay region will experience a real revolution, and the people of the slums will be able to overcome their poverty. Göransson looked at the noble and thought that the hero's idea was quite possible, and now is the perfect time for it. Since the Dark Blade Guild was eliminated, he noted that the cleansing of the region will go more smoothly. He rubbed his chin and thought that this would not only benefit the Bay region. If another business center was established near the capital, it could also develop their trade relations. He noted that the hero's proposal was much better than what the princes had offered. He was sure that His Majesty was satisfied with the answer. Odin smiled and said that it was not so bad. He called Garanson over and told him to consider his proposal with the administration. Riemann looked at the emperor in surprise because he had immediately gotten down to business, but he was wary of everything and usually very carefully considered proposals before acting. He frowned. It was strange for him to receive recognition from the emperor's father. He had never received compliments from him before. He nodded and thanked His Majesty. Odin looked at Riemann and said that everything he said was for the benefit of the slum dwellers and he did not ask for anything for himself, although this could not be called a reward, but he would offer an additional reward. Riemann put his hand on his chest and waited. The emperor looked at him and said that this was a reward for him personally. He said that the hero from this day on would receive the title of baronet. Riemann looked at his father in surprise. He looked ahead. It was beyond his expectations. It might be a lowly title, but it belonged to a noble. Riemann clenched his fist, thinking that although he could not own territory in the Allied Empire that Houston belonged to, a lowly noble still had more power than a knight. Riemann knelt down and said that he did not deserve such a great reward. The emperor asked if he thought it was too much. Riemann blushed and said that he was simply extremely grateful. He exhaled, because he almost said what he was thinking out loud. Odin began to go down to his son. He said that the hero brought peace to the restless hearts of the people living in the Bay region as a healer, and also got rid of an evil underworld group, while identifying corrupt officials and moreover, gave a valuable hint. Riemann bowed. The emperor said that it was about how to solve the empire's 100-year-old problem with the Bay region. The emperor began to take out his sword. He said that his son was worthy of such a reward. He began to dedicate the hero to the title and asked if there was a family name that he wished to receive. The hero said that he would like to take the surname Pennon. The emperor's hand trembled. The hero looked at him. He knew that Pennon was his mother's surname. Odin's eyes widened. He frowned and asked to be allowed to ask a question. He asked if the hero would lay down his life to serve him in the Houston Empire. Riemann bowed and said that he swears by his name that he will be faithful to His Majesty. Odin enthusiastically raised his sword and said that he swears by the great name of Houston that he accepts his loyalty and from this moment on grants the hero the title of baronet. And, moreover, he will be addressed not as Riemann, but as Baronet Pennon. After a while, the man in the cloak asked if the healer had really become a baronet. He smiled and asked whose son he was. He stroked the magic ball and asked what rank the hero was. The man on the other side said that it was undefined and that this was the first time in its existence that the healer tower had given out such a rank. He thought about the rumor that the hero had cured Odin of poison, and despite the fact that his healing powers were rated as F rank, moreover, he was quite famous in the Bay region. And for healing he used not healing, but ancient secret techniques. He thought about the hero in the medical suit and asked what kind of techniques they were. He considered them useless and heretical. The stranger looked at the ball and asked if the hero would stay in the Bay region. He adjusted his collar and asked if there was a chance that the hero's ancient secret techniques would interfere with their plan. The interlocutor assumed that it would be difficult for the hero to interfere with them. The man tapped his finger on the table. He looked at the ball and asked why the interlocutor thought so. The interlocutor said that in order to stop them, the hero needed something more than just the ability to heal people. He said that extensive and specific knowledge was needed, so it did not matter how exceptional the hero was as a healer. He said that the hero would not be able to master the knowledge needed to stop them, so there was no need to worry about him. The stranger smiled and said that this day was almost here. He stroked the ball. The interlocutor said that the preparations were complete and the necessary progress should happen soon. The stranger asked if the interlocutor had covered his tracks, because if someone found evidence, it would put them in a difficult position. The interlocutor showed the corpses and said that they got rid of the evidence in a quiet place. The stranger told him to continue in the same spirit. He took a glass of wine and thought about the hero. He took a sip, noted that even the hero's eyes were the color of emerald. Emerald eyes. If this is really the symbol of the family he knows about, then it is most likely a coincidence. The hero received an upgrade. Along with the reward, he received a bonus level. People began to discuss Ramon's proposal to the emperor. The street was full. People tried to understand why the hero was trying so hard to give himself to the Bay region. They imagined the hero as an angel and said that even in heaven there is no such a bright person. People were so grateful to him that they were ready to cry. The system reported that the reputation increased. The hero received the title of the savior of the slums. The system reported that the hero received the loyalty of the slums and showed the description of the title. Ramon looked at Hansen contentedly and asked who he was. The guy happily called the hero a baronet and happily called him again. Ramon laughed. He thought about how good it was that he received a new level and title, but he understood that it could not be compared with the rank of baronet. The hero felt joy for 3 seconds. He climbed the wall, looked at the sky. He knew that a baronet was the lowest rank of nobility, not even included in the 5 ranks of peers, and he also did not have the right to own his own territory. The hero was content with this. He proudly asked Hansen to repeat his title and surname. He hugged the guy and thought that he was wonderful since he had answered him with such sincerity more than 200 times. The hero opened his characteristics. He smiled contentedly because in 3 levels he would be promoted. He rubbed his chin, thought that as soon as he reached level 40, he would begin to advance to the Commoner region. He understood that he could not stay in the Bay region forever. He was going to head to the Commoner region and earn a lot of money there. After a while, the carriage drove through the forest. The guy in it was Rao Kaplan. He smiled because he was the first son of the Count's family, famous for martial arts and the youngest person to graduate from the Royal Academy as the best student. He skipped a few grades and managed to graduate at the top of his class in 3 years instead of the usual 5. After his exceptional efforts were recognized by the administration, he was appointed as the administrator of the Bay region. However, Garrison then laughed and said that if there were any problems, he should discuss them and cooperate with Raymond, since no one knew the region better than him. Rhea slammed his fist on the armrest, outraged that the Emperor wanted him to work with someone like Riemann. He leaned forward angrily. After all, he was an elite of elites. He leaned back and decided that it didn't matter that much. After all, he was an educated elite with an open mind and he wouldn't judge a person by their status alone. He touched his face and thought about how the hero didn't choose to be born an illegitimate child. He shouldn't criticize the hero for his background. He looked ahead and thought that if he were to speak out against anyone, it would be against his father who had conceived him out of wedlock, because the reason he could not recognize the hero was not because of his origin. Even if the hero had accomplished a great feat, did that change the fact that he was only a healer? He noted that healers valued only material goods and were fixated only on money. His hand trembled. He asked if he, an honest administrator of the region, should listen to the advice of a materialist. He coughed gently into his fist and told himself that he shouldn't be so prejudiced against people, because a hero could be an exception to the rule. He looked away sullenly and decided that he would have to find out for himself and judge whether the hero was worthy of his recognition. If Riemann was not as noble, honest, and pure-hearted as they said, then he would expose his true identity. The carriage arrived at a busy square. Rael looked at the people. He noted that the atmosphere here was much better than he expected. The capital's lair of demons, that was the common people's idea of the region. Whenever he went to the Lannistram with his friends during their school days, the place always felt gloomy, but now the atmosphere was much better. Why? The coachman suddenly turned to the boy. Rael looked at him questioningly and said that the streets now seemed completely different. The coachman cheerfully said that it was all thanks to their prince. Rael asked again. The carriage was going through the crowd. The man said that the prince was a nickname they gave to Ramon, because all the changes happened because of him. Rao looked at the man in surprise and asked what the hero did. The man said that the story was quite long. Would he like to listen? The man began to tell the story, and Rao began to listen, fascinated. The coachman said that in the story there was a man named Toms. Rao began to blush. He drooped, and in a serious tone asked to stop. He said that they had already arrived at the official residence. The coachman said that he could not tell everything because the journey did not take much time. But there was no one better than the hero. Rao went out into the street and sighed heavily and looked ahead angrily. The people around smiled and praised the hero. The man said that if it were not for the hero, then in case of illness no one would take care of them and they would have to survive under the oppression of bad people. The worker cheerfully said that thanks to the hero, they had hope. He was sure that the Bay region would one day be a wonderful place to live. Rael looked at the notebook with confusion and thought about how everyone was praising the hero like a fanatic. He guessed that the people were under a spell. Rael rubbed his chin and noted that Riemann might be up to something, acting noble, thus misleading people. He looked at the hero's nicknames. People said that Riemann was an angel descended from heaven and a hero. He was even called the best prince on the continent. People said that such a noble person could not exist. It makes no sense for a hero to not think about himself and give himself to others, but if that was true, then Riemann was most likely a saint. He looked at the house and told himself that he should see him in person. Riemann stopped. The system reported detecting a potential idiot whose target behavior level was ordinary. Ramon looked at Rao, who was leaning against a pillar and addressing the hero. Rao looked away and said that he was the new administrator assigned to the Bay region. He said that he would like to ask the hero some questions. Ramon turned to the patient and asked the guy if they could talk later, since he was a little busy at the moment. He smiled nervously. The skill of working with idiots activated. Ramon thought that he would not talk to Rao, since he looked like an idiot who only wanted to quarrel with someone, and he did not need connections with the administration. He looked away, noted that the Kaplan family was much weaker than they once were, and most likely Rao did not even have enough power to harm him. In times like these, it was necessary to act tough and stand up for yourself. Rao tensed up. Ramon said that for him, caring for the patient was the highest priority, and he was truly sorry, but he would appreciate it if Rao waited. Rao irritably agreed. The hero smiled at him. Rao began reading the newspaper while Ramon examined the patient. Rao frowned at the hero and noted that he matched the description of people, although he thought friendly healers did not exist. The woman reached into her bag. Rao looked at the greedy eyes of the hero. He was beaming and smiling. A flash of realization shot through Rao. He frowned, he felt it and was confident in his observation skills. He thought that the hero was acting friendly and thereby deceiving his patients, since he did everything for money or reputation. Ramon smiled, and Rao thought of the strategy that the friendlier you are, the more people will know about you and the more patients will come to him, which means he will get more money. This is known as friendly marketing. The hero felt as if Rao was staring at the back of his head. Rao stood up and said that he thought he would go. Rao crossed out all the nicknames of the hero. He looked at the notebook with a frown. He knew that the hero had not done anything specifically wrong, so he could not be punished by law. Rao looked down. He was going to keep the hero under control so that he could not spread his influence throughout the region. He could not believe that he had to rule the region with such a materialistic person. Duke Galman's eye for good people was not as good as it used to be. The man knocked on the door. He was holding a man on his shoulders and said that they were in great trouble. Hansen looked at them with fear and asked what was wrong. He began to lead them to the treatment room. Ramon looked at the patient. The man said that it was his friend with whom they worked together. He went to look for him at the workplace since he had not shown up for a long time. Ramon opened the man's eyelids. His friend said that he had found him unconscious on the ground. The hero noted that the man was definitely unconscious and did not react to light. The man did not move. The hero realized that he was in a coma, but why did this happen to him suddenly? Ramon thought with fear that it was a cerebral hemorrhage, and not only was it difficult to save him, but the man was not immune to the consequences if he survived. The hero looked at the man with concern. He understood that with his abilities he could not save him, and even a doctor at the specialist or professional level might not be able to help a patient with brain damage. Ramon bowed down and said that he was sorry and the man was already dead. Hansen hugged the crying man. Ramon frowned. He was not used to such a feeling. Even though he was a materialist to the core, he did not like losing patients at all. He closed his eyes and thought that he needed to find out how this happened. Something seemed strange to the hero, because the man was not even injured. How could such a young man have a cerebral hemorrhage? The hero approached the friend of the deceased and asked if something unusual had happened last night. He asked if the man had been hit on the head. The friend of the deceased was holding a glass of tea in his hands. He said that everything was fine with his friend yesterday. He looked into his cup and said that his friend said that he was a little tired, but that's normal when you work. Ramon frowned. There was petechial hemorrhage under the skin. It was no longer a normal cerebral hemorrhage. The hero realized that the man had internal bleeding due to congestive splenomegaly. Platelets in our blood are involved in maintaining hemostasis. If, for some reason, the platelet count decreases, the bleeding will not stop. In the event of a significant drop in platelet count, a person can face the mortal danger of hemorrhage in the lungs or brain, even if there is no external damage. Ramon gloomily sipped, wondering why the man's platelet count had dropped. Was the problem in the blood? The man sadly asked the hero not to be too upset, because he understood that it was not the hero's fault. Hansen looked at the hero with concern. 3 days later, the guy cried out in fear that another corpse had been found. Ramon looked at the assistant in shock. The woman was kneeling by the bed with the girl. Ramon rushed into the room and asked what happened. The woman said that the girl was feeling sicker than usual today, and then the girl suddenly started vomiting blood. Ramon carefully walked up to the blood-stained girl. He realized that she had died from massive blood loss. He asked if her platelet count had dropped due to the same reason as the previous patient. Ramon looked into space with a depressed expression, wondering what was going on in the Bay region. He looked into the void with concern and realized that there was only one reason why the rare disease, thrombocytopenia, was so widespread, an epidemic. Right now, there was a deadly virus in the Bay region that caused a decrease in the number of platelets in the blood. People were in a closed area, so rumors spread quickly. In the crowd, people were talking with fear about the girl vomiting blood and trying to figure out if a dangerous epidemic had started. A man said that a few days ago he heard that a young man died for no reason. Shouldn't they leave here right now? They could also die from the disease. Rao knocked on a tree and asked people not to worry. He smiled proudly and said that the epidemic was not a problem for him, Administrator Rao. People started pointing at him and asking what he would do about it. Rao said in confusion that they would analyze the reasons. People shouted that there had already been 2 deaths. A couple of poor people approached Rao. They began to ask what a young and inexperienced man could do. Rao waved his hands in embarrassment and asked the gentleman to calm down. People looked around angrily. One man said that they had a prince. People turned away from Rao, thanks to the hero. Everyone immediately began to calm down and say that the prince would figure it out. The man said that they should be ashamed that they had just doubted their prince. Rao was left standing alone in the dust. The hero's title of Slum Savior was activated. The hero received absolute loyalty. He began to give a sense of stability to the charged residents of the slums. People gathered near the house. Someone shouted that people should relax and trust the prince. Ramon sat depressed and leaned against the wall. He asked why people trusted him so much, because he could not guarantee anything. Ramon knew that there were various epidemics in the world, and although some of them had been studied, Riipentane's viruses were different from those known on Earth in type and nature. This meant that many diseases were beyond medical knowledge, so the hero was not sure that he could solve this problem. He held his head and thought about how people were convinced that he had found a way to end the epidemic. Everything scared him very much. He screamed, thinking that he was the healer of this region, so he needed to somehow deal with this. But what should he do? The system notified about the appearance of a task. The task required dealing with a mysterious epidemic spreading through the slums. It showed the description of the task and the conditions for completing it. Ramon cried, because now he would definitely have to deal with this task. He stood up, shook off his clothes, decided that he needed to think positively. If he could get rid of the disease, he would receive a new reward. He adjusted his collar and thought that people would not ignore the one who solved the epidemic in the heart of the capital, and he could earn fame and money. He said that they could use this as a springboard to enter the commoners' region. He waved his hand, deciding that the most important thing was to turn the crisis into his opportunity. Rao loomed over him. He adjusted his glasses and said that the hero would not deceive him. Ramon looked questioningly at the administrator. Rao pointed his finger at him and said that he did not know how the hero bewitched the slum dwellers, but he understood that they were deceived. He called the hero's actions a show, full of hypocrisy. Ramon pressed his lips together in irritation. He knew that Rao was the best student in the academy, but how did he know? Rao leaned towards the hero and poked him in the chest. He ordered him not to interfere and not to solve the epidemic. He was going to deal with it, and the hero should stay in his clinic and not interfere. The door slammed in the hero's face. Ramon turned away with displeasure and asked himself if he should sit back and do nothing. He would be glad if Rhea solved the problem. After all, the reward for the task, money and fame sounded tempting, but it was best when someone else did the work for you. With these thoughts, the hero walked away. The epidemic scared him, but he could not hold the shield spell all day. He clenched his fist and mentally began to encourage Rhea. He looked at him from the side. He wanted to support him, but he understood that Rhea would not be able to solve this problem. He was full of enthusiasm, but most likely did not even know the basics of epidemiology. Epidemiology is a medical study that determines the causes of epidemics by describing the patterns of development and symptoms of the disease. Without this knowledge, it becomes difficult to work with infectious diseases. Even the doctors of this world are not familiar with epidemiology. Knowledge of epidemiology is included in the basics of medical knowledge, and therefore he will have to intervene. He looked at the note and thought that the problem was that he was a C rank in basic medicine and he also lacked knowledge on the topic. Compared to the experts on Earth, his knowledge was extremely poor, but he had to try. Ramon looked at Hansen and said that there might be more patients in the slums that needed help, so he should check the surroundings of the recently deceased. There was a pile of books on the table. Hansen ran to Ramon and said that there were no new patients around. Ramon was very relieved that the epidemic was not spreading. He sat in the middle of the scattered books and told the guy that they still could not relax, so Hansen should tell the contacts to stay home. He showed Hansen the list and said that if people found blue spots on their bodies, they should immediately come to the clinic, and the guy should tell people not to worry since the disease was not transmitted from person to person. Among infectious diseases, the worst transmission method is considered to be human to human because such diseases spread the fastest. But they are lucky that this disease has a different transmission method. But then who is the carrier? The hero thought about the demi-humans and monsters inhabiting Riipentane. He thought that their pathogens can cause infectious diseases. Ramon does not know the exact name of the disease, but most likely it is something like hemorrhagic fever. It is a type of epidemic characterized by an increase in temperature and a decrease in platelets in the blood. Such diseases lead to brain and lung failure. What can cause a fever in this region? As far as he knows, the Houston Empire has never encountered such a thing before. Ramon fell asleep at the table in the middle of the books. He looked away heavily and could not understand. Could the epidemic come from the outside? An old man rushed into the room. The man looked at the hero and said that his name was Han. Ramon looked at him in confusion. Han said that he was taking care of Mr. Rao. The hero asked what he was doing here. Han knelt down and begged the hero to save Mr. Rao. He said that Rao suddenly fainted while investigating the cause of the epidemic. After a while, the man was lying in bed. Ramon entered the room and asked what happened. Rao was breathing heavily. The servant said that until yesterday he was exploring the slums and then suddenly caught a fever and became weak. Ramon began to examine his hand, noted that there was no hemorrhage in the brain, but Rao had a fever and temporarily lost consciousness. He closed his eyes. Hansen told him in his ear that Rao's symptoms were similar to those of the two deceased patients. He said that it was a potential hemorrhage. The hero decided that this was definitely a disease spreading through the slums. He looked at Han and asked why he came to him and not to another slum healer. Han closed his eyes and said that they actually went to the Maple Clinic, one of the 3 main treatment centers in the capital, but they quoted too high a price. Han turned away and said that once they told them that they were from a count's family, they asked for 2,000 penny for treatment. He said that the master's salary was being withheld to pay off the family's debt, so they could not afford such a sum. He said that in order to save the family from bankruptcy, Master Rao studied hard since he was a child and became an administrator, but who could have known that things would turn out like this? Rao looked down sadly. Rao seemed like an arrogant nobleman to him, but he was poor like him. Rao threw his hand on the blanket and said that he did not need treatment. He sat up abruptly and said that he would never receive treatment from a charlatan like him. He said not to even dare touch him. He threw a pillow at the hero and told Han to send this swindler away from here, but Han began to ask Rao to calm down. Rao smiled nervously. Rao was infuriating him. He thought about leaving him. Han grabbed Rao by the shoulders and said that now they could only afford Sir Pennon. The other healers were asking for 2,000 penny, and if this continued, Rao would die like the rest of the sick. Rao said that he could not get treatment from someone who was not trustworthy. The hero did not like him, but that did not mean that he wanted him dead. Ramon patiently remained silent. Since their meeting, Rao had been rude and got on his nerves, but he did not think that Rao was a bad person. Even if he didn't have the money to pay for the treatment, he could ask for other methods of payment. Ramon beamed again. This was what he needed. He grabbed Rao's hand and spoke to him. He looked at him in bewilderment. The hero was determined to cure the patient. The skill of steel heart and eloquence was activated. Rao blushed and did not understand. The system characterized him as an idiot. The method of working with idiots was activated. Ramon plaintively asked to look into his eyes. He asked if it seemed like he came to him with bad intentions. He beamed, squeezed Rao's hand and said that they were strangers and he did not care what would happen to him, but the fact that he came here spoke of his intention to help. Rao opened his mouth. He did not understand why the hero's words sounded so sincere. He noted that the hero's eyes were too bright for a charlatan. Ramon smiled, hiding his cunning nature. He noted that the combination of his steel heart and eloquence raised his acting above the level of Oscar winners. Even Rao would not be able to see through him. Ramon said that now the only thing that matters is that he is a patient, and he, as a healer, only wants to cure him and pull out with his teeth what he needs. Rao looked at the hero and thought that he wants to cure him simply because he is a healer, and not because of money. He did not know that such virtuous healers exist. He pulled his hand away, deciding that Ramon must have deceived the slum dwellers too. He was not going to give in. He said that Rao is not that simple. Ramon clenched his fist. His plan did not work because Rao is too smart. Han approached the young master and asked how much longer he will slander the healer with unjustified bias. He said that Rao had seen with his own eyes that everyone in the Bay region was praising him. He asked angrily, would the Lord doubt him until the very end? He demanded to think about his family. Rao looked at the beaming Ramon, his instinct screaming that the hero's acting was completely false, but if he died, his family. He asked displeasedly, did the hero at least have a method of treatment? Ramon smiled and said yes. He said that according to ancient knowledge, it was an infectious disease that caused the number of platelets in the blood to decrease, so they had to raise their level. He was not yet sure what kind of disease he was dealing with, but he knew the pathogenesis and cause, so he should be able to figure out how to treat this disease as well. He walked closer to Rao and said that he had to transfuse someone else's blood into the Lord. The veins on Rao's neck bulged. He said that this was a devilish method and he did not accept it. Ramon thought about it. Rao's reaction was obvious. On Earth, blood transfusion is a common method of treatment, but not here. He raised his hands. He said that he understood Rao's confusion, but this is the only way. Rao shouted for the hero to leave. Because he would never agree to something like this, he knew that the hero was a charlatan. There were even rumors that Ramon was using the people of the slums to conduct experiments. Ramon looked away. He knew that the master would react like this, so he thought of preventive measures. He assumed that the master was scared of the new method of treatment, but he believed that Rao would treat him differently since he was the best student of the academy and was considered a genius. Rao was taken aback. The hero assumed that he was no different from ignorant people. Rao gritted his teeth, thinking about how the hero dared to call him ignorant when he graduated at the top of his class. He looked away, thought that if Ramon was really a charlatan using the slum dwellers, he should prove it with his body. He thought about it and said that he accepted this method. Han looked at the young master anxiously. He waved his hand and said that if something happened to him, the hero should be prepared to pay for the consequences. Ramon nodded and said that he would do so in case the treatment was unsuccessful. He said that otherwise he would have to be rewarded somehow. Rao asked what the hero wanted. Han was worried about money. The hero looked out the window and said that he did not need money. He clenched his fist and said that he would take something more valuable. After a while, Hansen was preparing an IV. The hero said that first he needed the blood of a healthy person for the transfusion. Han bravely said that he would give his blood, because he could not allow someone else's dirty blood to flow in his master's veins. Ramon smiled and said okay. He did a cross-check and his blood can be used for transfusion. Rael looked at the hero and asked how the hero would inject Han's blood into him. He shouldn't bite an old man like a vampire. Han cried and bared his neck. He said that if it was for the master, he would gladly expose his neck. But Rael said that he didn't have the habit of biting middle-aged men's necks. Han looked at the master in surprise. The hero said that there was no need to bite anyone. He smiled and said that they wouldn't inject the blood itself either. He would separate it and extract the platelets. He coughed into his fist and said that this was part of the method. Whole blood transfusions were not effective enough and had a number of side effects, so this method was not used in the modern world, so he would use another method called component transfusion. Ramon will minimize the effects if he injects only platelets and still get the maximum effect. The problem is that he needs a way to separate blood cells. There is definitely no suitable technology in this world. But if the modern earthly world is a world of science, then the world of Rapentane is a world of magic and sword art. Ramon looked at the system window and thought that he could just use magic. He went to the store for a skill. He leveled up and saved skill points, so now he can master more skills. He bought wind magic. The hero used 80 skill points. Now he can use wind magic. The hero took Han's blood and placed it in a glass tube with the necessary reagents. Then he placed the tube in the mechanism that he ordered from the dwarves. It cost him a pretty penny because he was in a hurry when he realized that the disease could be related to blood. He pointed his hand at the mechanism. The system reported that his intelligence level was higher than the level of magic used. The hero can use magic much more powerfully and more accurately. Ramon tensed up, thought that his current intelligence level was 23, which was higher than a mage using D-rank magic. He needed to hold the spell for as long as possible, but he couldn't hold it for as long as he planned. He purposely focused on a small area to conserve magic, but he still lacked mana. He looked at the spell with annoyance and asked himself why there was no way to raise the mana stat. He had learned 4 magic spells, so he should be at the level of a trained mage. The system reported that the conditions for opening additional stats had been met, and they would be opened soon. The description of the stats opened. Ramon looked at them. Mana had now appeared in the place of the question. His mana vessel channel was very small. The foundation for the mana heart was too poor. His mana core was empty. These were the places where healers, mages, and knights stored mana. Ramon couldn't store mana in any of them, so what should he do? He used mana storage in the 4th place, in the veins. Their mana was activated. Ramon looked at the system windows in surprise. He did not know that there was mana in the veins. The hero began to receive bonuses for the first time opening the mana characteristic. He received 10 additional points and received a warning that he could only use them to increase the mana characteristics. He clenched his fist. He could still store mana. The rest did not matter to him. He exchanged points for mana. The characteristic increased, but unlike other characteristics, he had to spend twice as much on mana. He happily looked at his hands. Now, with the increased amount of mana, he felt a surge of strength. He pointed his hand at the mechanism and used wind. D-rank wind. This is magic for a strong gust of wind, so he needs to focus on a small area. Heavy red blood cells settle at the lowest levels. The middle level consists of white blood cells, and platelets remain on top. Ramon looked at the disintegrated blood with satisfaction. There was a blush on his cheeks, and now he would be able to cure Rao. A few days later, Ramon looked at the papers and told Rao that his fever had gone down. He smiled and said that now the risk of bleeding was reduced and Rao was recovering. Rao frowned at Khan. Ramon laughed. He was sure that the master had something to tell him. It was time to pay the bills. Rao blushed and thanked the healer for saving him. What? The protagonist asked mockingly, putting his hand to his ear. Thank you, Rao said, shyly lowering his head. Ramon smiled and said that he really had trouble hearing, so the patient should say it louder. Seeing that Rao was very angry, he put his hand to his mouth and said that he was glad that he was feeling better. Rao raised his hand and said that he had not forgotten his promise, and then asked what he wanted. The healer lowered his hand and replied that he was not sure if he could ask for such a thing, but perhaps to be treated as a superior for life. Rao was shocked to hear this. The protagonist folded his arms and asked menacingly if the patient thought he should at least repay him in this way for the way he had treated him all this time. Rao clenched his fists and said in his head that there was nothing to argue with, because he really doubted the winks. Suddenly, the protagonist waved his hand and said, "Oh well." He added that it was a joke because he was a healer. These words made Rao very surprised. Ramon also added that he was happy that he was better. Rao introduced the healer as an angel who said that he did not need any other payment. Ramon extended his hand and said that he was a healer who treated patients. For him, the only thing that mattered was that his patient got better. Hearing this, Rao looked at the warm smile of the protagonist and asked himself if he really was a noble healer, as everyone said, if he was really wrong about him. Ramon smiled ominously in his soul and said that the patient bought it. He imagined how he caught a huge fish and said in his head that he was the administrative top, and also the elite, the best in his class. He smiled sinisterly and said in his head that he needed such a person to illuminate his future. Rao noticed this and said to himself that he definitely had other thoughts. He was not mistaken. Suddenly, his student approached the healer and asked if he really did not want to ask for anything, adding that he had cured someone who had behaved rudely to him and doubted his abilities without evidence. So he should at least ask for an apology. The protagonist turned to Hansen and replied that he had already said that a healer should not heal, expecting payment or anything in return. That deal was just a provocation to cure him. Hearing this, Rao was shocked. Ramon also said that he really did not need anything. As soon as Rao heard this, he lowered his head and said in his head that the healer was sincere, after which he asked himself how he could doubt someone like him. The protagonist saw such a reaction and was surprised. Rao said in his head that maybe he was just jealous because Prime Minister Galman spoke highly of him. The healer felt that Rao was mentally kneeling in front of him. Rao jumped to his feet and bowed deeply, shouting that he was very sorry for doubting him, so he apologized, and from now on he would treat him as a superior. He raised his head and said loudly that he, Rao of the Kaplan family, swears to treat him properly for the rest of his days. The protagonist shook his hands and said that it was not worth it, but in his heart he smiled ominously and said that he was caught. A notification appeared in front of the protagonist, informing him that he had obtained the first blood transfusion achievement. Now his name will be reflected in the medical history. He also received a bonus level increase and 100 bonus experience points. This information made the protagonist very happy. The next day arrived. Patients continued to arrive, but no one else died. Under Raya's command, the slum dwellers who trusted Ramon easily accepted the blood transfusion method. At the same time, someone in another place was asking what had happened, adding that the city should be in complete chaos by now. 4 cloaked men stood in a circle, and one of them said that the protagonist had the situation under control well, calming down the slum dwellers and curing all the sick people. It seemed that the others had also calmed down. The guy in the red cloak said that he thought that this disease was incurable, adding that when they used healing, the patients only became weaker. His comrade said that it turned out that he was using a secret method called blood transfusion. Hearing this, the red-cloaked healer slammed the table hard. He clenched his hand into a fist and screamed in his head that the entire capital should have been thrown into panic, adding that this was the second time that this lowly bastard's son had thrown a spanner in their works. His companion spread his hands and said that there was no need to worry since he was able to control everything, since this was only the initial phase. The healer next to him raised his hand and said that soon there would be many more sick people, and then he would not be able to stop them. The healer in the red cloak said that the protagonist could continue to cause them trouble, so, should they get rid of him? His companion asked, coming closer. Ramon, Hansen, and Rhea were sorting out the sheets and books. The protagonist lifted the cloth up, thinking that the number of sick people was increasing, so the cause must be somewhere in the Bay region. He knew that he needed to find out where the source of the disease was and deal with it as soon as possible. The principle of the disease was clear. The protagonist thought that a certain pathogen was causing a severe decrease in the number of platelets, and the problem was that there were a lot of infections that acted in this way. The guy looked down in frustration, remembering that this disease had not been seen in the capital before, and also wondered if it was brought from abroad. Then what could it be? Behind him, Rayon's loud screams were immediately heard because he saw a rat. With his mouth wide open, he jumped back in fear. The guy immediately coughed into his hand, saying that there were too many rats here. The protagonist looked at him and said that most of the sick people came from the slums, so this was to be expected. He put his hands on his hips and asked if Rao thought that rats could carry the disease, to which the guy called Ramon Sir and replied that there were no rats where he lived. Under his mask, the protagonist smiled maliciously at the way the guy called him. He immediately coughed, calling Rao, to which Rao repeated his address and asked what was wrong. The protagonist grinned, thinking that he was pleased to hear such things from Rao. Even for the 100th time it did not bother him, because the Count's son called him Sir. Ramon thoughtfully looked at Rayon and asked where he went before he got sick. The guy started to remember and said that he had only recently become an administrator, so he had visited many places. After a short pause, he said that it was hard because there was a lot of mud under his feet after the rain. He looked down in frustration, saying that the roads were not properly maintained, so there were puddles everywhere. Rhea added that the buildings in this region were flooded after every rain. The protagonist looked to the corner, seeing water. He put his hand to his chin, trying to find a connection between the rats and the puddles, thinking that the pattern was similar, but the symptoms were different. He thought of an infectious disease that caused fatal bleeding, which was transmitted through water that rats had walked on. Ramon worriedly thought that he had studied it, so he tried to remember. Then, the guy suddenly remembered a book where he read that it was Pastin hemorrhagic disease. It was an infectious disease that broke out every rainy season in the Michelin Principality in the south of the Liberty Union. The protagonist recalled reading a book that said it was transmitted through water contaminated by experiments on infected rats. The boy closed his eyes, looking down, thinking that it all started with petechial hemorrhage, and later turned into bleeding with a fatal outcome, so it all fit. Puzzled, he wondered how the disease of the Principality of Michelin ended up here. He knew that the hemorrhagic disease of Pastin was transmitted through Pastin rats, which only lived in the Principality of Michelin. Ramon folded his arms, thinking that he had never heard of this disease ending up anywhere else. He quickly turned around, excitedly asking Rao what the rat looked like. The boy asked if it was white with stripes, to which Rao scratched his head and replied that it seemed so, because it did not look like other rats. The protagonist's expression changed, thinking with horror that it was a Pastin rat, and he was right, and then wondered how these rats ended up here. The guy immediately remembered those rats. He thought that if this place was located on the same land as the Liberty Union, or there was active trade between the countries, then the rats could easily get here. Ramon thought that the Houston Empire and the Michelin Principality were too far apart, and besides, they are not a trading country. In other words, there is no active trade relationship between them in which merchants could bring these rats here. The guy put his hands to his mouth, thinking that for them to appear here, someone must have deliberately brought them here. Beads of sweat appeared on his face and he continued his thoughts. If so, then someone deliberately spread this disease. Rao walked up to the guy and called out to him. Ramon was scared and thought that if this was done on purpose, he wouldn't be able to handle it himself, when suddenly he put his hand on the guy's shoulder. He frowned and shouted loudly that he needed Rao's help, after which he thought that he would have to retreat, because he was sure that the guy could solve this issue if he explained everything. Ramon started shaking him and shouted that this was a hemorrhagic disease of Pastin, so he should report this to the ruling family, but not say that he said it. Rao's face immediately changed and he shouted loudly, asking if the protagonist really wanted him to take everything for himself, asking how that was possible. Ramon worriedly thought, if someone did this on purpose, then he would be their biggest obstacle and they would definitely want to get rid of him, so he couldn't stand out like that. The protagonist said with a pitiful look that he was only a healer, so he didn't need unnecessary attention. He tearfully begged Rao, asking him to let him focus on his business personally. The protagonist thought that he could get money for this, what a pity, but there was no other choice. Rao looked at him and thought, how could he doubt this righteous man? After all, he was blinded by envy and greed. He answered worriedly, okay. He clenched his hand into a fist, adding that the guy should trust him, and then thought that he should let the world know how great Ramon was. The throne room. The emperor sat on the throne and asked, this disease is found in the Michelin Principality and now it has appeared in the Bay region. He stared at the visitor and asked him if he was lying. Rao put his hand to his chest and answered, of course not. At the same time, he was excitedly saying to himself that he had met the emperor himself. One of those who were in the throne room exclaimed that things were bad, and then asked how such a terrible disease had gotten into their lands. He also said that the Bay region should be quarantined immediately and all the peasants living there should be exterminated. The man with the mustache turned to his colleague and said, that's right, adding that there was no need for them. But before he could finish speaking, Odin interrupted him. He waved his hand and said that this disease was spread by rats, and then asked what was the point of closing the region. He also asked if rats had bred in the capital, it would have been closed too. The man with the mustache was very confused, not knowing what to answer. A terrible atmosphere reigned in the throne room. Odin looked at Rao and asked if the honorary advisors of the Houston Empire were really giving advice based on fear of an infectious disease. Having said this, he ordered to suggest something more realistic. After that, he asked how many people died from this disease. Rao, with his head down, answered 2. The emperor, hearing this, said with relief that it was less than he thought, then asked if he had not said that it was a dangerous infection that caused severe bleeding. That is correct, Rao answered firmly. Suddenly, he raised his head and said that the situation was under control thanks to the protagonist. At the same time, he said in his head that he could not take away his merits. He must report what Sir Ramon did. Rao smiled widely and said that the protagonist cured each patient using an ancient secret method. He also said that he too was sick, but thanks to it, he was able to recover. Hearing this, Odin put his hand to his chin and asked in surprise, did he then identify the disease? Rao raised his hand and exclaimed, yes, adding that he also said that to contain the spread, it was necessary to get rid of the Pastin rats. Hearing this, the emperor was surprised to hear that it had not been long since his last contribution, and now his name was being talked about again. Rao proudly raised his head and listened as Odin continued to say that he had prevented the losses, identified the disease, and even suggested a solution. The man behind him smiled and said to himself that he had given Rao the right order, adding that Riemann had solved the problem this time too. After a short pause, Odin said that in that case, they should get rid of the rats, and then asked how they should do that. One of the advisors raised his hands and asked in confusion what if they set fire to the Bay region. The emperor immediately asked what about the people living there, and if the rats escaped from the burning region to the neighboring region, would he really suggest the same solution? These questions completely upset the advisor. The fourth prince, Sadal, intervened in the conversation. He pointed at himself and asked to be given control of the soldiers, adding that he would go to the Bay region with them and chop down all the rats. Hearing this, Odin looked at the prince and asked if he really wanted to kill the rats with the soldiers. Sadal raised his hand and replied that it would be easy to catch all the rats with the help of brave soldiers, so he asked to leave it to him, the genius of the sword. He was very angry and said in his head that when the protagonist dealt with the Dark Blade Guild, his subordinate, Viscount Casperd, was among those caught in corrupt deals. He was already behind his brothers, but this event put him in an even more difficult situation. With an ominous smile on his face, he thought that he needed to do something great, and as soon as he dealt with this, he would get rid of this parasite, Riemann. Odin looked down and said that he would give the order to Sir Baltan of the Imperial Knights, and Sadal would go with them. After these words, all the advisors began to leave the throne room. Galman exhaled heavily and asked if they would be able to get rid of the rats, adding that it would not be easy. One of them stretched his shoulder and said that there was no other way out now. She also said that otherwise the rats would spread throughout the capital, so they had to do everything possible. Galman put his hand on his chest and bowed. Some time passed. The Bay region. Sadal was sitting on the roof of one of the buildings. He was shouting at the knights, ordering them to work harder, and then asking how they would fight the enemy if they couldn't even deal with the rats. Then one of the knights asked how they would look for hidden rats. Hearing this, the prince sighed in displeasure. Another knight asked displeasantly if he really thought they were cats. The residents were very unhappy that there were knights in their city. They looked at them out of the corner of their eyes and wondered how long they would be here and if they would get rid of the rats at all. The protagonist peered around the corner and screamed in his head that they would never catch the rats, adding that they could just set traps, and then asked if they had never caught rodents because they were rich. The protagonist peered around the corner in shock, wondering why they couldn't solve the problem if he had given them a solution. He just wanted to sit and watch. The guy thought that they weren't catching rats, and that they would only multiply more. He worried that the entire region would then be destroyed by the disease. Ramon was scared and thought that his clinic would be finished too. The protagonist looked at Sadal and thought that he didn't want to do anything because he was afraid of being killed, but that wouldn't work. Ramon approached Rao and the guy said that he could let him into the kitchen, but what would he do there? The protagonist exhaled heavily and answered, "Pasta and cheese pie." Why? Rao asked him thoughtfully. Ramon raised his index finger and replied that it was a special dish from the southern regions of the Liberty Union, and the main ingredient was stringy cheese, because rats simply loved its smell. Rhea began to scream in fear that such a pie was only made in their kitchen. The protagonist immediately interrupted him and shouted with a smile that he could kill the rats like that. After a while, the guy was allowed into the kitchen. He began to nervously knead the dough, thinking that he just wanted to give the recipe for them to cook themselves. Ramon plugged his nose with earplugs, wondering why no one could do it right. In the notification, he read that he had a high sensitivity stat, but he was an excellent cook. The guy sat down at the oven, reading the messages, and then asked why only he could cook this dish, but he also did not know that the sensitivity stat would also be useful in cooking. Sadal approached him with a smile and asked Ramon what he was doing here. The protagonist looked at him with displeasure and thought that on top of everything else, he had also encountered him. He had received messages that he had encountered an asshole while working hard to contain the disease, and his asshole level was rated as very high. The guy immediately activated his steel heart and the method for dealing with assholes. Ramon thought that he would just ignore him and continue his work, then pulled out a pie and said that he was going to get rid of the Paston rats. Sadal looked at the pie with disgust and asked, "With this?" He frowned and called it stupid, because even a rat would not eat this. Immediately, he heard a squeak from below, and when he looked down, he saw several interested rats. Turning around, the guys saw a huge number of rats. Sadal asked in horror if the Paston rats were really crawling out of all the cracks. He watched as the rodents happily ran to the pie and shouted that they had looked everywhere for them and could not find them. The knights crowded around and exclaimed that the rats died as soon as they ate the pie, and then asked if the boy had put poison inside. They reasoned that they had been in the wrong direction all along. The protagonist thought that this was stupid, so diligence alone was not enough, and then asked for forgiveness because he had more pies to place. Sadal sighed heavily, watching the protagonist. The knights said that they would return the soldiers and asked to follow Riemann's orders. They exhaled and were glad that they would do something useful, and they did not need to try in vain if there was such a simple solution from the beginning. Sadal watched in shock. The knights were happy that their prince was back on the horse. The protagonist threw his bag over his shoulder, hearing how he was being praised. Sadal turned around, ordering them to stop, and then asked how they dared to call Riemann a prince. Did they really want to die? He menacingly asked if they should all be punished for insulting the imperial family. The people came to their senses and said that they should not call him a prince. Sadal clenched his hands into fists in anger, hearing them shout that they would obey. The people began to call Riemann sir and also continued to praise him, which shocked Sadal. The protagonist smiled sheepishly in the middle of the crowd, while Sadal nervously thought that people were still praising him. He turned back and said that he was leaving. The knights turned to him and began to complain that he was the only one who made them mindlessly chase rats, and if it weren't for Ramon, they would have wasted their time. The knights continued to idolize the protagonist and then asked if he needed any help. The people in the capes thought that they should have gotten rid of the protagonist before he got rid of the rats. They were scared that the guy had the protection of the Imperial Knights, and if something went wrong, they could incur the wrath of the ruling Houston family. They turned away and said that there was no choice, so they would have to retreat for now. The knight opened his mouth and thought that Sadal's method was too ineffective, and then wondered who would ever think that dealing with rats with a sword was a good idea. He thought that this method was so simple and effective. The protagonist suddenly turned to the side and stood sideways to the knight. Ramon was holding the sword in his hands, examining it. The knight smiled contentedly and said in his mind that he had heard that the protagonist had not been trained in swordsmanship, but it was strange that his posture was so stable. He also added that it seemed that his body was not trained at all, but he felt like a strong guy. He looked at the healer and said to himself that he seemed like a knight who had been trained. The knight wondered if he was mistaken. While he was thinking about this, a scroll was handed to him. He heard a question asking if it was true that the palace would give a reward to the protagonist. Hearing this, Ramon smiled and asked himself a reward. Some time passed. The emperor's castle. The protagonist was in the throne room and loudly scolded Rhea in his head, because he asked him not to give everything away for his merits. He said in his head with tears in his eyes that he tried to avoid this because he did not want to get involved in a conspiracy. Behind him stood a happy Rhea, who was thinking that the whole world should know about such an amazing person like Ramon. Odin sat on the throne and asked if there was anything the protagonist wanted as a reward. He also said in his head that since he had gotten involved in this, he should get money. The healer bowed and said that he would be happy to receive a reward in the form of money. The emperor heard this and calmly said that this seemed like a very small reward compared to his achievement. Ramon put his hand on his chest and replied that this was enough reward because he did what he had to do as a healer, and this reward would be enough for him. He understood that it would be more dangerous if he received an honorary award and became famous for his achievement. It was better to get money and pay off his debts. Because of the poor patience, with previous monetary rewards, he did not just pay off his debt, but on the contrary, increased it. The female advisor was surprised when she heard the protagonist's request and thought that this was incredible for an illegitimate son, because even nobles did not show such modesty. Did he continue to contribute because the blood of the emperor flows in him? After a short pause, Odin said that if it was his choice, he would give him a monetary reward. The healer knelt down and thanked the emperor. Galman looked at the guy with a smile on his face and said in his head that he could not remain without a reward for his achievements, and asked for only such a small reward as money. He is a healer who cares for patients without any self-interest. Giving such a person money is not enough. After thinking about it, he raised his hand and said that he thought the monetary reward for the protagonist would not be enough, and then asked, how about giving him the medal of the Staff of Light as well? Hearing this, the healer was shocked. The Staff of Light is a healing staff that St. Alex, an X-ranked healer, used 100 years ago. As its name suggests, healers have considered it their pride throughout their lives. It is a magnificent medal that can be passed down as a family heirloom. Galman stood up and said that since the healer prevented the epidemic from spreading in the capital, he deserves the medal of the Staff of Light. The emperor thought for a moment and said, so be it. Hearing this, Ramon was very surprised. He wondered how such a loser deserved the medal of the Staff of Light. He immediately bowed and thanked Odin, who said that he would also give him 10,000 penny as a reward. 10,000, the protagonist shouted in his head with a satisfied smile from ear to ear. He knew that this money would not be enough to pay off all his debts, but it would give him a chance to catch his breath. After these thoughts, he raised his head and asked when he would receive the reward for the quest, since he would soon be level 40. One suddenly told Ramon to stay since he had something to tell him. He looked at him with menacing eyes. The healer wondered what he was going to tell him. With these thoughts, he stood up from his knee. The emperor looked at Galman and asked if he had any other guesses about the cause of the epidemic, since the epidemic that had engulfed the distant Michelin Principality had spread to the Bay region. Ramon looked questioningly at the emperor, who asked if this was strange. The protagonist lowered his gaze and said to himself that the emperor was thinking the same thing as him. Excellent, the healer exclaimed in his mind, since this was not a problem he could solve on his own, so he would pass it on to others and get rid of it. After thinking this, he calmly replied that he was of the same opinion as him, adding that it was unclear whether the outbreak of the epidemic was a natural process. It was also possible that someone had deliberately started the outbreak. Hearing this, Galman asked if there was a chance that it could have happened by accident, such as rats sneaking in on carriages. The healer replied that if that were the case, the epidemic should have first spread to the commercial district, not the poor Bay region. He looked at Galman whispering something in the ear of the emperor and said to himself that the high-ranking officials should solve the problems of the conspiracy and he would just treat the sick and make money. Odin turned to Riemann with a frown and asked if he had a guess as to who was behind this. The protagonist smirked, thinking why ask him if he was just an ordinary healer, and it was not like he did not think about the culprits of this matter. The boy bowed and said that it was worth considering who would benefit from this matter, and this incident almost plunged the capital of the empire into chaos if you think about who benefited. Then you can determine the culprit, he added. The boy thought, since it came to this, it was better to tell everything. He raised his index finger up and said, also the culprit must be very clever and has great power. Riemann said, in order to discreetly transfer such an infection from the Principality of Michelin, one must have the appropriate power. Odin nodded and said that he understood him perfectly, so now he can go. The protagonist bowed, when suddenly the emperor called him Baronet Pennon. The boy looked up in fear. Odin said with a smile that he worked hard this time, and as the Emperor of Houston, he thanks him for his contribution. The protagonist looked up, thinking that the Emperor rarely expresses his gratitude to someone alone, so in some ways this is more honorable than a medal. He bowed, thanking him, and then thought that this was the first time he personally heard words of gratitude from his father. The guy walked out the door and it slammed shut. Ramon turned around abruptly. He blushed, wondering why he gave in to emotions, because he only had the blood of the emperor, but in fact, he never called him father. He thought that Odin only said those words because he was the ruler of the empire. The protagonist turned around, thinking that it was not worth paying attention to, so it would be better to return to his place, and instead of paying off the debt for 500 penny, he would buy himself beef. In the messages, he read that the problem with the mysterious epidemic was solved, which meant the guy had completed the task. He also read that he had received a bonus level and 20 bonus skill points. Ramon smiled as he saw that his level had finally risen to 40. In the notifications, he read that he had been able to level up. His rank had been upgraded from a new resident to a senior resident. With a smile on his face, he read in the messages that his surgery and general medicine levels had been increased. Galman looked towards the door and asked what the emperor thought of what Ramon had said, to which Odin thoughtfully replied that it made sense. The boy replied that he was of the same opinion, and that it was simple, but he had hit the nail on the head. He thought that perhaps Ramon's talent was not limited to healing, and the same was true for the Bay Region Reform Bill. He wondered if he was not smarter and more insightful than most of the administrative officials, whether Odin would recognize the protagonist as a ruler or as a father. Odin turned to Galman and asked who he thought was behind this. The servant spread his arms wide, answering, obviously, those who wish for chaos in the empire, and there is only one place that could have carried the infection of the Michelin Principality, the Kingdom of Drotten. He said that it was a country at odds with Houston for more than 100 years, carrying many large and small battles in its wake. Galman turned to the emperor and said, it is very likely that the recent assassination attempt on your majesty was also planned by them. Odin replied that they cannot make premature conclusions, so a more accurate investigation is needed. He looked away, thinking that he had a bad feeling. Lime Region, Maple Clinic. The healers were discussing that an epidemic had recently almost occurred in the capital. They say that Sir Ramon solved the problem. His colleague asked if he was talking about the ruler's illegitimate son. He was asking, the same psycho who couldn't pass the healer qualification for 5 years, and judging by the fact that he got the Medal of the Staff of Light, it means he has the ability. The healer slammed the table and shouted that it couldn't be, and then asked for the Staff of Light for the one who uses pseudo-healing. The guy furiously shouted that St. Alex will cry in his grave. The girl shouted that they have to do something, because if this continues, even the Lime region, which is next to the Bay region, will suffer at the hands of the incompetent Riemann. Their leader asked if this was the agenda for today's meeting. She asked since when did the healer meeting change into a place for gossip. The girl bowed in confusion, calling her mistress. Christine crossed her arms and told them to stop calling her mistress because she is not here as the daughter of the Duke. She is one of the most powerful healers in the Maple Clinic with a B-rank healing power. The girl smiled and asked if it was really that important for healers to slander Baronet Pennon. Christine looked at them and said that she needed to take care of the customers and they should finish their gossip for now. The girl frowned, thinking that she had spoken out because she didn't want to watch these idiots who only cared about money, but common sense denies that such a monstrous treatment can help the patient. She thought that it obviously had serious side effects, but for the sake of the patients, she couldn't leave it like that. There were many people gathered in the hall. The guy suddenly spread his hands and said that the harm caused by Ramon was too great, so he didn't think they should turn a blind eye to it. His colleague stretched out her hand and said, however, his medical skills were recognized by the emperor, they couldn't stop him without a reason. Baron Canton, a C-rank healer and the director of the Maple Clinic, was holding a glass of wine and saying that he could be stripped of his healer qualifications then. He shook his glass from side to side and added that the newbie healer training would be coming soon, and then he could be given a failing grade and stripped of his qualifications. Hearing this, the boy looked down and thought that this was exactly what was expected of a person with political power and the position of director of a clinic even with a C rank. His colleague also turned away and thought that everyone who opposed the director in the Lime region had disappeared. The director raised his glass to his mouth and said in his head that everyone remembered that thanks to him, the Maple Clinic had monopolized the entire Lime region. In addition, they knew very well that they would be in danger if they did not get rid of Ramon. He spread out the papers about the protagonist, his apprentice, and the other healers on the table and said that it just so happened that he was in charge of the mandatory training for newbie healers, so it wouldn't be hard for him to give him a failing grade. The guy spread his hands and quietly said that it was a good idea. His colleague raised her hand and said that if everything went according to plan, they would be able to strip him of his healer qualifications. Canton listened with an ominous smile on his face as his subordinates said that Riemann had no talent at all since he had studied for 5 years. At this time, a loud cry was heard from the protagonist's clinic from the owner, who remembered the mandatory training. Rhea approached his boss and asked what was going on. The healer held the papers in his hands and replied that newbie healers had mandatory training. He looked at the letter with displeasure and thought that nothing could be done about it since those below B rank were required to attend. Suddenly, Hansen ran in, shouting loudly that his teacher was not allowed to attend the training. Why? The healer asked in surprise, raising his head. Hansen, leaning against the wall, said that he had come back from a meeting with a fellow student who worked at the Maple Clinic. They were going to give Ramon a low grade so that he could be expelled. He raised his tightly clenched fist and shouted furiously that it was obvious that they would give the master a bad grade, since it was proven by the fact that they were chatting and laughing among themselves. Rhea also became very angry and said that if this was the Maple Clinic, it was most likely the work of Baron Carton. He was an evil person, so he should be avoided. Suddenly, the protagonist raised his hands and said that everything was fine and that he would go anyway. Hearing this, the boys were very surprised. Ramon smiled and asked why the two of them thought that he would get a bad grade in this training, adding that he was not sure. The boys happily looked at the protagonist. That he would fail the training, Ramon finished. After these words, he opened the status window and said to himself that he was no longer a newbie. The status window said that his level was level 40 and his skill points were 225. In his academic skills, he had medicine, internal medicine, general medicine, and other skills. After reading this, the protagonist happily said in his head that after reaching the level of senior resident, his knowledge and surgical skills increased, and his academic skills also increased, and he learned new things about internal medicine. In addition, he received a new skill, surgical experience. This is a side skill of the legendary class. Its description said that for a surgeon, experience is more important than anything else, so his surgical skill will increase thanks to great experience. For a doctor, experience is the most important thing. Of course, the protagonist still has a long way to go, but he is unlikely to lose in competition with healers of rank C and D. No one with ranks higher than B comes to the mandatory training for newbie healers, so his competitors are healers of rank C, D, and below. Leaving his thoughts, the protagonist raised his head and said that he was thinking of getting the highest grade in this training and he had reasons for this. Hearing this, the guys were surprised and wondered what other reason. The healer turned his gaze to the system screen. In front of him was a medical activity task. It was necessary to complete the mandatory training with honors. The description said that it was finally time to evaluate Ramon's medical skills, so he needed to get the highest grade in front of everyone. Depending on his grades, people would evaluate him again. The main condition was to complete the mandatory training with honors. The reward was a bonus level increase and 15 experience points, as well as a re-evaluation of medicine. After reading this, he shook and said in his head that this time he would become number 1, because Ramon turned sharply to the boys and shouted enthusiastically, "Every year 1,000 pennies is given for first place." The boys looked at the protagonist with satisfied smiles on their faces. The protagonist happily put his hand to his chest and said that if he took first place, he would buy meat. Hansen looked at him with a smile and said, as expected, Ramon will teach a valuable lesson to those healers who want to harm. The protagonist said that he did not even think about it, to which Hansen replied that his intentions were to change the healers for the benefit of the patients, and he should have guessed about it. He began to apologize embarrassedly, asking for forgiveness. Rhea said that healers were stuck in their selfish and old-fashioned healing methods, and through true education, Ramon would break their pathetic ideology. He said that judging by the fact that the protagonist would receive money as a reward, he was momentarily filled with doubts. Maybe he was a healer who only cared about money. The guy immediately grabbed Ramon's hand and shouted that the protagonist always worked so hard for the benefit of people, how dare he even think about such a thing, and then began to say that he was ashamed. The guys held Ramon's hand and said that he was a person worthy of respect, and also that he was cooler than anyone in this world. The protagonist raised his head up and thought that he had never thought about such a thing. He nodded his head, asking the guys not to worry, so on the day of receiving the money, they would go out to eat meat. Hansen smiled and said that he would buy the parts that were good for immunity, and Rao asked Rao if it was true that he couldn't eat meat normally because his salary was confiscated, so when he had time, let him come and they would go together. Rao smiled and thanked him sweetly. The boys clenched their fists and said that the protagonist must take first place. The hall of the Imperial Academy. Canton smiled and said that he was glad to see all the newbie healers, then introduced himself and said that he was in charge of this training. The protagonist took the cookies with a smile, thinking that this place was more like a place for socializing than training, because there really was such an atmosphere here. Canton extended his hand forward and said that he had heard that many great people had come here, and now he saw it for himself. He looked at Rao and added that there was one person here who didn't fit that description. The healers were discussing whether he was using ancient occultism, while others were saying that the guy had recently used an ancient method called blood transfusion. One of the healers looked to the side and wondered if it was Baronet Pennon. Canton said that there was a rat here that didn't fit in a place like this, to which his friend asked if it wouldn't be misunderstood if he said that while looking straight at Baronet Pennon. The director replied that he was telling the truth because he saw a rat standing there, so don't let the protagonist misunderstand him. Ramon and Hansen continued to look up with dissatisfaction. The protagonist looked at Canton and thought that this was childish compared to what he had been through for 23 years. He smiled, thinking that he was not as timid as usual now. The guy immediately activated the skill Steel Heart. He read that the target's asshole behavior level was very high, and the skill asshole method was activated. Ramon smiled, shouting that everything was fine, and as a healer, he would not be offended by this. Smiling, he added that Canton, who had a high reputation in the world of healers, was imagining things, and he was worried about his health. The Baron immediately frowned, hearing the guy's words. The protagonist said with horror that it might be the beginning of dementia, so he recommended getting treatment as soon as possible. The guys looked at the director with a sarcastic smile. Canton immediately pursed his lips, trying to answer something. He raised his hand up and said that they needed to start the event, so they had prepared places where healers could have a snack and get to know each other, so let everyone sit down. The healer turned his attention to the guys standing nearby. He came closer to them and said that there were still seats left, so he asked them to sit together. Hansen turned to him and thanked him. The guy put his hand on London's shoulder and said that only real healers can sit here. The guy said that healers use the divine power of healing, and the one who uses pseudo-healing is just a dirty rat. Hansen frowned, angrily thinking how dare he do this to Ramon. The protagonist quickly walked towards the healers. He extended his fist forward, bringing it close to the guy's face, and said that a real healer should pay tribute to this medal, pointing to St. Alex. He brought the pendant close and Lyndon answered, "Right." He looked at the protagonist and congratulated him on receiving the medal. Hansen looked down and said that rats are those healers who, without receiving this medal, gossip behind your back. After that, he asked if this is appropriate behavior. Canton put his hand on the railing and thought that this is all he can be proud of. He smiled and said before the exam begins, he will tell you about the new rules. The director said that in addition to healing, there can be other methods of treatment, and for a healer, the most important thing is healing. Canton smiled, saying that from this year onwards, they decided to increase the percentage of points scored on the test for healing abilities by 50%. And if their total score was less than 60, then the classification of a healer would be revoked no matter what people did as a healer. He added that an F rank score was 0 points. Hansen widened his eyes in surprise. Canton thought that when he took the exam to promote a healer, under the pretext of the Emperor, somehow the protagonist passed the exam, but this time it wouldn't work. He continued his thoughts. No matter how well he scored on other points, if he got 0 points for F-rank healing, there was no way he would achieve the passing score. Hansen walked closer to Ramon and whispered, apparently this rule was made to prevent the guy from passing the exam, and then asked what they were going to do. Suddenly, the protagonist raised a stick and said that he had a question. He asked with a smile on his face if there would be extra points for healers with a higher healing rank. Hansen, who was standing behind him, was surprised and asked what that meant. The Baron's face showed an evil smile, wondering how ignorant he was to think that his healing rank would increase. No matter how hard he tried, his innate healing skill level could not be increased. He turned around and wondered if he was so stupid that he did not even know this. He raised his hand and answered, "Of course, there should be a huge amount of extra points for this." Hearing this, the protagonist grinned and said, "Great." Lyndon stood to the side and thought about how the healing rank could not be increased by just trying. He looked at the guys questioningly and wondered why he was even asking such a thing. He scratched his hand in confusion and said that this man was incomprehensible. Canton went down to the healers. Lyndon created healing magic in his hands. The Baron approached him and informed him that he had passed, adding that he was a D rank. When Canton approached the protagonist and rolled his eyes in displeasure. After a short pause, he ordered to show him the power. The healer responded with a look. "Yes," he said and held out his hands. When nothing happened, the Baron looked up. Ramon said that he just wanted to clarify. He continued talking with a wide smile on his face about the extra points for healers who raised their healing rank, then asked if he had forgotten. Canton smiled and answered, of course he had not forgotten, then asked why he was asking this since it had nothing to do with him. Lyndon stood not far from them, wondering if this was really true. The healing power appeared in the protagonist's hands. Seeing this, the Baron mockingly said that he wanted to see how he could raise his healing rank with effort, since if it was possible, then that was it. The healer concentrated on his magic, saying in his head that before he could only dream of a D rank. However, a system notification suddenly appeared in front of him. His mana was activated. The mana veins were activated. Ramon had unlocked the skill mana compatibility. This is a legendary rank skill. With it, the protagonist can use the mana energy flowing through his veins to activate all of the mana channels. After awakening the energy in his veins, he gained an ability. The energy in his hands was becoming stronger and stronger. This ability allowed him to use mana for purposes other than magic. Ramon's mana had increased compared to back then. In the past, it was 1 and now it was 7.5. The guy closed his eyes, concentrating on his strength. He felt like he had a drop of water in his hand. Although it was not a large amount of mana, the feeling when even one drop of water touches the ground leaves a small mark. Therefore, if all of the mana to the last drop is directed to the upper channel. Suddenly, a bright light lit up the hall. The healing power in Ramon's hands was several times stronger than that of others. Seeing this, Canton was very surprised, and everyone around him began to ask if he was really a C rank healer. The protagonist clenched his fists and happily thought that this was enough for a C rank. The director looked at him and asked in a trembling voice how he could do it. The guy thought that the upper channel that allows you to use healing is almost impossible to develop. He thought that his mana was 7.5, but he couldn't be called a C rank yet. The guy thought about what would happen if he poured out all his mana and imitated a C rank. Canton's face changed and he shouted furiously that it couldn't be, because it couldn't be achieved through effort, to which Ramon replied that he needed to try even harder for the sake of the patients. Lyndon looked at the guy and thought, since healers' skills were degenerate, their level was almost impossible to raise, but the guy changed. He pursed his lips and thought sadly that his innate strength was only D rank. The guy stepped aside slightly, thinking that no matter how hard they tried, there was a limit to how much healers could treat patients, and if he could overcome his innate limitations through hard work. The protagonist read that he had received the highest score. He held a piece of paper in his hands and read that for diligent study, he was awarded the aforementioned certificate. With a smile on his face, he thought that there would be a written exam next. The boy thought about the knowledge of the human body, nursing, discussing medicinal herbs, and these were all the things he studied hard before he got the surgeon system. Ramon had to put in a lot of effort to compensate for his lack of healing skills, and in medical knowledge, no one could beat him. The protagonist wrote the exam, thinking that his IQ had not increased recently, but he had developed the ability to use knowledge. Canton frowned, watching the boy closely. Ramon walked up to him with a smile, holding a piece of paper in his hand. The healers looked at the boy and asked if he really had the highest score, and if there was some mistake. Veins appeared on Ramon's neck in anger, and he asked, surely not everyone here sleeps more than 4 hours a day with a C rank. Canton folded his arms, glaring at the boy. A carriage was immediately brought inside the building. The director was indignant, thinking that he would have to give Ramon the grand prize, but he had to somehow throw him out of this exam. Hansen and Ramon exchanged joyful glances. Canton thought that there was another way, because he could give the guy a wound that he would never be able to heal. The director turned to the crowd of healers and said that they needed to start the last exam. He immediately threw off his white cape from the cart. The healers began to cover their mouths with their hands in horror. They saw a tied-up monster lying inside. The protagonist wondered if it was an orc, while Hansen hid behind him and wondered why they couldn't use humans. The director said with a smile that this orc had killed countless people and he was their patient for today's exam. He reached into his jacket, telling the people not to worry, because they had drugged him and tied him up. The director said that all they had to do was heal the wounds on the orc's body, then he drew his sword and added that Riemann was first in line. The boy immediately turned to him. He raised his weapon above the monster, saying that he would inflict a wound on it that would be hard to heal. With great force, he began to lower his hands down. The healers turned away in horror. The orc roared loudly in pain. He stood above the director, who was very surprised, raising his head up. The rope on his body immediately came untied. He bared his teeth and menacingly stood before the director. He screamed angrily and menacingly. The orc clenched his hand into a fist and quickly pointed it at Canton, screaming loudly. People began to scream in horror, begging to put the orc to sleep. The Baron flew back. The healers immediately rushed to him, horrified, reporting that he had a dislocated shoulder and that his front teeth had also flown out. The protagonist stood aside and watched this. He looked away and thought about how a dislocated shoulder is not that easy to cure. He needs to put the dislocated shoulder back in place. Canton was lying on the floor and breathing heavily. Ramon understood that these flew away only increased vitality. If you use healing, the bones will self-repair, so there are times when they return to their place, but it will take a long time and the pain will not subside. The protagonist exhaled heavily and said to himself that he should have thought about it more carefully. The Baron wanted to make life difficult for him, but he himself suffered from it. Thinking about it, Ramon turned away and said in his head that it was even for the best. Canton screamed loudly in unbearable pain. Hearing this, the protagonist asked himself if he should help him. Suddenly, a dull sound of a collision was heard. Linden was thrown back, shouting at him that a D-rank healer is useless here. The boy looked at the healers in front of him with disappointment and said in his head that because he was a D-rank, he was being ignored. The protagonist saw this and said to himself with displeasure that now his desire to heal was below the baseboard. However, he stepped towards the healers, asking if he could help them, while saying in his head that the Baron was a patient, so he should not close his eyes. Linden, sitting on the ground, looked at Ramon in surprise. Canton sat down on the floor and shouted furiously, asking if he was really offering him his untested pseudo-healing technique. Hearing this, the protagonist became angry and asked himself if maybe he should just leave. Two angels appeared on his shoulders, asking him if he really wanted to turn away from his patient because of his stupidity. Could someone like him really be called a real healer? Ramon looked away, thinking about what to do. After a short pause, he exhaled heavily and said in his head that it was true, he had to convince him. What a pity, he said, after thinking about it. The Baron began to shake with anger when he heard this. Ramon put his hand to his chest and said that he had a way to cure him right away. Hearing this, the director was surprised. The protagonist suddenly turned away and said what a pity he did not agree. Canton could not hold back and shouted for the guy to stop. Ramon suddenly leaned towards the Baron and asked if he was really not in pain at all, adding that the arrival of a B-rank healer would take an hour. It was scary to even imagine. Canton got very angry at these words when he suddenly cried out from the insane pain in his shoulder. The protagonist saw the patient's pain, raised his finger and said that if you think about it, he just left, then at least an hour, and if you talk in seconds, then it is more than 3,600 seconds. The healers nearby asked in surprise what he was doing now because his condition was improving due to irritation. Ramon turned to the guys and said it was already 3,598 seconds, and if the Baron received treatment now, the pain would stop immediately. Canton screamed loudly in pain. He lay down on the healer's arms, who said that the Baron was because of Ramon. The protagonist did not let him finish, saying that the preparation was already complete. Hearing this, the healer asked what kind of preparation. Canton lost consciousness. Ramon looked at them and answered, preparation for healing. Hearing this, Linden was very surprised and asked himself if he had really angered the director on purpose so that he would lose consciousness. The protagonist squatted down and raised the director's hand up. He turned his shoulder 30 degrees and fixed it after holding the shoulder. The guy immediately turned it counterclockwise. Ramon thought that everything was ready, an orthopedic procedure using the principles of traction therapy. Canton continued to lie on the floor. The protagonist smiled and said that he could now be taken to the treatment center and given a rest. The healers looked at him and wondered if a dislocated shoulder could be healed so easily even without using healing. Linden frowned as he looked at the boy and thought that a dislocated shoulder was a serious injury that required at least a B-rank intervention, but he had fixed the shoulder without any force. Ramon smiled, thinking that he could not miss such a good chance. He clenched his fist, happily saying that medicine was not a baseless treatment. The boy spread his arms out to the sides, adding that an ancient civilization incomparable to the present time and the traditional treatment was used in that civilization. The protagonist explained to the crowd that the treatment they had just witnessed was just the tip of the iceberg in medicine, and if they did not believe it, they could come to Pennon's clinic at any time. Linden put his fist to his heart, thinking if he could go to Pennon's clinic, then he could too. The director's friend said that this would be the end of their compulsory training. He shouted that they would skip the final test and would be judged by the scores of other subjects. The protagonist turned to him and thought with a smile that the best had already been decided. On the wall of his clinic, it was written that he was the best rookie healer in compulsory training. In the notifications, he read that he had completed the quest and reached the top of compulsory training for rookies. They received a bonus level up and 15 bonus skill points. Ramon closed his eyes with a smile on his face. Having received special benefits, his reputation among healers increased and his medical skills were once again overvalued by people. The guy thought that thanks to the poster on his clinic, the rumors had increased. There was a knock on his door and he turned around abruptly. The door was opened by a couple who asked if they could get treatment right now. Ramon smiled and said anytime, then asked where it hurt, then happily thought that finally ordinary people started coming to him. He came closer to the girl, thinking that now all that was left was to hit the jackpot. Recently, the protagonist hit the table hard, thinking what jackpot. He thought that with medicine he treated ordinary people, the poor and the needy. Ramon covered his face with his hand, thinking that people who had at least some money went to healers. The guy fell face down on the table, thinking that because of this, the debt only increased. He looked at the piece of paper with tears in his eyes, thinking that it was strange. Even if the debt was increasing, he was not notified about it, and then wondered if their ominous messages were already a thing of the past. The guy thought that it couldn't be, they must be trying to save up as much as possible so they could take a big chunk at once. Ramon held the paper up, thinking that maybe from now on he should turn away people who couldn't pay. The guy stood up from the table, exhaling, and then began to shake his head, thinking that he would leave this for the last resort. He looked down, thinking if there was a good way to build a reputation for himself at once. He completed his thoughts by asking a question. Canton was sitting on the bed with his hand bandaged. Galman smiled maliciously and asked what to do with that guy. The director wondered how he dared to do such a thing, and then thought that he would destroy him legally so that no one could say anything. He told Galman to send a patient to his clinic that he would never be able to cure. He also asked that rumors about the boy's failure be spread after that. Canton smirked, asking everyone to tell everyone that Ramon had killed a patient with his improper treatment. Bay region. A man was running down the street. He was in a hurry and he was holding a child in his arms. An hour ago, Maple Clinic. The girl folded her hands and said that if there was not enough money for treatment, then there was nothing they could do about it. The man with the child in his arms excitedly asked that this be reported to Ms. Christine. The director and his subordinate heard this conversation. The Baron approached them and asked if there was any problem. The director's subordinate approached the girl and whispered something in her ear. Right after that, she said that Ms. Christine was not there at the moment, but if the man did not mind, then they could recommend another clinic to them. Currently, the man was rushing to the protagonist's clinic with all his might. As he ran, he looked at his child, who was feeling very unwell. He hugged him and sped up, begging him to be patient a little longer. The clinic was quiet. Hansen raised his fist and said with complete seriousness in his voice that Linden was the protagonist's second apprentice, so he should never forget this. Linden raised his hands and shouted loudly that he understood everything. The boy looked down and said to himself that he was Linden, a D-rank healer, who, after the mandatory training of newcomers, had decided to become Mr. Ramon's apprentice. He also wanted to succeed in studying medicine. Hansen adjusted his cap with the inscription mentor and said that while Linden was his apprentice, he had to pay attention to every action, so he must remember that his actions could reflect on the teacher. A master is a person who lives for the sake of the sick. In his head, Linden said fearfully that this looked cool and at the same time frightening. Suddenly, Hansen put his hands on the shoulders of the second apprentice. Looking at him from under his brows, he said that he would soon have the opportunity to be present at the operation, and he was not exaggerating at all. Linden was confused and said in his head that he felt like the pseudo-religion was brainwashing him, and then asked himself if he should run away right now. Suddenly, the door to the clinic swung open. A man with a child in his arms ran inside and screamed, begging to save his child. A few minutes later, the child was lying on the table and the protagonist was listening to his breathing. The protagonist finished listening and realized that the condition was very bad, adding that he would have come a little earlier, but he was already in a state of severe shock. Ramon closed his eyes and said heavily in his head that even with an emergency laparotomy, the risk of death is high. Hansen at this time served tea to the child's father. The protagonist looked at them and said to himself that if he had received treatment at the clinic earlier, but it seemed he had no choice but to wait until the money appeared. The healer turned to the child and thought that if he was left alone, he would die, but even with treatment, the risk of death was high. When the man first arrived, he bowed deeply and shouted that there was no money for treatment, so Baron Canton of the Maple Clinic told him to come here. He also said that he would definitely repay for the treatment. After leaving the memories, the protagonist frowned and said that he had to do something because he could not leave him to die. A medical task suddenly appeared in front of him. He needed to cure a dying child. The difficulty of the task was average, the conditions for completing it were to cure the patient. The reward was a double level increase as well as 20 skill points. The advantage was unexpected luck. After reading this, Ramon was surprised and asked himself, unexpected luck. Suddenly, the door to the room opened. Rao entered the room and told the boss that they needed to talk now. Rao said, according to the latest information, Canton has a grudge against the protagonist, and if there is even a small flaw that can be found fault with, he will not stand still. Ramon's face changed and he thought that these were not groundless worries. A drop of sweat appeared on his face and he thought that it was already strange that the Baron recommended this place. The guy was afraid that if he touched the child with his hands and he died, and then these rumors would spread among the people. He worriedly thought that his clinic would definitely be dealt a fatal blow. The protagonist firmly thought that the best solution was to retreat, because the chances of saving were too small. Hansen put his index finger to his mouth, asking Linden to be quieter. However, thought Ramon, he immediately said that he would try to cure the child by any means. Linden ran into the room, stuttering, shouting that Canton was really a vile person, and if something went wrong. Hansen put his hand on his shoulder and said that the master never turns away from his patients. Isn't that true? He asked. Rao looked at the protagonist with a smile. The protagonist nodded his head, thinking that if he cured the patient sent by the director, he could become famous. Of course, it could be dangerous, but that was his choice. After a while, the ward was ready for surgery. Ramon carefully examined the patient, holding the instruments in his hands. He thought with fear that this was intussusception. The guy brought the scalpel to his body, thinking that in emergency cases, which usually occur in small children, this is a disease in which the back intestine penetrates the front intestine, which leads to obstruction. The protagonist thought that such a thing was nonsense in their days, but this is a case when the child was diagnosed with the disease too late, and over time, the blocked parts of the intestine begin to rot. Ramon looked at the insides, thinking that the shock was already in full swing. If the intestinal necrosis was acute, then the process would probably be irreversible. He carefully performed the operation, thinking that the exact situation can only be found out after the abdomen is torn, and 90% of intussusceptions occur in the right lower abdomen and the ileocecal region. Hansen helped perform the operation, while Linden stood behind, frightened. After a while, Ramon exhaled, seeing that fortunately there was no perforation or necrosis, so the worst was averted. The method for treating intussusception is simple. Linden carefully watched what was happening. While the protagonist thought that it was necessary to extract the intestine that had penetrated deep, this may seem trivial, but everything is not so easy. The protagonist looked at his bloody hand, thinking that if it was as swollen as it was now, then with a slight touch the intestine could rupture. The guy clenched his hand into a fist, thinking that he could do it, so there was no need to tremble. He was attentive, thinking that he was already a senior resident, so he decided to use the right hand movements. The guy's sensitivity immediately increased from 20 to 30. The sensitivity continued to increase and the surgical experience skill was activated. Ramon's heart began to beat strongly. He thought with horror that if he made a mistake, everything would be over. In the messages, he read that the steel heart was activated. The protagonist immediately took everything he needed in his hands and thought that he would return the small intestine, which was stuck in the large intestine, to its original position. A few minutes later, he was glad that the reduction was successful. Linden looked ahead in shock, thinking that in order to cure something like this with healing, a huge amount of healing power had to be poured out, and it was quite difficult to deal with this problem this way. He wondered, this is what medicine means. With a trembling voice, he immediately asked if they were finished yet, to which the protagonist briefly answered, no. He frowned, thinking about whether to cut off the intestines or not. Ramon looked towards the child's head with pity, thinking that he had managed to take it out, but it would be over if the inside began to rot. The guy thought that there was only one way, to cut off the intestines before they rotted, but the problem was that it was difficult to tell whether the intestines were rotting or not. He thought fearfully that he might have cut off the intestines in vain, and if this were the modern world, it would be possible to tell after conducting various tests, but here he had to judge everything with his own eyes. The guy nervously thought about whether to cut them off or not. Looking away, the protagonist asked himself if there was any way. Suddenly, it dawned on him. He opened the shop, intending to buy a skill. Ramon searched for what he wanted with a smile on his face, saying to himself that he had recently seen a skill that should help him in this situation. After a few seconds, he found a skill with an eye icon. A system window appeared in front of him, asking if he wanted to buy the skill Hawk's Eye. Below it was reported that 150 skill points would be spent. Hawk's Eye is a basic level utility skill of magic. It is a magic based on light properties. It allows you to examine narrow areas in detail. Seeing the price, the healer was surprised and asked himself if it was because the skill was high level. After buying it, he immediately used it. The protagonist's eyes lit up. Everything around him changed. Then he said to himself that everything just seemed enlarged, but looked excessively voluminous. Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of him, saying that the level of the magic skill was higher than the magic he possessed, so mana was consumed faster. A few seconds later, all the mana ran out, causing the Hawk's Eye skill to dissipate. The protagonist closed one eye and said to himself that, although it was only for a short time, he had definitely seen that necrosis had already begun. Hansen saw the teacher's condition and asked what was wrong, to which the healer replied that everything was fine. He extended his hand, and the student placed the scalpel in her hand. Taking a more comfortable grip, he said in his head that now that a sign of rot had been found in the intestine, it needed to be cut out. He performed the operation, thinking that if they had simply left it, the child would have died of severe sepsis. Fortunately, he had checked everything in advance. Ramon understood that if he had stitched up the stomach without knowing anything, he would not have seen the child's happy face. Lyndon stood aside and watched with folded arms. The protagonist performed the operation, saying in his head that after he cut off the intestine, it needed to be reconnected. Lyndon, without a trace of fear in his eyes, excitedly asked himself if he could really learn such an incredible healing, and then asked how a healer could practice such healing without hesitation. After a few minutes, Riemann put down the scalpel. Then he exhaled heavily. After a short pause, he raised his hands and said that the operation was complete. A notification appeared in front of him, saying that the task had been completed, so he received 2 bonus level ups and 20 skill points. The unusual luck advantage had been applied. Academy. The Baron, with a sinister smile on his face, asked if he had figured it out. His subordinate spread his hand and answered, of course, adding that now the charlatan who killed the patient would be completely disgraced. Hearing this, Canton happily said that the newspaper headline would be Riemann the fraudster, poor child killed by horrible healing. Yes, the man replied, adding that they only needed to wait a little longer because news would come soon. At this time, someone ran quickly towards them. The Baron closed his eyes and said contentedly that it was time for a show. The doors opened and a messenger ran in with a newspaper in his hands. Unexpectedly for everyone, he shouted loudly that the child had survived. Hearing this, the men were surprised. Canton immediately snatched the newspaper from the messenger's hands. The director's subordinate approached the messenger and asked if this information was accurate, to which the messenger pointed to the newspaper and asked to take a look. The director quickly snatched the newspaper from the guy's hands. Gallman asked in disbelief if this information was accurate, to which the guy asked them to take a look for themselves. Canton read with anger in his eyes that Ramon had saved a child who was in danger of dying with the help of medicine. He threw the newspaper at the guy and angrily shouted at him to stop spreading rumors right now. The guy replied with a trembling voice that he had also tried to do so, but it was useless, to which the director slammed his fist on the table, asking him to explain normally. The guy began to talk about the work of that patient's father. The sun was shining brightly in the Bay region. The child's father was standing outside with a musical instrument. He looked down in disappointment. After a while, with tears in his eyes, he handed Ramon a bag of money, thanking him. After that, he apologized for paying the treatment fee so late. The protagonist looked at the bag in confusion. The guy asked where the man suddenly got so much money from, after which he thought that he immediately noticed that the man did not have money for treatment, so he did not expect it. The man replied that it was the money he got from selling his harp, and it was the only thing he could call his property. The protagonist remembered the child and looked at the man. With a smile, he said that he would not accept the payment for the treatment, which surprised the man greatly. Ramon thought sadly that if he accepted the payment, then perhaps his entire family would die of hunger, and in order for the child with his intestines to recover, he needed to eat well. He added sheepishly that instead, he wanted to ask the man for one thing. The man looked at him coldly. He smiled and asked the boy to say what it was, when suddenly Ramon held out his hands and said that it was not a big request. He awkwardly put his fist to his mouth and asked if the man could spread good rumors about him while he was working. The boy immediately looked down in disappointment, saying that there were many people who were prejudiced against him for various reasons, but he was only trying for the sake of the patients. The man looked at him in confusion. He immediately shouted at the boy to leave it to him. Standing with the harp, he thought that if the child survived, he swore to heaven that he would do good deeds from now on. The man began to play, thinking that he would dedicate the rest of his life to singing about Baronet Pennant. He played the harp, when suddenly people began to turn around to look at him. He began to sing and people began to gather around. The man sang about the Maple Clinic, which abandoned a sick child, but then he met a man who was like a shining light. The girl was surprised, saying that the Maple Clinic was very famous, and the guy said that they should listen to who the song was about. More people began to gather around. The man looked at the crowd and sang that the title of the song would be His Highness Ramon. He immediately smiled sincerely. The girl took notes in her notebook, thinking that there had been a lot of talk about Baronet Pennant lately. She wondered if this was enough to say that an illegitimate son was better than princes. The newspapers wrote about Ramon, who was called a healer for the common people. The protagonist proudly read the newspaper to himself with a smile on his face. He wondered if this was really an unexpected luck. In the messages, he read that fame was growing and the achievement was a healer for the common people. He received a bonus level up and 20 skill points. He also read about the feature, the favor of the common people. Christine was sitting on the sofa with a mug of tea, reading the newspaper. She thought that the protagonist's reputation was slowly growing, and she had not interfered before because there were no people who suffered from his medicine. The girl threw the magazine on the table, thinking if she left it like this. She got up from the sofa, continuing her thoughts. Obviously, people could suffer from the side effects. She quickly looked ahead, thinking that she could no longer turn a blind eye to the pen in hospital. The door to Kristen's room opened, and someone spoke to the girl. The maid said that they needed to prepare for the imminent meeting with His Excellency the Duke. The girl turned away and ordered to begin preparations. Some time passed. There were many beautiful decorations on the table. Kristen was already ready. She sat in the chair and discontentedly said in her head that he would again start talking about marriage, would say that the second prince would soon ascend the throne and she should become his empress. She pictured Chiron with a sinister smile on his face and wondered if she really needed to marry such a psychopath. Christine thought that if that happened, it would be better to die with her face in a bowl of water than to continue living like this. There were a lot of people in the hall. Christine met her sisters, who asked her when she would finish her work as a healer, since everyone in the banquet hall was already laughing at her. The dark-haired boy raised his hand and said that she was old enough to stop doing such nonsense. Christine smiled and said that if she acted thoughtlessly, she and her brother would get into trouble. Then she closed her eyes and mockingly said that from now on she would behave in the banquet hall just like them, without thinking about anything, after which she asked if she should get carried away with gambling like Bart. These words greatly embarrassed her relatives. The healer continued to say that she would only say one thing. She waved her hand and said menacingly, "Okay, if they laugh at her, but let them not dare to neglect the treatment of patients." Having said this, she turned around and began to leave. Seeing this, her brother asked her in surprise where she was going, adding that her father would be arriving soon. Christine turned around coldly. Suddenly, she smiled warmly and said that she was going for a checkup. The protagonist's clinic. Patients who could afford to pay for treatment had finally started coming to him. Riemann stood in front of the patient. Of the 15 pennies for medical expenses, after deducting the cost of herbs, only 5 remained. Suddenly, a notice appeared in front of him, informing him that he should find an asshole. The asshole's rudeness level was average. Reading this, the healer was surprised. He turned around and asked the patient to wait a little. Walking to the window, he saw a black silhouette and said to himself that this person seemed to be very high-ranking. Unexpectedly, he recognized Duchess Christine in the visitor. He immediately jumped away from the window and asked himself why she was here. He looked down and thought that, usually, if the asshole's level is above average, they come to quarrel. After thinking for a while, he asked himself if she was really going to quarrel over medicine. Immediately after this question, a notification appeared saying that the asshole had reached the hospital. The search for countermeasures was also activated. Ramon looked to the side and said in his head that Christine was known as a believer healer, so it would not be difficult to persuade. He even wanted to see what would come of it. As soon as he thought about it, the door to the room opened. Hansen went inside and said that a visitor had come to see the healer. The protagonist was wrapping the visitor's wound and telling his student to tell him that he needed to wait a little. However, Hansen said in confusion. Ramon, his eyes burning with displeasure, looked at the guy and said that he was currently seeing a patient, and no visitor could be more important than a patient. Hearing this, Hansen folded his arms and exclaimed that this was exactly what was expected of their master. Immediately after that, he turned to Lindina and said that they needed to behave the same way. The guy exclaimed that he would remember this. The protagonist looked at the students and said to himself that they were so cute, adding that it would be nice to have another student. In the disciple-making mode, he could take another one under his wing. The healer looked away and thought about the most important thing is that they can share their experiences. Turning his gaze, he realized that the whole problem was money. The protagonist thought that he would think about it after he sent the asshole away, and if he said to wait, then she would probably leave here herself. Christine sat down on a chair, folding her arms over her chest. Hansen turned to her and thought in shock that she was beautiful. He shook his head in different directions, thinking that it did not matter now. After all, he was his master's deputy. He walked up to the girl and shouted, "Excuse me." With a smile on his face, he said that their master was currently examining a patient, so he was focused only on him, when suddenly Christine asked if the guy was really Baronet Pennon's student. Hansen answered with a smile, yes, although he was ashamed of his skills. Shame? The girl asked with confusion, to which the guy replied that compared to the master, he was lacking in many ways. He said with joy that he knew that the girl did everything for the patients, and their master was the same. Christine pursed her lips, thinking that the patients and the student did nothing but praise him, but it was a sin if he harmed people with his healing. Ramon looked out from behind the corner with interest. He immediately thought that nothing could be done about it, after which he read in the message that a task had been found. The task was called medical, and the guy had to make people who had only unfounded beliefs realize the truth of medicine. The difficulty of the task was low, the reward was a bonus level increase of 20 skill points, and the feature was called Suppression of the Opponent. The protagonist wondered what suppression meant. He immediately took a few steps forward. Ramon activated the steel heart and the notification said that the countermeasure against the asshole has a synergistic effect with the steel heart. The protagonist walked forward, thinking that if Christine had come not as a duchess, but as a healer, then he should not give in to her. He came closer to her, then greeted her and introduced himself. The girl immediately said that she would speak frankly, that she had great concerns about medicine. She was worried that it would harm the patients when suddenly the guy asked her if she knew anything about medicine. The girl sat thoughtfully on a chair. She asked to give her 3 days, because then, being next to him, she would comprehend what medicine was. Ramon thought why he should keep such a rude woman near him, when suddenly he answered with a smile that he refused, since he was busy examining patients. The guy stretched out his hands forward, saying that instead he would show once how to cure a patient who could not be cured by healing, to which the girl abruptly stood up from the chair, screaming that this could not be. Without finishing the phrase, she immediately lowered her head down. Beads of sweat appeared on Christine's face and she anxiously put her hand to her heart, thinking about a chronic disease. The protagonist anxiously addressed her, to which the girl replied that she was a little overtired, so she would sit for a while. Ramon asked if she was really unwell. Christine put her hand to her forehead, saying about the disease of knocking in the chest, and if she sat quietly, then everything would be fine, so there was no need to pay attention to it. The guy wondered about the disease of knocking in the chest. He thought that it was another designation for arrhythmia, but sinus tachycardia or sinus bradycardia. He thought that judging by the frequency of occurrence, it could be one of the two. The guy thought that although she was the one who came to argue, but still, treatment comes first, and if he showed her something, only then would she leave medicine alone. Ramon put his hand to his chest and said that he would heal her. Christine replied that she was grateful to him, of course, but the disease of knocking in the chest cannot be cured. The protagonist took her hand and said that this is healing, and he, using medicine, can cure it as many times as he wants. He began to palpate her hand, when suddenly the girl anxiously asked what he was doing now. Ramon felt that the pulse was 180 beats, the rhythm was normal. He immediately thought that it was paroxysmal supraventricular tachycardia. Ramon immediately asked Christine to tilt her neck back, to which she asked in surprise what he said. She was frightened, thinking what he was going to do. The protagonist carefully pulled his hand forward, asking her for forgiveness. He put his hand to her neck and Christine wondered if he was really going to try to strangle her. The girl immediately nervously thought that she could not even think that the guy would plan murder. She jumped up from her chair, pushing Ramon back, screaming, "How dare he!" The protagonist's students were shocked. Ramon raised his hand and asked if the girl was feeling better now. Christine walked furiously towards the healer and asked him discontentedly what he had just said, to which the protagonist replied that he was talking about the pounding in his chest. "Did it get calmer?" he asked. Hearing this, the girl put her hand to her chest in surprise. After a few seconds, she removed her hand and asked herself if he had pressed on her neck, and that was why her heartbeat had improved. Ramon extended his hand and explained that he had squeezed the carotid artery and activated the vagus nerve. Then he smiled warmly and said that this was the ancient, mysterious medicine. The healer looked at the guy, not knowing what to say. Suddenly, she turned around abruptly and began to leave. Seeing this, the protagonist shouted at her that she had forgotten something. "What?" the girl asked discontentedly, turning around. The healer extended his hand and said that she had to pay for the treatment before leaving, so it was 500 pennies. Hearing this, Christine folded her arms, which made the boy wonder if he had named too much. The girl looked at the healer and thought about how he had been able to cure an untreatable disease, and then asked herself what medicine was. She also said in her head that she wanted to observe it, but she had already been rejected. The protagonist folded his arms and said, "No refund." The healer suddenly approached him and said that he said that a tour of the clinic was impossible, so she asked to participate as a temporary apprentice. Hearing this, the healer was very surprised and asked if she was serious. A notification appeared in front of him, stating that Christine was asking for training. The girl looked at the guy with a very serious face, waiting for an answer. Looking at her, Riemann thought. In his head, he said that if you do not take into account her status as a duchy, she is also a B-rank healer. As a real healer among patients, she has an overwhelming influence among the common people, but it is impossible, he suddenly said firmly. Hearing this, Hansen, who was standing nearby, was shocked. Christine spread her hands and asked why, adding that she recently heard that he announced the recruitment of apprentices. To this, the guy answered in his mind that when he made the announcement, he did not think that people like her would apply. After thinking for a moment, he asked excitedly if she was worried about medicine. Didn't he just show her in person? Medicine would never harm people. Christine calmly replied that she knew, adding that her healing power was B rank, but there were many patients that could not be cured even with a high level of healing. The protagonist then wondered what she was going to say. The girl raised her hand and said with all seriousness in her mind that she wanted to study medicine and become the best healer on the continent and would treat all the patients. Hearing this, Ramon became very embarrassed and thought that her goal was the same as his, even though he wanted to enjoy wealth and fame. Christine continued to say that she also wanted to work with a healer who thought about patients. She also said that the students respected the protagonist, probably because he cared deeply about the patients. Ramon exhaled heavily and admitted that they had a problem with finances, so even if she got a job here, she would not be able to receive a salary. The healer folded her arms and said that she did not care about money. What? The protagonist asked in surprise upon hearing this. Unexpectedly, the girl said that if money was an issue, she could pay for tuition. She snapped her fingers and asked if 500 penny a month would be enough for private lessons from the professor. Hearing this, Riemann was very surprised and thought that if he compared the salary costs of hiring another healer, he would end up with a benefit of almost 1,000 penny. He put his finger to his mouth and thought, saying to himself that he did not claim her ducal title, and then asked himself if it would be nice if the patients she initially saw followed her. With these thoughts, he began to weigh the pros and cons. Suddenly, Christine said that if it was not enough, then 600 penny or even 700. Hearing this, Riemann was happy. He immediately shook the girl's hand, saying that he was very glad to see her in his clinic. The sun was shining brightly outside. Galman said that he had caught the ones who were spreading the infection in the Bay region by the tail, and as expected, Baronet Pennon's predictions were correct. He frowned and added menacingly, "It seemed to be the work of the scoundrels from the kingdom of Drotten." Odin looked away and thought, it was very likely that they were also responsible for the assassination attempt on him, and if it weren't for Riemann, they could have been in more trouble. He looked at the servant and said that they still didn't have enough evidence, so it was better to keep it a secret for now and not to let on that they knew everything. Galman bowed and said that he understood. The emperor frowned, menacingly saying that if they sat idly by, the enemy would start acting again, and by then they needed to gather enough evidence to throw the bastard Berard into the ditch. Galman thought that this was the man who was ruling the kingdom of Drotten behind the scenes instead of the young king, so even the worst case scenario could happen. He knew that they needed to prepare for war. The servant raised his hand and happily thanked the protagonist, because only thanks to him could he confirm that this was the work of the kingdom of Drotten, and then asked if it would be better to give him a reward in addition. Odin got angry and shouted that the situation was not completely resolved yet, so it was too early to reward. He looked down and thought that he could give the guy an unofficial reward. The emperor put his hand on his heart and said that sooner or later he would visit Pennon's clinic. Galman looked at him with a smile. He said that Baronet Pennon, more than anything else, would like to receive a reward for the benefit of the patients. A few days later, the protagonist was sitting opposite a sad patient. With a smile on his face, he happily thought that he would soon become rich. His assistants were sitting at the next table and Lyndon said tiredly, "It must be hard because of such a flow of patients," but the master did not stop smiling. He sadly asked when he would be able to become the same, to which Hansen answered him that it was difficult to become like the master because he was too different from them. Christine folded her arms across her chest and thought how Ramon could be so happy to see patients. She thought that what she had experienced for several days showed that medicine was an art of healing with infinite potential. The girl thought furiously, besides, the master was infinitely happy to see patients, but she would not lag behind, even if her opponent was her master. Rhea went down the stairs and watched what was happening. He looked down and thought why it seemed to him that the master just liked to make money. In the messages, the protagonist read that his experience was accumulating and that his level was also increasing. Ramon happily thought that the influx of patients was accumulating experience at a high speed. The guy opened his status and began to get acquainted with the data. After that, he opened the characteristics and read all the information about himself. While examining the patient, he wondered what level he was, but there was no one around to compare him to. The protagonist angrily wondered when this title of a dirty bastard child would disappear. He read all about the title in the message, and he needed outstanding fame to remove this title. The guy bowed to the patient, thinking that this status would disappear someday, and then wondered what would happen when he reached level 100. In the notification, he read that the class form was increasing. After reading this, he wondered if this meant that the class was increasing from a specialized doctor to a professional doctor. Looking at the notification panel, he thought maliciously that this was very good. He immediately shouted to Hansen that they had beef to strengthen stamina, to which Christine asked, "Didn't they eat it yesterday too?" Hansen turned to the guys and said that if you follow the master's teachings, then beef is not only for endurance, but also for immunity. Ramon turned with a smile to Lyndon and Christine, who shouted that they would go and buy meat. The guy's face changed dramatically. He saw in the messages that a sudden task had appeared, which arose in a crisis situation. Crisis situation? He asked in bewilderment. The protagonist extended his finger forward, thinking that everything was going perfectly now, What kind of danger? He opened the notification panel and saw a task in which it was necessary to protect the clinic because a conspiratorial patient had come to him, but the bad patient must be saved, and after finding out who was behind it, revenge must be taken. The guy grabbed his head in bewilderment. He scratched the back of his head in confusion, looking around. A drop of sweat appeared on his face and he wondered if there was a conspirator among these patients. At this time, in the Maple Clinic, the Baron sat on a chair and asked if it was true that he had already arrived. His subordinate kept his hands behind his back, answering yes, and would slowly begin the light work. Then he raised his hand and said that since an actor had entered this, he was definitely finished. The director cut a piece of steak and said that it was true, adding that he trusted his acting skills because he was the best in the capital. He remembered the hired actor and said that he was a swindler, although no, it would be better to call him a professional deceiver. A few hours ago, the man who had been sent stood in front of Canton and said that, as he had said, after the treatment, he would pretend that he had severe side effects. The Baron said that a simple game would not work, adding that after receiving medical attention, he would have to drink poison. Having said this, he handed the man a bottle of poison. The deceiver took the bottle and excitedly asked if the director was really ordering him to drink poison. The director calmly told the man not to worry, because he was not strong, adding that even if problems arose, the Maple Clinic would take responsibility and promise to heal him. When the deceiver left, the man approached the boss and asked if the actor got poisoned as planned, he would heal him. The Baron glanced at his subordinate out of the corner of his eye and asked mockingly if it was necessary to ask about such a thing, since they needed him to die. He wiped his mouth with a handkerchief and added that this would have a very dramatic effect. Hearing this, the director's servant folded his hands and said that it was even better this way, since by closing the actor's mouth they would get rid of the evidence. In their joy, they opened a bottle of champagne. The Baron closed his eyes and suggested drinking champagne and waiting for good news. They clinked glasses and said that they were drinking to the downfall of the main character. Evening had come, the sun was setting. The director's subordinate was sleeping on the table with a glass in his hand, and Canton was still drinking champagne. With an ominous smile on his face, he thought that good news would soon come. As soon as he thought this, there was a knock on the door. The director asked discontentedly who it was at such an hour, after which he allowed them to enter. The door opened and two knights entered, asking the director if he was Canton. The Baron became very tense and asked what was going on. He stretched out his hand and said that the knights seemed to have made a mistake in coming here. The boys approached the director and said that he was accused of inciting murder. Hearing this, Canton was very surprised. He stepped back and shouted loudly, asking if they had gone mad. What kind of ridiculous accusations were these? Unexpectedly, he heard the protagonist's voice, who said whether the accusation was ridiculous or not. The Baron was handcuffed. Ramon raised his hand and menacingly finished that they would soon reveal this. The director was brought to the protagonist, and he furiously shouted why he was here. The knight answered him that the healer accompanied him as a witness. Hearing this, the Baron shouted that this was in order to slander him. Slander, a man's voice was heard from behind the door. The actor went out to the customer. He spread his arms out to the side and asked if he hadn't been the one to start this whole conversation. Later that day, the protagonist's clinic. Ramon was standing in the kitchen with his arms folded. The protagonist closed his eyes, confused that something bad had almost happened. He imagined the guy's face and thought that it would never have occurred to him that the good guy would turn out to be a conspirator. A few hours ago, Ramon smiled and asked the patient to lift his clothes. Loud screams were immediately heard behind them and the guy asked the patient to wait. The protagonist ran to the screams, asking what happened, when the girl suddenly pointed at the guy in confusion. The guy was lying on the floor, groaning in pain. Ramon leaned over him, thinking that he was sure that he had prescribed him medication to bring down his fever, but he was now short of breath. The guy looked down and saw a bottle on the floor, realizing that the patient had drunk poison. The protagonist carefully sat him up in bed, learning that he was a conspirator. He looked at the boy and thought that the medical botany was S rank, so he easily deactivated the poison, then took a statement from the criminal who came to his senses and found out who the instigator was. Ramon breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that if something went wrong, it would be his fault. The door to the protagonist's room immediately swung open. The boy fell to his knees in front of the healer and began to scream. If he knew that this was such a serious poison, he would never have drunk it, so he wanted to take revenge for this. The protagonist smirked, asking, "Revenge?" The boy stretched out his hand and furiously asked, wasn't it because of envy of the pen and clinic that Canton told him to drink the poison? The criminal, feeling betrayed, became one with the protagonist. The Baron denied everything, asking when he had ever said such a thing, when suddenly Ramon wondered if he was ready to pay back in full. The director turned to the knights and shouted that they were also crazy because they believed without evidence. The knight extended his hand with the poison forward, saying that there was evidence, because some time ago he ordered his subordinate to get this poison from a criminal organization. Canton turned menacingly at him, asking how they did it, to which the knight interrupted him and said that they had an informant. The protagonist thought that this informant was him. He knew that if it was a criminal guild, then it was definitely the Bay region, and since there were many people there willing to help him. Canton was led away by the arms and he shouted loudly, ordering them to let him go. He turned around, calling Ramon a scoundrel. The guy folded his arms across his chest and replied that he had to lie righteously, when suddenly the director loudly asked what he said. Ramon leaned towards him and asked him to repent in prison in front of the patients who suffered from improperly issued drugs. He immediately added menacingly that because of the director, many had shed tears of blood. At this time in prison, Canton was sitting behind bars, thinking that he had been sentenced to life imprisonment. Gritting his teeth, he remembered Père, thinking that he had confessed everything even without interrogation. The director thought, even if he had to use bribes, he should achieve a lighter sentence. Alone, with a pen in his hand, sat at the table. He began to sign the papers, saying that Canton's case must be considered with the utmost seriousness. He added sadly that the Maple Clinic had committed many sins up to this point, to which Galman replied that he was very sorry because he should have been the first to put his hand to this. The emperor gritted his teeth, saying that because of the tyranny of the Maple Clinic, it was unknown how many people could have suffered. Galman looked at the sheet of paper, thinking that if it were not for Ramon, such a monopoly would have continued. He spread his arms out to the sides and said that something was bothering him. The servant came closer to the table and said that if the Maple Clinic were to close, there would be no place for ordinary people to receive treatment. Odin replied that there would be other clinics, so there was no need to worry, since by choosing one clinic, they could help it develop. Galman was puzzled and asked if the emperor really meant to say that he would raise the clinic to the imperial level. Odin thought about it and said that it was difficult, since they were preparing for war, so they had neither finances nor freedom. He said that they, on behalf of the imperial family, could provide a guarantee of lifelong well-being. Galman thought about a clinic with the guarantee of the imperial family, since even if it were left alone, it would still continue to grow. The servant came closer and asked if the emperor had thought about a place. Odin rested his head on his hand and said that he wanted to avoid greedy places like the Maple Clinic, so he would choose a place that truly cared about people. He immediately stood up from the table and called out to Galman. One began to throw a cloak over himself and asked to prepare for a secret trip, and he, having seen with his own eyes, will make a decision. Evening came. The streets are busy with people. Galman and one were sitting on a bench. The first one stretched and said that everyone praised only Riemann, and his clinic had become more patients. He looked away and added that the healers and patients working there were very happy. The emperor suddenly stood up and said that it seemed like they had seen everything they needed to, so it was time to go. The next day, the emperor's palace. There were many people in the throne room. They shouted that if the Maple Clinic was suddenly suspended, the patients would have a hard time, so they asked to reconsider the decision. One looked at the crowd with cold eyes and said that Canton bribed many nobles and wrote it all down in the journal. He also said that he had not looked at that information yet, but if they continued to submit this petition. These words made the people who came angry. The emperor finished saying that he could change his mind. After saying this, he slammed his armrest hard. After that, he raised his hand and said sternly that they should make a real petition for the benefit of the people. Hearing this, the people who had gathered slowly began to leave. When the emperor was left alone with Galman, he put his hand to his head and said that he was worried about what would happen after his death. His subordinate extended his hand and said that he should live forever, and then asked if since he was a sword master, he should not rule for a long time. One put his hand to his chin and thoughtfully answered, "Who knows?" He put his hand to his chest and thought that the cough had gone away with Count Helian's healing, but his condition was slowly getting worse. Even if one of the three princes inherited the throne, he was not sure that he would be able to resist the nobles. Although those children received support, they did not have the skills to use it. The first prince, Peyton, who had an accident just after he was appointed crown prince. Too bad for him, the emperor thought to himself. Galman pulled Odin out of his thoughts by telling him that the certification plate he had spoken of had been completed. Some time passed. Horses were running along the stone road, pulling carriages. Galman had personally come to the protagonist's clinic to present the award. Riemann took the certification plate in his hands. He bowed deeply and thanked His Majesty for his mercy. Galman placed his hand on the boy's shoulder and told him to work for the benefit of the Empire's subjects from now on. The healer raised his head, but his face showed that he was very upset. Galman saw this and asked him in surprise. The protagonist came to his senses and said with a smile on his face that it was a great honor for him. After that, he closed his eyes and said, "Maybe more." More, Galman asked in surprise, but Ramon immediately answered, "No, nothing," standing in front of the emperor's subordinate. He He was very angry and wondered if this was all, the awarding would end with only honors. Suddenly, Galman smiled and said that he was sorry that the imperial family could not provide significant financial support due to recent financial difficulties, but of course there would be a small reward. After saying this, he left. The protagonist turned to his students and thought that he was so happy when he learned that he would receive an imperial certificate, but that was all. There was a warm smile on his face, with which he said in his head that the Houston Empire was originally a poor country, and now even more so due to the preparations for war. But a reward of 10,000 penny is not enough to improve the situation of his clinic. The boys looked at the certificate the master received with enthusiasm. Ramon raised his head and said in his head that he had hoped to get some money when the commoners came, but on the contrary, he would have to move, because there were too many patients. After all, this place was originally built as a family home. The protagonist looked up at the collapsed floor, and then wondered why the rent for buildings in the capital was so expensive. Gritting his teeth, he thought discontentedly that even the Prime Minister said that the buildings remaining inside were not suitable for use as a hospital. The boy looked at Christine, in whom he believed so much. The girl told him that she was an abandoned child, so she had no money, and paid for her tuition with the money she earned at another clinic. With tears in his eyes, Ramon replied that she did not have to pay for her tuition. After all, he gave her 2 salaries, thinking that he could not force the poor to work for free. The protagonist began to climb the stairs, thinking that this was all because of the bad noble landowners. He firmly decided that he would become the best healer and build himself buildings so that he would never feel sad about being homeless again. The guy immediately looked at the notification, seeing that he was given an achievement, a healer recognized by the imperial family, as well as a bonus level up. Ramon received 20 skill points, and his reputation also increased significantly. His reputation exceeded the new level and a new title was received. The protagonist read its name, a person who has received the favor of the common people, and after receiving the title, you can get additional effects. On the screen, an explanation of the quest was written, that this title is given to those who are popular with the common people. Ramon raised his hand up and his body began to be enveloped in mana. He stretched his hand closer to the notification screen, while he received 20 bonus skill points. The protagonist smiled happily, thinking about receiving a new title, and in addition a bonus level up. The guy leaned down, thinking that he was happy, but he did not like it that much, so he just needed to eat meat. Rao ran up to the guy and called out loudly. The protagonist carefully descended the stairs, saying that the guy was just in time, because they were going to eat meat, when suddenly Rao shouted menacingly that the problem now was not with the meat. Something happened, the guy asked with a smile, thinking that every time he offered Rao meat, even though he pretended not to like it, he still ate it with pleasure. Rao handed Ramon a letter, saying that an invitation had arrived from Salm. All the guys gathered at the table. The guy carefully examined the letter. He was confusedly thinking that Salm was the most evil moneylender in the capital. Ramon wondered with incomprehension why he sent the invitation. The protagonist opened the letter and began to read that Salm would like to make a business proposal that would bring them huge profits. Everyone thoughtfully read that they would not incur losses in this matter. At the end of the letter, it was written that the protagonist can come to Salm at a time convenient for him. Rao pursed his lips, thinking that Salm was known for extorting money from unsuspecting people, when Christine suddenly said that this was worse than evil. She added that she did not want to say it, but their duchy also suffered great losses because of him. The protagonist asked in fear how so. The girl looked at him and said that her brother, being the heir of the family, succumbed to his temptation and lost a lot of money in gambling. She turned away and advised that it would be better to burn this invitation right now. Rao confirmed that the girl was telling the absolute truth, so he would go and burn the letter. Wait, Rao said, raising his hand up. Rao stretched out his hand forward and said displeasedly that Salm was definitely planning something. The protagonist seriously thought about it. Maybe he should just talk to him, because he did not know exactly what his business was. Christine added that this was an obvious trap, and Rao knew it, but in his not the best situation, he should not ignore it. Bright sunlight was shining into the clinic. Hansen said with a smile on his face that they were all mistaken. He said that the master was not going to meet Salm for some pennies. The protagonist looked at him with confusion. Hansen clenched his fist and added that Riemann wanted to meet him to wipe away the bloody tears of the patients who suffered at Salm's hands. An awkward silence passed between everyone. The protagonist turned back and thought that Salm was known as the worst loan shark, in particular for deliberately getting close to patients who did not have enough money for treatment. A terrible person who lends money at high interest rates and brazenly exploits people. Hearing this, the protagonist was surprised and said to himself that, of course, he had heard of such a thing, but, so to speak, a high-interest loan for patients. This type of loan is based on the use of the need and desperation of vulnerable patients. The fact that Solon and Baron Canton cooperated with each other was a secret in the circles of healers in the Empire. After the story, Hansen saw the saddened expression on the protagonist's face. Then he said with a firm voice that the master was thinking about how to correct the injustice that the patients suffered because of Solon. He folded his hands and imagined the teacher as an angel who heals the wounded hearts of patients. He wants to make the patients' lives happy. The protagonist looked at the students and asked who these idiots were. Suddenly, a new task appeared in front of him. The task was to wipe the tears of patients of medium level and medium difficulty. The explanation of the task said that an evil person takes advantage of the desperate situation of patients who shed tears of blood. It is necessary to punish the wicked and wipe the tears of the patients. The conditions of the task: Solon's bankruptcy, writing off the patient's debts. The reward was 2 bonus level increases as well as 30 experience points. The privilege was Solon's property. The protagonist also received the opportunity to temporarily increase the level of one skill to rank in order to complete the task. After reading everything to the end, Ramon was lost. He asked himself about writing off the debt, adding that now he couldn't even pay off his own debt. Confusedly scratching the back of his head, he thought about how impossible it was for Solon to go bankrupt, and then asked in surprise why the difficulty of the task was medium. Low is when success is guaranteed without any effort. For example, the situation with cancer. Medium is not easy, but if you try, you can complete it. This was the situation when they wanted to burn the family because of a fatal disease. High is so difficult that you have to strain yourself to complete it. If this is medium difficulty, then this is not such an impossible task. Then Ramon remembered the possibility of increasing one skill to a, but this time, the privilege is Solon's property. All this made the protagonist frown. He imagined himself among the gold bars and said in his head that if he succeeds, he will become super rich, so he must definitely complete the task, even at the cost of his life. With these thoughts, he put his hand on Hansen's shoulder. After that, he asked him with a smile on his face, is it true that he can't close his eyes to this? Hearing this, Hansen was delighted and exclaimed that this was exactly what was expected, and he believed that the master would say this. Rao raised his hand and firmly said that he would also help. Christine also joined in, saying that she would make sure that the man did not do anything strange. Thus began the operation to knock money out of Solon. A carriage was driving along the path. The protagonist was sitting inside and looking out the window. He remembered how before leaving, he suggested that the guys have a meat party when he returned. Christine put her hand on his shoulder and said that if there were signs of something strange, then there was no need to continue talking to him. Suddenly, she squeezed the master's shoulder tightly and told him not to sign the strange contract under any circumstances. Leaving the memories, Ramon put his hand to his mouth and wondered if Hansen was preparing well for the meat party. Some time passed. Solon's palace. Inside, everyone was dressed in red. There were a lot of delicious dishes on the big table. The protagonist looked at the food with drool at his mouth and said how delicious everything looked. Solon was sitting on the other side of the table. Raising his head to him, the healer asked what business he wanted to meet him for. The man smiled widely and suggested that they talk over dinner. A notification appeared in front of Ramon, stating that there was a task to wipe away the bloody tears of patients. Steel Heart was activated. The protagonist must have a strong will and conviction. The healer raised his hand and thought that if he worked hard today, eating such food would not seem like a dream, so he needed to pull himself together and try to do everything well. A notification appeared stating that the opponent was an asshole. Asshole level excessively high. Asshole countermeasure activated. Ramon was very confused by this information and asked himself, since he is a person with a black soul, he is classified as an asshole. Solon introduced himself with a smile on his face, saying that he had prepared well for the meeting with the baronet, and then offered to try some wine. The servant poured wine into Ramon's glass, while Solon said that in fact, the preparation for such a meeting was done in order to offer the guy something. What is it? Asked the protagonist, to which Solon asked if the guy had a lot of financial difficulties in running the pen and clinic. The protagonist thought about it and answered that there is such a thing. The man grinned maliciously and said that then he had something that he strongly recommends. Solon said with a wide smile that he would lend the guy the money he lacked, and much more than anyone else, one might say almost without interest. Holding a fork in his mouth, Ramon asked why on earth, because of course, from the fork of the clinic's point of view, he should be grateful. Solon looked down and replied that he was touched by the baronet's grateful will, and then asked if there was not a saying, earn like a dog and spend like a saint. He said that he wanted to spend his hard-earned money on a good cause. Let's do that, the protagonist replied, when Solon suddenly began to say that if the guy had a hard time deciding. Then he heard what Ramon said and asked in confusion what. The protagonist asked with a smile if Solon could lend him 100,000 penny now, when the man suddenly replied with a forced smile that he would be happy to lend him such an amount. They clinked their glasses and decided to drink to Pennon's clinic. Solon took a sip, thinking that he could not just lend such a large sum, but the guy would understand this when he was thrown out like a beggar. He said that today he had so many exciting things to do, then asked how about enjoying a game at the casino. Casino? Ramon asked, emptying his glass. Sun said with a smile that to enter the casino, they must wear masks and there will be no risk of hurting their dignity. With a malicious smile, he asked the guy how he liked this idea. After a while, they found themselves in a casino. Sunday decided at the bar and asked if the reaction was good, to which his subordinate nodded his head and said that the protagonist was gambling for the first time, so he went into it head first, and then asked how much to continue. Sun took a sip and answered, all 100,000 penny that the guy was lent today. The servant excitedly asked if such a large amount was to be worked off at once, wouldn't there be any problems, to which the man replied, no big deal. With a smile on his face, he said that if Ramon lost in gambling, then wherever he went, he would not be able to do anything. The protagonist played the games with interest. He thought that gambling was easy because he was always winning. The guy thought that he had already won 30,000 penny, so he should try it right away. He immediately felt someone's presence behind him. Slowly he turned his gaze. The protagonist saw a girl who covered half of her face with a fan. Ramon thought with horror why she was looking at him like that. He turned to the table, thinking that he needed to pull himself together because if he relaxed, not only would he be able to bankrupt Psalm, but on the contrary, he himself would be left without pants. A pleasant female voice called out to him from behind, when suddenly he blushed with fear. The girl bowed and said that there were games only for VIPs, and if he was lucky, he could earn 50 times more. The bet amount was not limited. After saying this, she asked whether to conduct it. The girl added that a 50-fold win was guaranteed in case of a jackpot, and although the chance was tiny, but who knows, maybe the baronet would be lucky. Okay, Ramon answered with a smile. He immediately followed the girl. Carefully, he went up to the second floor, where Solon was waiting for him at the table. He turned to his assistant, asking him to bring the tool. With a sly smile, he turned to the guy. The protagonist came and sat down next to him with a smile. Solon thought the cards looked normal, but they would lead him to ruin. He put his hand forward and said that it was so nice to enjoy the game with such a wonderful person, and then asked how much he would bet. Ramon looked at the cards and thought about it. With a smile on his face, he replied that he would bet all his property. Hearing this, Solon looked at the protagonist and asked if he really wanted to bet everything, to which the guy raised his hand and asked if he hadn't just said so. Solon heard, covered his sinister smile with his hand and said that he was just asking to confirm. At the same time, he thought how he could give such stupid people. The dealer looked at the boss and said that he was revealing the cards, when suddenly the protagonist asked to wait. He got up from his seat and asked if Solon had lied about the jackpot paying out 50 times more. Yes, the swindler replied, that's exactly it. Then Riemann asked, in that case, if a scam is detected, the payout is also 50 times more. He stood over Solon and finished speaking, in accordance with the imperial gambling law. He looked at the swindler with burning eyes full of hatred. Solon realized that something had gone wrong. He spread his hands and asked in confusion what the healer was talking about. At the same time, he was thinking about turning over the cards. The swindler grabbed the cards, and the protagonist immediately saw this. At that very second, he grabbed his hand. Pulling him towards himself, he loudly said for everyone to see that this swindler had cheated. Solon was very scared and said that this was nonsense, adding that it seemed like some kind of misunderstanding. The guards immediately approached Riemann and asked him to stop. The girl and the guy in the mask saw this. They immediately went towards the developing dispute. Suddenly, the guy in the mask waved his hand and ordered no one to move. He took off his mask, and Rao was underneath. The guy shouted with hatred in his voice that, having witnessed this, as an official representative of the Empire, he could not help but intervene. Several masked guys grabbed the guards, and Rao shouted that they would search the scene. The guy in the family mask chuckled and said that he was puzzled that Rao called him to come to the casino. His colleague in the cat mask added that they had encountered such an incident. They became curious, so they came to check. The protagonist looked at them with a smile and said to himself that they were Rao's administrative colleagues. There was nothing to worry about now, he said with relief. While he was thinking about this, Solon rushed to the side. He ran to the gaming table and asked himself how officials showed up in time when gambling fraud was discovered. How did this even happen? He clenched his jaw and wondered how the protagonist knew that these cards were a tool for cheating. He remembered looking at the dealer with a sly look. The healer was sitting next to him the whole time. Ramon sat with a smile on his face and didn't show it. At the same time, he was thinking that it was very good that Solon was acting as he expected. He used Hawkeye magic. Mastery level rank, a clear observation became available to him. The healer with this ability put forward all his chips. Then he noticed the cheater's cards and asked himself if these were really the cards. Solon was smiling slyly, looking at the guy. There was also a smile on the protagonist's face, with which he was saying to himself that everything was going according to plan because he considered him a fool. Leaving his memories, Ramon picked up the card and said that there was a mark here. Hearing this, Solon spread his arms and shouted that this was a misunderstanding. He shouted that he was not cheating. Rao approached them and asked what kind of marks were on these cards. Solon waved his hands excitedly and shouted that these were just specially treated cards. He had not cheated by using them. This was just an unfounded accusation from that bastard. A girl appeared behind the protagonist. The girl immediately tapped her heels on the floor. She approached Solon and asked if he really thought they were fools. Christine tore off her mask and asked if the man wanted them to believe his absurd excuse. She frowned and shouted that her brother had lost an absurd amount of money in that casino and asked if he really wanted to say that he had nothing to do with his fraud. She stood over him menacingly and shouted that if he didn't want to die, then he shouldn't scratch his damn tongue. Solon was shaking with fear, saying that her brother had bet too much himself, when suddenly Christine reached out to him, saying that since he continued to humiliate the ducal family, she immediately hit him with all her strength, screaming loudly. The protagonist carefully pressed himself into the corner, thinking that he had to try hard not to anger the girl. After some time, Solon's hands were put in handcuffs. The guy asked him what happened to the money he had lost until today, to which Solon tried to make excuses. Ramon thought with a smile that not everyone had been scammed, but who would believe his words now? He read in the messages that the quest had been completed and he had received 30 skill points. The protagonist happily raised his head. He thought that he would now be super rich. While in the clinic, he screamed indignantly. Holding a piece of paper, he asked if Solon was really a beggar. The blue-haired guy answered, not really a beggar, because only on the outside did it seem like he had a lot of money. This guy was the man in the casino wearing a dog mask. The guy there wearing a pig mask added that he had little property because he was deeply in debt, so he was in such a hurry that he decided to deceive the baronet. How is that possible? Rao asked in confusion, because recently there were rumors about the opening of a new casino in the capital, and it is assumed that all the money was poured into it. The guy asked the protagonist not to worry, even though there is no money, there are other forms of wealth. Ramon opened his mouth wide in surprise, asking if this is true. The blue-haired guy looked down, answering, "These are all creditor rights," which the protagonist was very surprised about. The guy replied, "It is the right to demand money given to ordinary people, and if Ramon even takes into account the interest he will receive, it will be an astronomical amount." He added, "According to the imperial law, all of Solon's property and the right to collect fees belong to the baronet." The protagonist imagined himself sitting on the throne, and in the messages, a question appeared whether he agrees or not. At this time, in the bar, the guys discussed how Solon decided to cheat, as if they were waiting for this, so they caught him red-handed. They banged their mugs, and the guy added that there is another surprising truth. The guy said that Baronet Pennon said that he will repay all the debts of the people to that bastard himself. Another guy asked if he could be an angel who had descended from heaven. They started shouting, calling the protagonist his lordship Riemann. His lordship was an honorary title that was only given to the king or the most respected person. In the notifications, Riemann read that his fame had increased greatly, and in a short time, due to the surge in reputation, he would receive a new title. He read that the title, "A person who has received the favor of the common people," changes to "A person who is loved by the common people." The protagonist read that the title was given to someone who received the love of the common people, and additional effects were also given. With the acquisition of a title, the level increases, so he also received 30 bonus points. Riemann sat at the table, covered his face with his hands, and thought that he had gone crazy to make such a decision. He was upset about his money. Christine shouted with a smile that the master was irresistible this time too, when suddenly Hansen added that he thought so too, because the casino disappeared in an instant. He shouted that the building had also been taken away, when suddenly the protagonist remembered this, wondering if it would bring him some money if he sold it. The guy leaned his hands on the table and thought that now was not the time for that. With a smile on his face, Ramon thought that if he sold the casino, he would make the Pennon Clinic the best in the empire. He joyfully shouted, "Forward." There were conversations that they were meeting such a nobleman for the first time. There were a lot of people on the street. They talked among themselves, saying that even among the imperial family there were no such people, so such a person should be in the emperor's place. The girl put her hand to her lips and said that he was an illegitimate child, and then asked if there was any way. Her friend jumped up to her and sternly told her to watch her words, because if anyone heard, she would be captured. At this time, in the imperial palace, 3 princes were sitting in the gazebo, and one of them asked if such talk was really going on. What a surprising thing. Sadel stretched out his hand and shouted furiously that laughing would not solve the problem. Weimerden folded his arms and said that it was not like commoners were talking nonsense. It was true that the protagonist had done a great job. Chiron remained silent, quietly sipping his tea. After drinking a little, he put down the cup and said that their puppy had changed a lot. After pushing the cup, he mockingly said that he used to be nothing but a stinking piece of trash. Limerton looked at his brother and thought that he did not seem to be happy either. He drank some tea and remembered the healer Christine, who he had been talking about marrying. He thought about how she had suddenly joined the protagonist's clinic, so of course it angered his brother. After thinking about it, he smirked and said in his mind that recognizing Riemann as a competitor made him a person of the same level, and he was different from that child. Suddenly, Chiron said that he should praise him when he met him later. Hearing this, Limerton was very surprised. Chiron said with a warm smile on his face that he was a prince with the potential to become the ruler of Houston, so a great servant who contributed deserved to be praised by him. These words spilled Limerton. Seeing his brother's reaction, Chiron closed his eyes and told him to try harder. Limerton said in his mind that if the Raban Duchy, which had the highest power in the empire, was not on his brother's side, he would not have wagged his tongue like that. No, it was not over yet. The tension in the Drotten kingdom was only increasing. He had studied strategy and tactics well from a young age. War was his chance. He thought with a very tense face that it was enough to capture his father's attention. Chiron's face had a malicious smile. Silence hung in the air. Sadal looked at his brothers without any intentions. Chiron said in his head that the throne would certainly be his. The pavilion was still silent. Chiron suddenly closed his eyes and spoke to Sadal. He looked at his brother and said that he might have a new older brother. Hearing this, the fourth prince asked him in surprise what he was talking about. Chiron then said that who knows, maybe Riemann will be officially recognized as a member of the imperial family. As soon as Sadal heard this, he shook with rage. Unable to hold back, he shouted loudly for his brother to stop talking nonsense. The second prince said with a wide smile on his face, since the protagonist showed outstanding ability, becoming a younger brother, Sadal should treat him well. The fourth prince jumped up from his chair and shouted furiously that these were words he should not hear, so he would leave first. After shouting this, the prince left. When only two princes remained, Limerton looked at his brother and asked why he was annoying Sadal. He leaned towards Charon and said that in order to become an imperial person, Riemann would need the consent of all members of the ruling family, and he knew that was impossible. The second prince folded his arms and asked if he was asking why. His eyes were angry and he answered because it was funny. Limerton turned away in displeasure. Charon looked at him with malice. He leaned his hands on the table and said that soon there would be a founding festival, then they would see their puppy, and they were curious what form he would appear in. Limerton looked at him indignantly. The boy tapped his finger on the table and added that they would have to accept the pampering of their cute little brother. Bright sunlight seeped into the building. A vase smashed against the wall with a loud bang. The maids bowed in fear. Sadal held the sword in his hands, looking out the window, and wondered if he was supposed to take Ramon for an older brother. He stuck the weapon into the floor, thinking that it couldn't be. He knew that his brother's words would never come true, but they still irritated him. The boy gritted his teeth and sternly ordered that his uncle be called. After a while, there was a knock on the boy's door. Garanson, smiling, walked in and asked if Sadal had called him. The boy was glad that he had come, saying that he had decided to meet because he needed to discuss something about Ramon. His uncle put his hand behind his back and understood what they were talking about. There were glasses and alcohol on the table. Garanson picked up the glass and said that there was no need to worry so much, because that bastard could only be so proud for a while. The guy looked at him in horror and asked if he was sure. The man looked at him and replied that the healing technique that bastard used was witchcraft, not healing. He added that he had thought about it a lot at the level of the healer's tower, but came to the conclusion that it was not even worth worrying about. With a smirk, he said that a person using this pseudo-healing would not last long. Sadal slammed his fist on the table and shouted that he wanted to be more sure. Never to hear about him again, he added menacingly. Garanson smiled and replied that he understood his meaning, so the healer's tower would keep an eye on the protagonist. The man added that it would make him pay for deceiving people with pseudo-healing. He said that the healer's tower was a nationwide organization located in the capital of the empire, and therefore it had the right to manage the healers of the empire. Garanson grinned maliciously, adding that even if the emperor tried to protect Riemann, he still would not be able to prevent the intervention of the healer tower. There were many people gathered in the mansion. The protagonist looked around it with a smile, wondering why even the floor material was of such high quality. The guy was glad that the building was big, because such a grand mansion was in the middle of the capital, in the common people's quarter and recently removed from the slums, and even the noble district was a stone's throw away. Riemann tearfully thought that if he could resell it, he would quickly get rich. The servant bowed and said that nobles did not buy such mansions. He added that the structure was similar to a casino, and besides, the building was located in the common people's quarter. The protagonist walked along the corridor, wondering whether he liked it or not, but now he had to use this place as a clinic. The guy clenched his fist and thought that it was even for the best, because someday his clinic would become such that this mansion would not be enough, and one day he could see how this place was simply bursting with visitors. So, let's go, he thought happily. Sometime later, the protagonist's mansion. When he got to his room, Ramon rubbed his hands happily and said that it was a great fortune to live here. Opening the doors to the next hall, he was very surprised and said, "Unbelievable." All this began to cost a lot of money. The protagonist was cleaning the entire mansion alone and thought that since the scale was huge, he did not know that he needed to hire new staff, and the number of students did not even increase. He lost a lot of money on cleaning and repairing the house. Shaking with fear, he said to himself that he could no longer borrow money from those devils because he had already crossed the dangerous line. In the worst case, horror appeared in the guy's eyes, and he screamed, "They can take away the mansion itself." Ramon realized that he must protect his mansion himself. His students were watching him all this time. Christine peeked out from behind and asked in surprise where the master could get such a passion for patience, and Hansen said admiringly that he practices the virtue that every healer should have. Suddenly, he turned sharply to Lyndon and asked, "And they?" The guy happily answered, "The students of the respected master." Christine looked at the joy of the guys. After a short pause, she folded her arms across her chest and said that she also has further, and in order to keep up, she must go and continue to study. Hearing this, Hansen happily exclaimed that they should also go practice. Immediately after these words, they quickly ran away. The protagonist heard this and turned around in surprise. Not finding anyone, he saw a notification in front of him. It said that his experience was accumulating. Suddenly, another similar notification appeared, and then a notification about leveling up appeared. After reading this, Ramon wondered in surprise if the level was really increasing faster than he thought. Suddenly, he became very happy and exclaimed that at this rate, he would reach level 70 and invest his stats in stamina. A few minutes later, his stamina was 31, sensitivity 26, intelligence 24, and mana 8. Having calculated everything, Ramon accepted the changes with a smile on his face. After that, he lowered his head and said in his head that there would be no physical problems when receiving patients from now on. Suddenly, the door to the mansion opened. The healer turned around in surprise. A guy entered. He handed the protagonist a letter and said that it was from the healer's tower. Ramon became very tense and asked himself why the notification. He opened the letter and began to read it. After a few minutes, he raised his head and said that it was a bit long, but to summarize, they mean that if you use untested treatment methods and harm a patient, you will have to bear responsibility for it. The guy smiled and said that this was just a warning from the healer's tower. Money and fame clouding the minds of healers make them pseudo-healers, and naturally they harm patients. After listening to the messenger, the protagonist was embarrassed. He immediately realized that all this was not for the sake of patients, but for selfish interests. Thus, the Tower of Healers completely suppressed any attempts to threaten their authority, and it is because of this that Riaipantane's treatment methods do not exceed the level of savagery. All new creative endeavors were accused of heresy and pelted with stones. The purpose of this official notice should also be to monitor his progress. These conclusions made Ramon tense up. He said in his head that he had neither the strength nor the spirit to fight the Tower of Healers. After these thoughts, he calmly said that he wanted to send them a reply. He put his hand on the shoulder of the messenger and with a smile on his face said that he was the one who only works for the benefit of patients. The guy hit the protagonist on the hand and angrily said that this was nonsense. The protagonist looked at his hand, which was red from the blow, in bewilderment. The guy told him not to regret his decision. He immediately disappeared, leaving behind a fog. The guy frowned, thinking that he could overcome it now, but he had to think of a countermeasure for the future. He couldn't let himself be crushed like this. It was a clear day outside. Raoul Clinic. The protagonist thought, like a treatment center where only high-ranking healers work. With the exception of Count Helene's treatment center, it is the best treatment center in the Empire in terms of glory. There were two guys next to the bed. The man began to shake in horror, screaming, "It can't be." The girl lay lifelessly on the bed with her eyes closed. The healer asked the Baron for forgiveness, saying that they did everything possible, so the man should only mentally prepare himself. They looked at the bed in horror. The Baron begged them to find some way, because he would pay any price, so let him do everything to save her. The man frowned, answering, as he had said earlier, the pocket of green liquid had developed a serious infection, and he had continued to treat it, but it was only getting worse. He added in a frustrated tone that he could not do anything more. The pocket of green liquid was another name for the gallbladder. The man said that in this state, they could not save her, and often such an illness could be cured by rank healers, but the infection was already too serious. The man looked at the girl with fear, sighing in grief. The healer looked down and thought that the man had had a hard life all his life. He thought that he could not let him go like this. In the past, not all nobles were rich. The healer remembered that Smiden was from a fallen family. The man worked in difficult conditions all his life, and his wife devotedly helped him. Smiden stretched out his hand, thinking, hardly now. His body trembled, and he thought about when they could afford to live freely and be happy, and then a sudden realization came to him. The man quickly turned around, asking what about Rand, shouldn't they be receiving his treatment? The healer apologized and said that he was away on a business trip to cure a local lord's illness, and Smiden asked if he could contact Count Helene. The boy closed his eyes and said that he was only responsible for treating the imperial family. Smiden put his hand to his chin, saying that only Baronet Pennon remained. Hearing this, the boy immediately said that it was better not to go to him because the room was for the sick. The man replied that he had heard that the protagonist treated the sick with various strange methods, but if he could only cure her, then it did not matter to him how. He thought that there was nothing more to expect here. The man hoped for a miracle to happen in the Pennon Clinic. Ramon stood with his back to the door. He turned around sharply, feeling a strange feeling. At that time, the boy did not know. Smiden entered the clinic with the girl in his arms. Before he could think of a countermeasure against the healer's tower, a huge dark cloud was approaching him. The man put her on the floor. After a while, they prepared the operation. Ramon ordered the student to flush the vessels and administer a drug to increase blood pressure. He looked at the girl seriously, thinking that she was already in a severe state of shock, and with the help of knowledge about herbs, he was barely able to implement a drug to increase blood pressure, but its effectiveness left much to be desired. The guy thought that instead of a drug to increase blood pressure from herbal extract, they should have adrenaline, but where to get it now? The protagonist thought that adrenaline could be isolated by removing hormones from the body of animals, but he did not have enough skills in alchemy yet. But if they did not increase blood pressure at least a little, then surgery would lead to tragic consequences. He thought stiffly. The protagonist looked at the patient and thought that if the noble person died during the operation, then the Tower of Healers would try to punish him for it. He thought at a loss, what should he do? A task appeared in front of the protagonist. A task for medical equipment. It was necessary to cure a seriously ill patient. The description said that the patient was in severe septic shock. The protagonist must do everything in his power to save the patient. The difficulty of the quest is high, and the condition was the patient's recovery. The reward was 2 bonus level increases, as well as 40 skill points. The peculiarity of the quest was the reputation of a healer who saved a nobleman. Another notification reported that the patient's condition was very bad. The protagonist was very tense and worried. The difficulty of the quest is high. Regardless of rank, he can acquire magical abilities. Ramon closed his eyes and asked himself what he should do in such a situation. Suddenly, the door to the operating room opened and Smiden entered. Hansen immediately shouted that he was not allowed to enter. The protagonist looked at the man in shock, who quickly apologized and said that he had no idea what was going on here. Ramon approached him and said that he would tell the truth. The condition was so serious that the operation would not be easy. Hearing this, the man sadly lowered his head and said that he thought so. However, the protagonist suddenly said. Smiden looked up at the healer in surprise. The guy said without a drop of fear or doubt in his voice that he would try to do everything in his power. After these words, he returned to the patient, realizing that if he thought about it, this could be his chance, because this was the patient that Rael Clinic had abandoned. He looked at the woman's face, which showed pain, and thought that the only way to resist the healer's tower was to cure this patient. He also understood that he was the only hope for the patient that everyone had turned a blind eye to. With these thoughts, the protagonist opened the store. He was completely confident in himself. Looking around the store, he thought about what magic to buy in such a situation. The healer understood that in order to save this patient, he first needed to stabilize the vital signs. With this realization, he asked himself what magic would be suitable for raising the pressure. He felt like sand was pouring out. This made him nervous. He understood that even now, precious time was running out. Closing his eyes, the healer asked himself what to do. Suddenly, Hansen shouted loudly that they were in trouble. Ramon immediately came to his senses. His student screamed in fear that his blood pressure had dropped even more and his pulse had begun to slow down. The protagonist immediately realized that cardiac arrest was coming soon. Suddenly, the healer looked to the side and asked himself, epinephrine, adrenaline. He found the berserker magic skill in the store and asked himself if he would need it. Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of him, stating that compared to the class level, the skill level was very high, so learning was impossible. Magic is given on loan. Seeing this, Ramon was surprised and asked, rental. The explanatory window stated that he could rent a high-level skill that could not be learned with the current class and use it a limited number of times. For this, what skill points were spent? Berserker magic was rented by the protagonist. The skill description said that the target has a frantic adrenaline fury, giving it tremendous combat power. Suddenly, a notification appeared saying that the rent skill can only be used 3 times. After reading everything, the healer looked at his hands and asked himself in surprise, 100 points for 1 use, but will it have the desired effect? Besides, it is cursed magic. Sharply raising his head, he said in his head that he cannot think of any other way except this. The guy immediately stretched his hands forward, using berserker magic. The girl's body immediately began to be enveloped in healing mana. In the notifications, he read that the creation of the cursed object is in a coma and the curse of confusion of mind failed. The girl began to breathe slowly. The protagonist turned to the side, wondering if. The guys immediately opened their mouths wide in surprise. Hansen loudly shouted that the pressure was rising, and the pulse rose again to 130. Ramon thought with a smile that it worked. Since she was in a coma, there was no confusion of mind. The guy thought that berserker magic had a limited use, and only in cases of severe shock, because it could cause unconsciousness. He looked down, thinking that he did not know what side effects this curse could cause, but this was the best embodiment of epinephrine. He firmly said that they would start an emergency operation right now. After a while, all the healers gathered around the patient. The protagonist ordered Hansen to lift up the liver to take a look. At the same time, he ordered Christine to turn the stomach to the opposite side. Ramon thought that the patient's illness was inflammation of the gallbladder, in other words, cholecystitis. He thought that the problem was that the gallstones in the gallbladder blocked the flow of bile. This was also accompanied by cholecystitis. The protagonist thought that there was a reason why even high-ranking healing did not help, and in this case, if the gallstones were not removed, the patient's condition would not improve. He thought that he was using the skills of a surgeon's nimble hands and the experience of a surgeon. His sensitivity was rising higher and higher. He asked Lyndon to pass the iron tongs. Yes, the boy answered firmly. Ramon thought that if he damaged the gallbladder in the process, the bile could leak out later and cause peritonitis. The boy frowned as he removed the kidney stones. He looked at them and thought that everything was removed without any problems. In the notification, he read that he had succeeded in curing the patient. He immediately received a bonus level up. He read that he had received 40 skill points. With a smile on his face, he happily looked at the patient. He read the message that with his indomitable will, the boy had saved a seriously ill patient who was difficult to cure. He read that he was receiving additional bonuses and a bonus level up, and he was also given 20 experience points. Bright rays of sunlight were breaking through the building. Smyden took the boy's hand and sincerely thanked him. He said when he left the clinic Raoul he was full of despair, to which the protagonist replied that he only did his job as a healer, so there was no need to say that. The man replied in confusion that he really did not know how to repay this favor. Ramon said with a smile that everything was fine. He added that he was a healer. Smyden looked at him with a smile, while Ramon said that it was enough for him to be happy that he was treating the sick, but lately, which surprised the man. No, nothing, the guy added, turning away. Smyden asked what was wrong with him, because if he could help, he would definitely do it. In fact, the guy said, handing him an envelope. The guy looked at the man, thinking that this man did not have enough wealth and power. The man said, the people from the Healer Tower, who have no shame and only know money, sent such an official document. Ramon grinned, thinking that the man had a power that others did not have, and that, respect, he added, looking at Smyden. Rail Clinic. Many people were standing at the bulletin board. One of them said that this time the talk was about medicine. His friend turned to him and asked if it was about that pseudo-witchcraft. The guy replied that a friend who was a healer said that witchcraft really existed. On the bulletin board hung an article in which it was written whether medicine really was pseudo-witchcraft. No, maybe it would be a new method of healing. It was an extract from the most prestigious academic journal of the Houston Empire, an article written by Professor Smyden himself. The Tower of Healers. 4 people were sitting in the conference room. Suddenly one of them violently hit the table and shouted what nonsense. The man with the short beard jumped to his feet and ordered that a contrary statement be made immediately. His colleague replied that they had already done so, but that only made Smyden's opinion of the process stand out. Hearing this, the man looked down in agitation. One of his colleagues suddenly asked if Professor Smyden's writing skills were superior to theirs. The short-haired guy calmly replied that they had no skills in writing texts about healing. A noble salon. The blonde girl held a magazine in her hands and said that initially it was necessary to reject what was unfamiliar, but later, over time, these unfamiliar things began to change the world. Her friends sat around and excitedly asked if healing was not better than medicine, adding that they were still afraid of it. In the palace, Sadal waved his hand and shouted furiously, asking his uncle how this had happened. Hadn't they been talking about something else? Garanson sat on the sofa and calmly said that there was nothing to worry about because he had already come up with a countermeasure. He stood up and said, if there are no shortcomings, then you can create them yourself. Several days have passed since then. The protagonist sat in the office and scratched his head. There were papers in front of him. Ramon closed his eyes and said to himself that this was information about this week's accounts. Suddenly, he smiled widely and looked at the small bag of money, saying in his head, finally their budget will not be in deficit. He looked at the gold coins and said, even though they only have 200 pennies. But the main thing is that everything has changed for the better. He understood that he needed to be patient a little, because there was not much time left before he could sit on a pillow of money. However, there were rumors that recently the noble circles did nothing but chat about medicine. However, there were no nobles who came for treatment yet, except for Baron Smyden. Ramon folded his arms and added that the fact that medicine had attracted attention was already good. His eyes suddenly lit up and he said that he should be patient until it attracts more attention. After saying this, he shook with fear and said that the most terrible opponent is the Devil Ron, but there is no hint that he has begun to act. And the second terrible opponent is the Healer's Tower. The protagonist looked down and thought that although he managed to avoid the official threatening letter thanks to Baron Smyden, but they will not just sit idly by. With these thoughts, he looked to the side and said in his head that the thought of having to fight the Healer's Tower terrified him. He looked at his shiny room and said that all the property he had collected, a magnificent mansion, which was more important than his soul. Suddenly, his steel heart activated when he thought about the clinic. He thought with a smile on his face that he must protect his own property himself. Suddenly, Hansen ran into the room shouting that they were in trouble. The Healer's Tower sent an official letter. Hearing this, Ramon was ready to die. Putting his hand to his forehead, he asked what was written there. Hansen handed over the letter and said that they wrote that there would be an inspection. It was clear from the guy's face that he was very excited. Hearing this, the healer covered his face with his hand and said that there was no need to worry. Sharply raising his head, he said without a drop of fear in his voice that he did not care at all whether the inspection or someone else would come to them. The protagonist added that they did not know exactly when the enemies would come, so it was better to focus on healing, to which Hansen agreed with him, asking if he meant not to worry about anything except healing. Ramon pursed his lips, thinking that he should, on the contrary, raise his vigilance 100-fold. He walked forward, knowing that this was so that the enemies could not latch onto anything. The hall of the mansion was brightly illuminated by light. Ronald, standing opposite the protagonist, was shaking, saying that it was an honor for him to meet the respected Baronet Pennon. Ramon thought the guy looked worried. Was it something serious? Then asked what was bothering him. Ronald handed him the bag with trembling hands, saying that he came to thank him. He fell to his knees, shouting that the protagonist had cured his relative Mary, but due to complications, they could not provide a reasonable payment. He pulled the bag up, adding that he came to repay the favor. Ramon shyly put his palms forward, refusing the money. Ronald pressed the bag to his face, asking him not to refuse because it was nothing compared to the favor he had shown. Ramon took the reward in his hands, thinking that he did not even know who Mary was. After a while, Ronald quickly walked out of the mansion. On the table lay an untied bag of money. The protagonist examined it. He thought tensely that this was very strange because 300 pennies was a lot of money. The guy folded his arms across his chest, thinking that in any case, they gave it to him, which meant he could take it. Ramon looked at the table with disbelief. He read that he had a sudden task. The boy read that he had received money for nothing, then he should use it wisely, and as a reward he received 20 skill points. The protagonist sat thoughtfully at the table. The man asked Ronald if he had handed over the money. The boy bowed with a tremor in his body, answering, "That's right." He closed his eyes, thinking that he had done a terrible thing. Garanson propped his head up with his fist. He thought that the boy should not think that even if he refused his request, he would feel good, because he should think about his family first. With a smile on his face, he said that when the day comes, the boy should give evidence in the Healer's Tower, to which Ronald answered fearfully, "Okay." His teeth chattered from fear, after which he lowered his head down and said the name of Baronet Pennon. He said that the protagonist demanded a huge amount of money from him. The man frowned, asking if it was true. The people looked at the boy and shouted menacingly that this could not be left like this. They shouted, while Garanson grinned maliciously. He slammed his palm on the table with all his might, then looked up, saying that they would go to Pennon's clinic right now. Some time passed. Representatives of the Healer's Tower got out of the carriage. Garanson put his hands on his hips and asked if the protagonist's clinic was really here. Suddenly, the guy who handed the money to Ramon ran past him quickly. He pushed the tower representatives aside. Running to the door, he saw a piece of paper that said that they were closed today due to a special event. Patients who needed urgent help should come to the Lime District, Kent Street. The boy held the piece of paper with shaking hands, and the man with a short beard asked with displeasure if they really knew everything and ran away. A hand was placed on the boy's shoulder. It was Garanson. He suggested going outside with a smile on his face. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he said, "Because it's not far from here. Lime Street." Shouts were heard asking everyone to line up to receive treatment. Lyndon, holding a sign about the protagonist's charity treatment, was shouting that everything was free today. Garanson and Ronald were already there, not knowing what to do. Looking to the side, they saw the protagonist's voice happily saying that everything was ready so the patient could go home and have a good rest. Ramon took off his gloves. After that, he looked at the tower representatives with displeasure. He lowered his hands and shouted in his head that he knew it was a conspiracy by the people of the Healer Tower, adding that he couldn't suffer forever. He was treating patients right now, so the steel heart was also activated. Besides, he said with a smile on his face, a notification appeared saying that the assholes had come in a crowd, so the skill Counter Xander was activated. The effect of the steel heart action was also increased. Clenching his hand into a fist, he said in his head that he would not shake now and could resolutely confront them. After that, he waved his hand towards the people and asked if it was true that they were all having a good day. He then turned to the people from the Healer's Tower and told them that the reason why they had held this event was that not long ago, a nobleman named Ronald had donated a large sum of money to them. The eloquence skill was activated. The healer smiled widely and said that he wanted to return it, but he could not find the guy, and so they held an event in the area where he lived. "This money," he said. Ronald looked at Garanson in horror, who was furious. The protagonist put his hand to his chest and continued, "Does not belong to him." "What kind of nonsense is this?" Garanson asked in rage, trying to restrain himself. He looked at Ronald with burning eyes and menacingly asked if Ramon had not extorted this money. The guy shook in fear, not knowing what to say. Garanson squeezed his shoulder and ordered him to speak as it was. Ronald closed his eyes and said in his head that he should say as ordered. Suddenly, a girl with red hair ran up to the healer. The protagonist greeted her happily, then asked how she felt after the treatment. Hearing this, Ronald raised his head in surprise. He looked at the happy girl and wondered if she was the neighbor's child who was always bedridden due to a chronic illness. He looked away and asked if she had received the cure from the protagonist. He then wondered what he was trying to do. He clenched his fist tightly when the protagonist suddenly called out to him. Raising his hand to his mouth, Ramon happily said that he would use the money he had donated for the right purpose. He then pointed to the cured men and said that they were all grateful to Ronald for this. The cured men happily asked the boy what had come over him. They were laughing and happy, but Garanson was furious. He squeezed Ronald's shoulder hard, causing him great pain. Suddenly, Garanson screamed loudly, ordering everyone to be quiet. The cured men were very surprised. Garanson turned to the boy and screamed that he was asking him if the protagonist had made him pay. Ronald closed his eyes, not answering. This made Garanson even more furious. People started whispering, asking if their healer forced them to pay. It couldn't be. Suddenly, Garanson threw the guy to the ground and shouted, "Enough." Then he pointed his finger at the protagonist and shouted that everything had already been checked, so according to the rules of the Healer's Tower. Ramon looked at the man with a displeased expression. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard for Garanson to stop talking nonsense. Hearing this, the man was surprised. The townspeople shouted with hatred in their eyes that their prince would never do such a thing. It was a conspiracy. They began to raise their fists, shouting that without proof they would not believe. The effect of He Whom the Common People Loved was activated. Ramon received the support of a limited number of common people. Suddenly, footsteps were heard and a male voice asked what was going on here. Rao and Christine came to the square. They both said that they could not pass by since they were witnesses. Garanson raised his hand and said that this was a problem with the Mage Tower. Suddenly, Rao leaned right in front of his face and said that he was a high-ranking official of the Empire. Christine stood next to him and said that she was from the Raban Dukedom. Suddenly, they became very angry and said that they would have to investigate this at the level of the Empire Department, not at the Healer Tower. Garanson was very scared and asked himself if they would really take Ronald away and conduct an investigation. This cannot be allowed, he said to himself, because if they found out that this was his plot, then he would be finished. There was a wide, kind smile on the protagonist's face. Garanson calmed down and said that there was no need for that, because this was an internal problem of the Healer Tower. At the same time, he said to himself that he would be humiliated and the Healer Tower would fall apart, after which he asked himself if he had really started this from the beginning. With hatred in his burning eyes, he said that they would conduct their own, more thorough investigation. Having said this, he turned away and ordered his subordinates to take Ronald away. Unexpectedly for him, Rao put his hand on his shoulder and said that this would not do. Garanson turned around and shouted furiously, asking Ronald what he was doing. Was he really not going to follow him? Rao held the man and said that if he continued, he would have to call the guards. The guy looked down in frustration. He kept thinking about that same healthy girl. He immediately firmly said to Garanson's back that he would not go with him. The man clenched his teeth and turned around menacingly asking what. Tears came to Ronald's eyes and he shouted loudly that everything he had said was a lie, because Göransson provoked him since he told him that he would give him money if the guy framed Baronet Pennon. He turned to the upset Ramon and began to sincerely ask him for forgiveness. The protagonist passed him by, thanking him for confessing at least now. The boy came closer to Göransson and said that they would talk about it later. The man frowned and thought that he should shut the boy up. He immediately began to draw his sword, asking how dare he slander a nobleman. The man quickly rushed forward, asking if he was ready to meet his death. Ramon quickly turned around in horror. With his eyes wet with tears, Ronald looked forward in horror. Frightened, Ronald covered his face with his hands to protect himself from the blow. Tears were streaming down his cheeks. The boy looked up, hearing the noise. Standing in front of him, Rhea disarmed the villain and declared that he would not be able to harm this child. Contemptuously narrowing his eyes, the boy said that he would take him with him as an important witness. Göransson angrily clenched his teeth and insulted him. Putting away the sword, the young man asked him to watch his speech, because in front of him was the son of Count Kaplan and a high-ranking official of the Empire. Ronald was shaking with fear. Extending his hand, the protagonist called him to him. The boy raised his shaking hand. Closing his eyes, he called himself ungrateful and said that he was very sorry for his mistake. Ramon said that everything was fine. The child looked up in surprise and asked what it meant. Closing his eyes, the boy explained that he understood perfectly well that he had no other choice. Wiping away his tears, Ronald imagined him as an angel. The young man thought that the most important thing now was to punish the culprit. Putting his hand to his chest, the blonde added that he did not hold a grudge against him, because he was just a victim of someone else's sin. Crossing her arms over her chest, the woman wondered how the baronet could be so kind. The system reported that the user had received support from the common people. The man caught disapproving glances. People wondered how he dared to slander such a respected person. Frowning, the nobleman ordered them to disperse. Someone ran forward. Standing in front of the nobleman, the surgeon asked the villagers to stop and suggested that some kind of misunderstanding had occurred and that the people from the healer's tower were not trying to condemn him with any bad intentions. A crowd of people gathered in the square, discussing what had happened. Squinting angrily, Göransson asked what they were talking about. Turning around, the player asked if that was not so. The Count, stepping back, hesitantly agreed. Shaking his hand, the protagonist said that he thought so. Smiling widely, Ramon was glad that his worries about the healer's tower specifically trying to destroy him were in vain. Closing his eyes and sighing in relief, the boy recalled the terrible grade on the qualification test, the warning notice, and the provocation involving a child. Listening to his words, the man trembled with anger overflowing inside him. Raising his eyebrows, the boy asked if the healer tower did all this with deep intentions, such as wanting to test him. Looking down, the noble confirmed this and explained that he was a promising talent who always needed to be kept an eye on. Throwing an interested look at him, the youth asked what their conclusion was and if they still thought he could not be trusted. Placing his hand on his chest, the blonde said that he worked solely for the benefit of the patients and hoped that the healer tower would recognize his sincere intentions. Nodding tensely, the noble replied that they saw his efforts and called him a worthy member of the healer tower. The sun was shining brightly over the luxurious building. Someone asked what would happen if Göransson wanted to harm again and stab him in the back. Sitting at the table with his friend, the surgeon replied that the Count would not be able to do so, because a huge number of people had witnessed what had happened in the square. The man walked away from the crowd of people. He was ashamed, so he would not act openly for some time. Looking at his reflection in the tea, the player thought that he needed to take advantage of the time given and build up his strength, become a great healer, taking care of a large number of patients so that even the tower could not touch him. The protagonist took a scalpel and tweezers in his hands. A notification appeared about completing the task, leveling up and receiving an achievement. Looking away, Ramon remembered that he managed to get the achievement after Ronald asked him for forgiveness. Notifications about receiving skill points appeared. Seeing the system windows, the boy realized that he had been awarded 3 levels, and thought that he would be able to reach level 70 very soon, because this system was very generous in increasing levels. The boy frowned decisively, thinking that he had been idle for some time, but now he had the opportunity to focus on educating students. Hansen looked at him in surprise. The boys were sitting at the table in front of their teacher. Holding a book in his hands, the blonde explained that an infection is an inflammatory reaction caused by the penetration of bacteria into the body, and thought to himself that the level of his ability was still too low. Continuing to read the book out loud, the surgeon decided to teach his friends in a fairly accessible way, through practice and theory. Taking the instruments in his hands, the player showed the students how to perform operations and simultaneously explained how to treat certain diseases. The guys sat at the table, trying to remember all the teacher's words. On such days they were taught basic concepts. The main character scratched his temple with a pen, The problem was in the basic medical notations. Against the background of various schemes, a DNA chain appeared. In medical teachings there were many concepts that were not in Rapentane, so everyone had a hard time. The man held a round vial in his hands. Thanks to the research of the magic tower, the level of basic science is slightly developed. If the level of basic science was as backward as in the Middle Ages on Earth, then teaching others would be many times more difficult. Ramon said that the immune system has B lymphocytes and T lymphocytes. The guys opened their mouths in confusion. Seeing their reaction, the boy smiled embarrassedly. Having slammed the book, the guy suggested that they take a little rest and then continue. Putting the book down, the blonde thought that he didn't have enough knowledge and that if he had more, it would be easier to explain. Smiling, Hansen said that his friend was a great guy. The guys left the office. The surgeon shouted after them that they would see each other soon. He looked down and a knock on the door was heard. Suddenly, the player resolutely frowned. Clenching his fist, the protagonist thought that his students would be able to bring him money when they grew up. Putting his hand to his head, Ramon realized that he had to explain everything to them more clearly so that they would grow up faster. The boy clasped his hands. Suddenly, Hansen burst into the room. Taking a cup in his hands, the guy asked what happened. Frowning, the healer shouted that Lady Rose had come to them. In shock, the blonde opened his mouth, causing the tea to spill back into the cup. The Viscountess walked down the hallway. This person was shrouded in secrets. No one even knew if her name was real or where she came from. Wiping his chin, the blonde wondered why the woman had come to them. People were talking about her wealth, suggesting that she could be the hidden daughter of a rich king from the peninsula or the illegitimate child of a high-born nobleman. The door swung open. The girl entered the office. Looking at her tensely and greeting her, the surgeon thought that for him this was a very scary person because this was his creditor. Rose looked down. Smiling widely, the Viscountess greeted the healers. The heroes were sitting opposite each other on the sofas. Putting her hand to her mouth, the woman asked if she could take some cookies with her. Clasping his hands in a lock, the player allowed her to do so, and thought to himself that he needed to collect his thoughts because in front of him was a person who was scarier than even the emperor of this country. The girl took a bite of the cookie. The protagonist thought that her appearance was very deceiving because she turned countless healers into slaves paying off debts. Rose smiled slyly. The system reported that the steel heart was activated. Keeping a calm expression on his face, Riemann asked what brought her here. Placing her hands on the table, the Viscountess explained that she came to visit her client, who had VIP status in their credit system for healers. Hearing this, the boy shuddered in surprise. Looking away, the woman said that there were many rumors about him, so she wanted to see him in person. She asked if the fact that he does his best for patients, but takes a minimum fee in return, will help him pay off his debt. The guy frowned tensely and coughed. Smiling embarrassedly, the blonde thought that she needed to show her strong side and explained that they were only at the beginning. Raising his eyebrows, the girl asked what that meant, and the surgeon explained that the clinic was in its early stages compared to the grand goal they wanted to achieve. Leaning on her hand, Rose said that it sounded interesting. Continuing to smile, the player promised to make this clinic the best. Placing his hand on his chest, the protagonist stated that his goal was to become the best on the continent. Leaning forward, the Viscountess asked if he understood what that meant. Closing his eyes, Ramon confirmed it and said that beyond the Houston Empire were all the other Alliance countries, the Free Cities Alliance, and even the Iron Empire. A map of the area appeared, with a blue wave of energy flowing across it. Imagining high mountains, the boy said that he wanted to become the best in all of these countries. He extended his hand to his guest. The woman, her mouth open in surprise, understood what he was talking about. Raising his eyebrows, the boy explained that the pen and clinic was just the beginning, and mentally asked the creditor to wait with collecting the debt. Putting her hand to her chin, the girl asked why he was pursuing such a great but reckless goal. Closing his eyes, the blonde said that it was all for the patients, and thought to himself that it was important for him to make a good impression in all places. Looking away, Rose thanked him for the good conversation and decided that it was not in vain that she came here today to find out who the VIP client was. Getting up from the couch, the Viscountess decided to share one secret. Smiling broadly, the woman said that she was a fan of the baronet and that in reality she liked him even more. The surgeon, his eyes wide with amazement, suggested that this was the reason why he was so willingly given a loan. Winking at him, the girl promised to support his dream at all costs and said that she would make a special loan for him if he needed money again. The player, his mouth open in shock, thought that her words meant something completely different. Imagining the creditor promising to keep an eye on his progress, the protagonist shook his head and thought that he would be persecuted now. Rose was walking down the street. Someone approached her and asked her opinion on all of this. The Viscountess looked back and asked what her friend thought of it. Narrowing his eyes, Carls remembered that the lady only asked his opinion in exceptional cases and called the baronet an incredible dreamer. Bringing a berry to her mouth, the woman asked if she should upgrade the client's VIP level to red. Her butler was very surprised. The girl said that they would need to give him a special interest rate if he asked for an additional loan. Frowning, the young man asked if her magical eyes had seen that. Smiling widely, Rose confirmed that she had seen that her client was not an ordinary foolish dreamer and said that the boy had an amazing amount of ambition, despite his reputation as an angel descended from heaven. The sun was shining on the city. Carls asked what ambitions were they talking about. The Viscountess answered that she was not given to know. Some time ago, she and the main character were sitting at the table. The magical eyes could only vaguely read information because they could not read thoughts. Walking down the street, the woman said that she saw in him a revolutionary who wanted to change the continent for the sake of his patients. The butler suggested that his dream sounded too absurd. Waving her hand, the girl said that they needed exactly such a reckless person to get where they needed to be. The sun's rays shone through her fingers. Clenching her hand into a fist, Rose asked her friend not to forget how they were exiled to this village. Bowing, the young man promised never to forget about it. Twirling a pipe in his teeth, the Viscountess asked him not to worry, because the baronet would still go bankrupt and would be thrown out of the empire at that very moment. After the creditor left, the protagonist sat at the table and could not concentrate properly until the lesson was over. Some time ago, he was pointing at the board with a pointer and telling something, while not getting the thought out of his head that the loan amount was approaching 70,000 penny. Biting his nails, Ramon thought that he needed to pay off his debts right away, but the question of where to get money remained relevant. Remembering the threatening look of the girl, the boy thought that this visit went well, but the future remained unclear. Meeting this woman was more like meeting a snake. Someone entered the office. Handing his friend the documents, Hansen said that ancient ruins were found in the Gur Mountains. Several teams of adventurers went there, but they all failed, so the nightly squads of the Empire set out. Frowning, the guy thought that he was even afraid to imagine what was happening there. Taking the documents from the student, the blonde thought it would be better to stay on the safe side and asked him to cancel the request as they were busy receiving patients. Smiling slyly, the healer replied that he thought so. Frowning tensely, the surgeon realized that there was treasure in the ancient ruins and that they could hit the jackpot there. Putting his hand to his chin, the player changed his mind and said that they should join the exploration. Putting on a red cap, the young man concluded that his master was worried not only about the patients in front of him, but also about those participating in the expedition. Because the ancient ruins were a dangerous place, there would certainly be victims there. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and confirmed this. Hansen stated that they should follow their teacher's example of caring for potential patients. Someone was eavesdropping on their conversation. Rhea peeked around the corner and wondered why he always felt like the baronet was after money. Meanwhile, night fell over the kingdom of Drotten. Sitting in front of a crystal ball, the stranger asked if the Imperial soldiers really decided to explore the ruins. The reflection of a man appeared in the ball, who said that no healer could overcome the curse of that monster. Snapping his fingers, the stranger stated that if the Imperial Knights were killed, the atmosphere at the upcoming festival would be destroyed. Removing his hood, the man asked if they really had no chance of success. The voice replied that no matter how strong the knight was, the moment they encountered the monster was tantamount to death. Grinning, the stranger said that they were very lucky. Gerard narrowed his eyes slyly, surprised that they managed to accidentally discover the hidden treasures of the Empire right before the war. This man was behind the assassination attempt on the Emperor and the spread of the epidemic in the Bay region. The ball lit up. The voice said that he would send an envoy from the Peninsular Kingdom when the atmosphere worsened. The ruler of the Drotten Kingdom asked him not to forget that the goal was not just the lives of a few knights. There were ruins in the dead forest. Before the war began, they must destroy the Houston Empire. After all, only foolish knights fight in war with force. Scratching his chin, the man thought that he had so many opportunities, but everything went wrong every time. Remembering the smiling protagonist, he thought that the baronet was to blame for everything. Throwing a menacing glance at the ball, the scoundrel asked if Raymond was involved in this exploration of the ruins. Putting his hand on the crystal ball, Berard asked his subordinates to continue their work. The monarch grinned and decided that it would be better if the boy participated, because then he would die. The day of exploring the ruins, the carts were traveling through the Gur Mountains, located in the Houston Empire. A notification announced the appearance of a new task. The horses stopped in front of the ruins. Looking at the system window, the guy decided to check its contents. A description of the task appeared, the condition of which was to save the lives of the expeditionary team. Seeing that the reward depended on his achievements, the blonde raised his eyebrows in surprise. After reading the conditions of the task, the surgeon was noticeably upset because he would fail if more than half of the researchers died. Looking around, the player wondered if this place was really that dangerous. Even the name of the task scared him because he needed to protect the moths jumping into the fire. A notification appeared that the user had access to one additional skill that could be used without restriction. Shuddering, the protagonist remembered that such bonuses are given only when the difficulty of the task is too high. Ramon lowered his head, upset that something was going wrong right from the start of the treasure hunt. Someone accidentally bumped into him. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the boy looked back. Smiling, the strangers assumed that they were a porter. The guy introduced himself as a healer. Squinting in disbelief, the young man asked where he came from. Frowning, the blonde asked who they were. Putting his hand on his chest, Mason introduced himself and explained that I was assigned support duties on this expedition. Sternly knitting his brows, the surgeon remembered that this was a fairly famous rank healer. Closing his eyes, the healer asked him to act according to his instructions and promised not to make him do difficult work. Looking down at the player, the young man assumed that they should not expect help from him. His friend suggested asking him to carry their things. Frowning angrily, the protagonist concluded that they looked down on him because they did not recognize medicine. Smiling, Ramon decided that he was no longer hurt by such weak ridicule. Remembering his smirking brothers, the boy realized that he should think of this as a good chance. Folding his hands in front of him, the boy decided to leave the research area. Startled, Mason asked what this meant. Innocently raising his eyebrows, the blonde asked if he hadn't said that his presence was not needed, insulting him in the process. In front of the frightened young man, system windows appeared, determining his level of bad behavior. A notification informed him of the activation of the oratory skill. Raising his hands to his mouth, the surgeon shouted that he wanted to participate in this study in order to take care of those who might accidentally get hurt. However, apparently, his intentions irritated the healer. Raising his hands, the young man asked him to stop. The player thought that on the contrary, he was happy that they wanted to kick him out of here. Smiling, the protagonist asked the scoundrel to bow his head and apologize for the insults, otherwise he would have to leave the research area. The healer gritted his teeth in displeasure. Bowing, Ramon thought that he would be able to return back using this excuse, and the high-ranking healers would sort everything out here themselves. Noticing the conflict, the knights approached them. Sternly knitting his brows, the man asked the young man to apologize because the baronet came here for them and did not deserve insults. The boy said that there was nothing terrible in it, but the guard repeated his request. Mason narrowed his eyes in displeasure. Gritting his teeth, he asked for forgiveness. Looking up, the scoundrel decided to show all the greatness of the rank if his competitor even tried to enter the ruins. Frightened, his eyes widened, the guy realized that now he would definitely have to take part in the research. The heroes entered the ruins. A purple aura embraced his hand. The healer smiled broadly and said that thanks to his friend they could move forward without fear of stumbling. The young man said that for an rank it was mere trifles. Looking at him, the blonde wondered if he really needed to praise him too. Giving him a thumbs up, the surgeon called his competitor a good boy. Looking back, the healer asked in confusion what the hell he was talking about. The research team continued to move forward. Feeling a menacing gaze on himself, the player frowned in irritation. Narrowing his eyes, the protagonist wondered if he really had to do this. At every opportunity, Mason jumped forward, holding bandages ready to do whatever might be required of him. He just reeked of bad habits. Removing his hands behind his head, Ramon thought that he understood his intentions perfectly well. Smiling slyly, the boy was glad that an rank healer was so good at treating various ailments, because it made searching for treasures so much easier. Looking around, the boy thought that with ancient ruins, there was always an assumption that there were probably traps hidden somewhere. Continuing to move deeper into the ruins, the blonde decided that only someone with a falcon's eye would be able to avoid the traps and take possession of the sweet treasure. Closing his eyes, the surgeon used the falcon's eye skill. His eyes turned bright blue. Blue particles appeared in the corridor. The system reported that the user could now take a closer look at narrow places. Clenching his fist, the player thought that he had previously been unable to use this skill due to the limit of mana, but now he had the opportunity to use it for a full 24 hours with the help of the bonus. Deciding that this skill was simply perfect for searching for treasures, the protagonist looked down and noticed something. Under his feet was an ordinary-looking stone floor. However, the blue particles suggested that there was a pressure plate on it. Thinking that it was a treasure, Ramon pressed it. Suddenly, dozens of sharp spikes jumped out in front of him. The boy's eyes widened in fear. Having fallen to the ground in front of the spikes, he realized that it was not a treasure, but a trap. Raising his eyebrows, the man asked how he managed to find out that there was a trap. His comrade said that thanks to this, they avoided a big disaster. Looking around, the guy said that he studied different types of traps before going to explore. The knights raised their eyebrows in surprise. Wiping away the tears that appeared, the guards realized that the baronet really came to explore for their sake. Lowering the corners of his lips, the blonde reminded that the military law states that the best victory is a victory without a fight. Giving a thumbs up, the surgeon explained that he carefully examined the ruins so that no one would get hurt. Scratching his chin, the man said that it was really hard to see an illegitimate child in him. Pushing him, the warrior asked him not to talk like that about the baronet. The player closed his eyes and sighed heavily. Hearing a strange sound, he shuddered. Two burning eyes flashed in the darkness. Taking his sword out of its sheath, The knight called his comrades to fight and asked the healers to stay behind. Looking up, the protagonist agreed. Strange sounds came from the darkness. Opening his mouth in fear, Ramon hoped that nothing terrible would happen. Mason crossed his arms over his chest and noticed that he was scared. The young man smirked and said that true healers should know how to overcome fear for the sake of their patients. The boy turned around and looked at him with displeasure. The healer explained that they had no reason to worry because Bolton was a powerful mid-level sword expert. A blue fire lit up around the warrior. He was recognized as a talented knight even among the Imperial Regiment. Squinting slyly, the scoundrel wanted to say something about someone who uses wild healing methods, but someone coughed. Mason immediately looked back. The man fell to the ground, dropping his sword. The healers opened their mouths in fear. The boy frowned pitifully and wondered what it was. The young man trembled with fear. Turning to him, his friend tried to shout to him. The healer shouted that they needed to heal the knights quickly and ran forward. The blonde looked back. Putting his hand in front of him, the surgeon asked his comrade to stop because they couldn't act so recklessly. Gritting his teeth angrily, the healer said that cowards could be left behind. Going forward, he asked the others to follow him. Smiling, Mason said that if all the warriors fell at once, then it must be some kind of curse or poison, and was glad that he finally had a case worthy of his rank. Squinting, the player realized that his comrade was very nervous. Closing his eyes, the protagonist wondered why he thought it was poison or a curse and concluded that no one would listen to him anyway. The healers went forward. Ramon hoped that thanks to Bolton, nothing terrible would happen. The shield and sword were abandoned on the floor. Putting on a white bandage, the boy thought that there was no way the knight couldn't handle one monster. Seeing the healers lying unconscious on the floor in front of him, the boy wondered what he should do. Not wanting to die here, the blonde clenched his teeth tensely. Stepping back, the surgeon decided to leave here. The warriors were lying on the ground. Looking back, the player realized that all these people would die if he just ran away. The protagonist clenched his fist. Closing his eyes, Ramon tried to come up with a plan. Frowning, the boy activated the hawk's eye to check if he could help the wounded. White particles were flying above the knight's body. There was a rash on his neck. The boy decided that there was no point in putting his life on the line in vain if it turned out that his skills were not enough here. The young man sat down next to the wounded guard. His lips and eyelids were swollen. The blonde opened his bag. Putting his hand in there, he thought that he could save these people if he knew about this disease. Hearing a terrible sound, the surgeon trembled. In his hands was a suitcase with syringes. The player drew medicine into the syringe. A notification said that the steel heart skill was activated. The protagonist picked up the syringe with shaking hands. Bringing it to his hand, Ramon hoped that his guess would be correct. A few minutes ago, Mason fell on his back. The boy shuddered and opened his mouth in surprise. Covering it with his hand, he realized that this was not a curse because his vision and consciousness were blurred. A sharp pain in his stomach appeared and breathing was difficult. The guy put his hand in his pocket. Covering the airways with a bandage, the young man understood the reason why people lost consciousness. The syringe needle pierced his hand. Removing the bandage, the blonde felt that the pain in his stomach and shortness of breath had passed. Looking at the arm from which the rash had disappeared, the surgeon realized that anaphylactic shock had occurred. That is, a hypersensitivity reaction caused by an allergic substance and often leading to an emergency condition. Most likely, the monster caused anaphylactic shock by spraying an allergen. A can of epinephrine appeared next to the girl. Putting his hand in the bag, the player remembered how he asked the high-class alchemist to extract adrenaline after the Baroness got to the clinic. Taking out the box, the protagonist was glad that curing anaphylactic shock was quite simple. The small box contained disposable syringes. When injected into the muscle, the blood vessels would quickly narrow and the shock would stop. Slamming the lid, Ramon mentally asked his comrades to wait a little longer. He inserted the syringe into the knight's arm. Looking back, the boy realized that this was the last wounded man. Opening his eyes, Bolton asked what had happened. Smiling, the boy explained that they were struck by a toxic substance secreted by the monster, but now everything is fine. Closing his eyes, the blonde mentally asked the warrior to quickly get up and deal with this monster. A huge bird ran along the corridor. Hearing a strange sound, the surgeon looked into the darkness. Pursing his lips in fear, the player realized that the monster had become closer and tried to calm himself down by saying that now the knights would be ready for battle. The bird jumped up and spread its wings to attack. Pointing a finger at it, the protagonist asked how he dared to do such a thing and asked his comrades to hurry to catch it. Looking back, Ramon asked why they were not doing anything. Lying on the ground, the men explained that they had no strength at all. The giant bird opened its mouth. The boy, widening his eyes in fear, realized that he had missed something, because it takes 20 to 30 minutes for a patient to recover from the procedure. It was dark in the ruins. The boy put his palms together and asked the monster if they could settle this peacefully. The monster raised its wing to comb it, The boy praised its feathers. The bird gave him a menacing look. The blonde turned pale with horror, beads of sweat running down his cheeks. The monster pounced on him, trying to run away. The surgeon screamed that he did not want to die. Rising from the ground, the knight asked him to keep running. The player jumped into the air to avoid being hit. The warrior, his mouth open in surprise, could not believe that he had managed to dodge. The protagonist landed on his feet. A notification informed him that the self-defense skill had been activated. Squinting, Ramon read the description of the healer's self-defense ability. The system informed him that the achievement, the dwarf who defeated the giant, had been activated. Scratching his chin, the boy remembered that he had received such an achievement in the Bay region and that it was triggered when the enemy was too strong. Frowning, the boy saw that his stamina had risen to 45 units and his sensitivity to 37. Raising his hand, the man asked him to dodge. Sharp claws approached the boy. Turning around, he saw a monster in front of him. The bird spread its claws wide. Trembling with fear, the blonde realized that he had no way to dodge because the enemy had gotten too close. Closing his eyes, the surgeon thought that this was the end and that time was flowing too slowly. The knight threw him a mace. The player extended his hand to catch it. Squeezing it in his hand, the protagonist wondered if memories from the past appeared before death, and concluded that the afterlife was not the slow flow of time at all. Ramon turned to the monster. Blood spurted into the air from a strong blow. Opening his mouth wide and breathing heavily, the boy realized that he did not see the afterlife because he did not want to die. The wings of the monster trembled. The warriors stood up and gathered their strength. Looking at the boy, the men tried to understand how he managed to strike in a split second and assumed that he was just lucky. Putting his hand to his chin, Bolton said that even a knight couldn't carry out such a precise counterattack in such a critical situation. It was only possible with the skills of wielding a sword using mana. Imagining the blonde man swinging a mace, the knight said that the pose in which he held the mace was completely inept. Looking up, the warrior said that only one thing was obvious. The surgeon raised his hands, discussing something with the guards. There was a smile on his face. One of the knights thanked him for saving him. There was a dead end ahead. The player asked his comrades to rest for a while, as they had not yet fully recovered. Holding up a sign with the inscription "No," the captain replied that they cannot stop. Frowning, the protagonist said that after the death of the monster, there were no more dangers here. Bolton closed his eyes and stated that the knights could not rest while the healers were conducting research. Riemann put his hand to his head and wondered why he continued to persist if his body had not yet recovered. Gritting his teeth in anger, the boy decided to make it so that he would be allowed to search for treasure alone. In his fantasy, the boy was lying in a bathtub with money. Squinting slyly, the young man thought that there was definitely treasure ahead of him that would eliminate the need for him to meet with Lady Rose. The blonde looked back. Taking a step forward, the surgeon decided to tell them about his motto. The warrior raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked what he was talking about. Closing his eyes, the player said that he does everything for his patients. A notification said that the eloquence skill was activated. A bright light blinded the knights. Placing his hand on his chest, the protagonist explained that he could not accept the risk, knowing that his patients' bodies had not yet fully recovered. Smiling, he said that if the proud knights of the imperial family were to suffer again, his heart would be broken, so they should trust him. Bolton wanted to say something, but Ramon raised his hand and asked him to be silent. The boy frowned and ordered him to rest. Bowing before him, the warriors wondered how they could repay this favor. The boy ran forward. Puffing out his cheeks, he wanted to quickly find the treasure before the warriors came to his aid. Thanks to the hawk's eye skill, his eyes shone. The young man looked to the side, trying to find the hidden treasure. Around the corner stood a chest. Taking it in his hands, the blonde man was happy that he would be able to get rich. However, the chest was empty. The surgeon's eyes widened in amazement. There were blood stains at the bottom of the chest. A magic circle emerged from them. Closing the chest, the player tried to understand why ancient people left this here thousands of years ago. Approaching him, Bolton asked what happened. Handing him the chest, the protagonist said that it was something strange. Frowning, the man realized that it was a magic summoning circle, with the help of which that bird was summoned. Squinting, Ramon asked if someone had deliberately summoned a monster to these ruins. The knight replied that he even had suspicions about who could have done it. Sunlight illuminated the corridors of the castle. The boy stood in the throne room. People were standing along the red carpet. Sitting on the throne, the emperor awarded his son for saving the knights from danger, for success in the study, and for unraveling the secret conspiracy. Closing his eyes, the boy thanked him. Smiling tensely, the young man was upset that he again failed to find the treasure. Odin handed him the reward. Taking it in his hands, the blonde was upset that he was not given anything better. Closing his eyes, he was indignant that the only thing he managed to find in the ancient ruins was an empty chest. Standing to the side, the nobles discussed his gloomy appearance, assuming that something had happened. Approaching them, Bolton assumed that the baronet was very worried. Raising his hand, the nobleman asked what could be the cause of his worries. Scratching his chin, The knight said that the healer only cared for others and that he was worried about the war that would soon begin. Pityingly knitting their brows, the men realized that the rumors circulating in the commoners' area were true, and that the surgeon was no different from an angel descended from heaven. A system window popped up in front of the player. A notification informed him that his fame among the people had grown. Smiling, the protagonist thought that, even taking this fact into account, what was happening still did not satisfy him. The monarch asked if his son had anything to say. Ramon winced and looked at him. Frowning and imagining the scales, the boy thought that the monetary reward would not be very large anyway, so it would be better to ask for something else. The emperor leaned on his hand. Frowning decisively, the boy assumed that there was an intruder who had started something bad in the ruins, and asked that the culprit be found and punished. His eyes lit up. He wanted the one who stole his treasures to be caught. Hearing the praise, the young man looked up. Odin expressed gratitude for his service. Narrowing his eyes in embarrassment, the blonde remembered that even during the epidemic in the Bay region, his father had only expressed his personal feelings. The man gave him a stern look. Pursing his lips, the surgeon realized that this was just a look at the subject who had contributed. Bowing, the player thanked His Majesty and thought that he was simply in a foul mood. He turned and left. The corridors of the castle were light. The protagonist remembered his father, frowning tensely, and thought that all his hopes were unjustified because they were nothing to each other. Notifications appeared in front of his face. The system reported the successful completion of the task and the achievement of a level. Seeing that he was given many new achievements, Ramon opened his mouth in surprise. Drowning in a huge number of notifications, the boy widened his eyes in shock. An icon of the mastery skill appeared, which depicted a hand holding a hammer. Pointing at it with his finger, the guy assumed that it was quite a useful thing. Closing his eyes, the young man was glad that the system was not stingy with rewards, because his level had increased by 5 values. He clicked on the system window. Seeing that he was already level 73, the blonde raised his eyebrows in surprise. The system reported that the user had reached the rank of Chief Specialist. His eyes sparkled. Clenching his fist, the surgeon realized that he was in the final stages of his residency training and that his skill level was comparable to that of a novice professional doctor. Imagining himself in a doctor's coat, the player smiled happily. Galman thoughtfully put his hand to his chin and asked why His Majesty said that. Narrowing his eyes, Odin asked what they were talking about. Looking away, the butler decided not to continue this conversation. Looking down, the man wondered how the emperor really felt about his illegitimate son. In the memories, the little boy was crying. Now, the protagonist was bowing to the ruler, standing in the throne room. The monarch looked ahead with a distant look. Smiling, his subordinate asked if Raymond seemed like an outstanding person. Odin pursed his lips. Raising his index finger, Galman said that he was very touched by Bolton's story and suggested that the boy had succeeded in more than just being a healer. Covering his fist with his hand, the emperor asked him to examine the clues found during the investigation to find proof that the people of Drotten did it. The butler shuddered and explained that he had already started tracking everything with magic. A luxurious chandelier hung from the ceiling. In a few days there would be a celebration of the founding of the state. The ambassador of the Peninsular Kingdom had already begun his journey. Looking down, the ruler reminded that the founding day was not just a day of holding a banquet, because through the holiday they would need to enlist the support of the kingdom. A delegation from another kingdom arrived at the castle. It should be noted that this was not a simple congratulation. Rather, it was a political visit to conclude important agreements before the war. The people shook hands. Two forces clashed at one point on the map. 150 years ago, the kingdom of Drotten for some reason became independent from Houston. Since that day, the two states have been in a state of eternal conflict. The monarch walked forward. The empire's power was currently at a high level, but it was a small country in the union of 4 states, and its financial instability was a particularly vulnerable problem. There was little gold in the treasury. The empire could not wage a large-scale war, so the Drotten kingdom got ahead of it. The city was engulfed in a huge fire. If the Peninsula Kingdom did not provide financial support, Houston's fate would be at risk. One looked down silently. The man frowned in concern, saying that he was worried that the head of the delegation was too old and suffered from some chronic disease. The emperor gave orders for Helene to accompany the marquis during his stay in the capital. The butler raised his eyebrows in surprise. The count looked back. It was the ruler's loyal healer, who had triple a rank abilities. Galman's mouth dropped open in amazement, realizing that His Majesty was risking his life for this agreement. He promised to make sure that nothing happened to Lanam. The monarch nodded. Rising from his throne, Odin declared that this peace would not last. Heading to the window, the emperor asked if his subject could see the fickle weather changing with each passing second. The man frowned and said nothing. Looking back, the monarch said that if war was inevitable, he had only one option. Illuminated by the sun's rays, the ruler declared that he would bring victory to his empire. He left the blood of 3 brothers on the tip of his sword and took the throne. The corpses of his competitors in the past lay around him. Squinting, Odin said that he must atone for his guilt by living his whole life for Houston. Looking at his reflection in the glass, the emperor decided that his personal feelings did not matter. The bright sun illuminated the room. Sadal clutched his head, displeased. Some time ago, Limeridan smiled and congratulated him on the fact that at this rate, Raymond would become their brother. The prince crossed his arms and said that the healer was older than his brother, so he should treat him with respect. Looking at his uncle, the boy asked if he really had no chance, since even his brother made such outrageous statements. Putting his mug down on the saucer, Garanson said that he had a good plan and reminded him that the day of the foundation of the empire was coming up soon. The boy gritted his teeth in irritation and asked what did that matter. The count frowned and explained that it was the perfect day to get rid of the emperor's illegitimate son, as he would be attending the banquet with the title of baronet. In the past, Odin had raised his sword against the illegitimate son and decided that he was ignorant of the rules of etiquette. The man thought that it would be very easy to turn the respected healer into a brazen scoundrel. In the shadow of the protagonist sat his childhood self. The young man smirked and declared that this was indeed a good strategy, and decided to take it upon himself to humiliate him during the banquet. Closing his eyes, the nobleman said that he was looking forward to the banquet to celebrate the founding of the empire. Raising his mug to his lips, Garanson concluded that the baronet would be the star of the party, and wanted to make sure that the healer would never be able to show his face in the capital again. Green trees grew outside the window. Riemann crossed his arms over his chest, thinking that he needed to prepare for the banquet. Smiling, the boy realized that the banquet hall would become a place to promote medicine, because there you can find VIP clients, improve your reputation, and increase your profits. An arrow led from the first clinic to the casino building. After the Penina clinic moved to the Lime region, it became the most famous clinic. The sun shone on the Gothic building. After the fall of the Maple Clinic, many other medical centers appeared in the Lime region, but none of them could surpass the reputation and skills of the Penina Clinic. Smiling happily, the boy thought that recently there were rumors among people that this clinic should be elevated to the top 3. Scratching his chin, the young man thought about the fact that despite all the good things, the clinic still does not bring in as much money as he would like. Looking out the window, the blonde realized that if they had not accepted patients without paying for treatment from the beginning, they would not have to worry about money. He saw children playing on the street with bandaged wounds. They had happy smiles on their faces. The surgeon smiled and thought that he shouldn't earn money by demanding payment from the poor because his reputation would be ruined. Imagining expensive clothes, the player burst into tears and decided to charge a decent fee from the nobles to buy a good suit and look presentable. The protagonist decided to make these investments pay off many times over. The students approached him. Ramon looked back. With a sad frown, Hansen asked if his friend was worried about the banquet. Christine remembered that she needed medical attention on the princess's birthday, and assumed that the master was afraid that a similar situation would arise this time. The boy's eyes widened in fear, thinking that he didn't care at all. Raising his hand, the guy confirmed that an unforeseen situation could arise at any moment at the celebration. Because there would be many people there, the girl said that her teacher should take care of herself first. Frowning, she said that she was saying this for a reason, because there would be many people at the banquet who did not support him. Smiling, the blonde realized that there would be those who would pick on him. Folding his hands in front of him, the apprentice explained that there would definitely be envious people, since the master had earned himself a decent reputation recently. Imagining himself in tattered clothes, the surgeon realized that he needed to prepare for this, because his trade and medical skills could not be successful if they were despised, and the key to doing business was to make the other person trust him. If the symbol of medicine was underestimated by others, then his business would fail. Against the background of the blue radar, the description of the title of Dirty Bastard appeared. In order to improve his position and achieve success, he had no choice but to become more perfect than others. Clenching her fist, the woman decided to help her friend, who had no experience in dancing and social communication. The apprentice said that he would have time to prepare for the banquet if he started right away. Smiling, the protagonist thanked them and said that he could handle it himself. Shocked, Christine reminded him that this was not an area where he could simply improvise. The boy confirmed this with a menacing frown and said that a banquet involving high-ranking nobles and imperial persons was much more difficult. Closing his eyes, Ramon promised that everything would be fine. He threw his friends out the door. Hansen put his hands on it when it had already slammed shut. Scratching the back of his head, the boy thought that he already had a plan, so he did not want to bother his friends. Many blue windows appeared in front of him. The guy decided that he would not worry about the lack of social skills now. A status window appeared. Smiling, the blonde saw that his surgery level had increased to B rank. He also had access to new academic skills, emergency medical care, and traumatology, and thanks to the rank of chief specialist, he can study social skills. A snow-white coat was lying on the bed. The doctor does not only work inside the hospital. A man in a suit stood behind the podium. As you gain knowledge, you need to participate in various meetings and academic associations. There was a gold cup on the shelf. Contact with pharmaceutical companies or consultation with health policy decision makers. All of this is an integral part of the doctor's social life. The man held a microphone in his hands. Social skills play an important role in many external events. Bringing the microphone to his mouth, the surgeon wondered what skill he should learn. A list of social skills appeared. Raising his index finger, the player thought that almost all abilities were worth 100 points and that he needed one that covered all needs. Seeing the skill Elegant Banquet Man, the protagonist thoughtfully scratched his chin. A notification said that the user's attractiveness would increase and warned that playing with the feelings of others was a sin. Bringing his finger to the buy button, Ramon hoped that everything would be fine. There were carriages in the courtyard of the castle. Kristen asked with a determined frown if her friend was prepared for the fact that they would have to protect the baronet. Rhea confirmed this and said that he knew better than anyone how cruel high society could be to good-natured nobles. Frowning, the girl remembered that Hansen would not be able to attend the banquet and mentally promised him to protect the master. Taking a step forward, the boy apologized for being late and explained that it took him a long time to pick out his outfit. Looking around, the guys could not believe their eyes. Scratching the back of his head, the guy thought that he had overdone it with improving the skill. Against the background of the garden, the description of the auxiliary skill Elegant Man of the Banquet appeared. Pointing his finger to the side, the blonde man suggested going to the castle. He was wearing a chic tailcoat. Jumping up to him, his friends asked him what he had done to himself. The surgeon asked if it was really that noticeable. Warnings appeared that along with the skill, side effects also grew, which could lead to unwanted flirting or a duel. Looking away, the player hoped that this was just an exaggeration. A description of the quest star of the banquet appeared. Heading towards the doors, the protagonist noticed that the reward for completing the quest would be a change in title. A smile appeared on his face. Resolutely knitting his eyebrows, Ramon wanted to become the star of this holiday. The castle was illuminated by a bright light. The celebration of Houston's founding day began. The girls gathered at the banquet table. It was the day when people celebrate the founding of the empire and enjoy the banquet all night long. Raising his hand to his chin, the aristocrat asked if the baronet would come here. His companion said that she was looking forward to his appearance. The doors of the hall opened. Smiling, the nobleman doubted that his illegitimate son had even thought to dress decently. The guests at the banquet thought that he simply looked disgusting. At that moment the boy entered the hall. He had a luxurious white tailcoat and a tie with a precious stone. When they saw him, the people did not recognize him as a baronet, thinking that he was some new nobleman. When they heard that he was the healer, the guests widened their eyes in shock. The boy bowed, and the aristocrats were surprised that he had such good manners. Passing by, Sadal noticed his brother. The young man clenched his teeth in displeasure. He sat down on the sofa, biting his nail. The prince tried to understand why his brother looked more handsome than usual. The blonde smiled happily. The scoundrel clenched his fist. Closing his eyes, the fourth son of the emperor decided that he still had the opportunity to embarrass his brother. A bright light illuminated the banquet hall. Smirking, Sadal thought that no lady would dance with such a loser. Suddenly his pupils narrowed. Jumping up from the sofa, the young man pointed his finger forward. The surgeon was dancing with Christine. The girl was smiling. A few minutes ago, looking around, the player noticed that people were starting to look for partners for a dance. The demon above his shoulder asked why he needed to dance when his main task was to spread medicine. The angel objected, saying that in the secular world, not dancing would be a great shame. Waving his hand, the protagonist decided to ask his friends for help. Rhea was talking to his comrade from the academy. Ramon looked away. The woman was standing to the side. Gathered together, the other noblewomen were condemning her, saying that it smelled like dirty commoners. The boy's eyes widened, realizing that these were her younger sisters. Christine looked down. Imagining her bandaging the patient's leg, the boy realized that this was the reason for such an attitude towards her. The healer had two sides. On one side she was a kind daughter of a duke serving common people, on the other she was considered a disgrace to her family. The sisters looked down on her. Clenching his fist, the young man thought that they were pathetic, unlike his student. The girl stood in the center of the hall. The blonde realized that he shouldn't have worried about who would become his dance partner from the very beginning. The woman shuddered when she saw her master. Smiling, the surgeon asked if she liked the banquet. Embarrassedly lowering her gaze, Christine announced her decision to talk to the sisters for a while. The player asked her to fulfill one request if she had time. Extending his hand, the protagonist explained that today was his first banquet in his life. The healer's mouth opened in surprise when Ramon asked her to accompany him, because this was where they would show the arrogant nobles the true level of the pen and clinic. Smiling embarrassedly, the girl agreed. She took her friend's hand to tell everyone about their clinic. The boy smiled happily. Standing to the side, he thought that the dance ended well, and many questions were resolved. The heroes bowed to each other, despite the fact that it was the first banquet. Everything went elegantly, the baronet had good manners, and his companion, contrary to rumors, looked luxurious. The heroes began to dance, their noble movements were like swans. Closing his eyes, the guy thought that now his soul had become calmer. Suddenly, something made him shudder. In front of him stood a dissatisfied princess. Bowing, the young man greeted her. Frightened, looking up, the blonde wondered why she was not saying anything. Squinting contemptuously, Sophia asked why the baronet preferred to ignore the lady and think deeply. Surprised, his eyes widened. The surgeon tried to understand whether she really wanted to dance with him. Looking away, the player asked her about it. Frowning angrily, the girl asked whether he had not been taught etiquette at all. The protagonist closed his eyes and assumed that she wanted him to be more polite and thought that he was afraid to dance with such a person. A drop of sweat was running down his cheek. Raising his hand, Riemann asked if the princess would do him the honor of dancing with him. Sophia's eyes widened in shock. Her body trembled from the anger that was overwhelming her. Opening her mouth in anger, the girl asked if the baronet really thought that she just wanted to dance with him. Closing her eyes, the noblewoman concluded that she was being teased on purpose. Narrowing her eyes, the emperor's daughter said that she came here to apologize. Raising her hand to her mouth, she asked her brother to leave the banquet. Looking back, the boy asked what this meant. Frowning, the princess told him that her brother was targeting him and that he had several vassals helping him, so he could get into big trouble. Looking down, the boy thought that even if Sophia had decided to help him, then something very insidious was really being planned against him. Closing his eyes, the blonde understood which brother could be planning something like this. An image of Sadal picking up a sword appeared in his head. Frowning decisively, the surgeon wondered what his brother was planning. He took a step forward. Looking after the girl as she left, the player asked her to stop. The noblewoman turned around. Squinting, the protagonist asked why she decided to tell him about this. Closing her eyes and sighing, the princess said that she didn't care what troubles he had to endure, but if the one who cured her suffered humiliation, she would not like it. Turning away, Sophia asked her brother to act wisely and not to be stupid. Scratching his cheek, Riemann wondered what he should do now. Putting his hand to his chin, the boy decided to collect his thoughts, because another such opportunity to advertise himself would not come soon if he missed it now. Shuddering, the boy realized that there was nowhere lower to fall. Clenching his fist, the blonde decided to do everything possible to win. He resolutely looked to the side. The snow-white tiles shone under the light of the lamps. Stretching his hand forward, Sadal offered the lady to dance with him. The girl refused, saying that her leg hurt. Discontentedly gritting his teeth, the prince asked if she had not just danced with another man. Turning away, the woman apologized to him and ran away. The young man's eyes turned white. Lowering the corners of her lips, another aristocrat refused him, citing her father's strictness. Smiling broadly, the lady said that she was afraid of getting very sick during the dance. Covering her face with a fan, the woman asked if this was really social charity and not a banquet. The scoundrel crossed his arms over his chest and was upset that he was constantly being refused. Sadal put his palms together and asked his sister to dance with him. The princess frowned and asked if he was crazy and explained that her brother was the last in line among the young ladies, as intelligent and gentle men were in fashion in society these days. The prince crossed his arms over his chest and looked at his brother with displeasure. The girls ran up to him, begging him to dance with them. The young man narrowed his eyes angrily and wondered what they saw so good in the emperor's dirty bastard son and promised to humiliate him so that he would not have a chance to show his arrogance. Bright rays of light illuminated the banquet hall. The protagonist squinted, trying to figure out if the atmosphere of the banquet was originally so friendly. Sadal approached the microphone. Bowing, he greeted the guests and expressed his deepest gratitude to them. Ramon looked around. The nobles concluded that it was time for the founding speech. Someone asked who would give the speech. The boy tensed up as he looked at the guests. The nobles stood in a row. One of them had a framed photo, because they gather together for holiday parties. In the Houston Empire, a famous young gentleman is chosen to give the founding speech every holiday. Smiling, the prince said that this time they had chosen a baronet and asked him to come forward. The boy pointed at himself in surprise. The young man extended his hand and invited his brother to come to him. Narrowing his eyes, the scoundrel asked if he was not the most famous young noble in the empire. Smirking, Sadal said that he trusted him with the founding speech and expressed confidence that his brother would be able to live up to all his expectations. The blonde frowned in displeasure and thought that he would have to do it without preparation. The prince walked towards him. A notification appeared that the eloquence skill had been activated. The surgeon smiled and concluded that this was the best opportunity for advertising. The system reported that social skills had reached rank A. The player approached the microphone. Smiling broadly, the protagonist greeted the guests and thanked them for giving him such an honor. One frowned tensely. The scoundrel narrowed his eyes slyly. Looking ahead confidently, Ramon decided to begin his memorable speech in honor of the founding of the state and said that after the first emperor founded the empire with his sword, Houston achieved great development among other states. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, Sadal wondered how this was even possible. Raising his hand, the boy explained that every subject has a role, just like every organ in the human body, so if the people's life is hard work, then the government's duty is to protect them. The aristocrats listened attentively. Putting his hand to his chest, the boy said that nobility imposes certain obligations on them. Standing on the second-floor balcony, the young man said that the only thing that really matters is sincerity and helping the people. The nobles thought about their selfish lives, noting the fact that the baronet is well versed in the history of the empire and has excellent oratory skills. Someone came forward and left. Smiling, Lanham concluded that an amazing person lives in the Houston Empire. Leaning on his cane, the Marquis was surprised by his knowledge and insight and asked what kind of prestigious family he was born and raised in. His escort frowned, not knowing what to answer. The old man looked at him in confusion. With his mouth open in surprise, the head of the delegation asked if this was really the emperor's illegitimate son. The answer was affirmative. The man closed his eyes and said that this was why people said that great men were sent to earth by heaven. Looking back, Lanham sighed heavily and remembered the cursed royals of the Peninsula Kingdom. Every country had its own problems, but his homeland had an extraordinary amount of them. People crossed swords. Although the Peninsula Kingdom was a more powerful country than Houston, the royal dynasty did not hesitate to shed blood for the throne. The crown fell to the ground. There were tombstones on the edge of the forest. The royals fought and died endlessly. 30 years ago, 70% of the royals died during the Great Disaster. The Marquis looked down. The butler leaned towards him and asked what happened. Seeing the protagonist's iridescent eyes, the old man thought that he had emerald eyes like the royals from the peninsula. Lowering his head, the head of the delegation concluded that he was just imagining things. Bowing, Ramon finished his speech. Looking up, the boy thought he had tried hard and wondered why the room was so quiet. There was a single candlestick in the corner of the banquet hall. The boy stood on the balcony, and applause was heard. Smiling, the blonde hoped that his speech had been successful and that he had managed to advance medicine. Someone called out to him, and the surgeon's mouth fell open in fear. Sadal approached him and challenged him to a duel. The prince clenched his teeth in anger, and the player assumed that his brother had chosen him as an opponent for a show fight. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.